RDS One Love.
Why, hello, motherfuckers! Happy Friday. Happy Arlington Day 1. Hope you all are doing amazing. Yo, big fucking shout out to RDS Legend, dude, for the 6-month in advance resub. Bro just paid for 6 months worth of subs. So, thank you. Appreciate you. My hair's looking like a fucking mess. We don't talk about it. But I have a little bit of announcement to make to you guys, and I think I'll make it like a couple times throughout the stream because I just think it's that fucking funny. So, Artie is subbed, and he got access to a new emote that I literally came up with last night. I literally rolled this out last night at like fucking 2 in the morning. You guys are gonna love it. So fucking stupid. Yeah, so I wanted to capitalize off of the O, and I made Gasp. I think the Dino's just so fucking stupid. You can't play Halo Infinite. on your PC. I'm so sorry. My reaction to that information. Dude, that's fucking hilarious. Dude, that emo was actually a lot harder to make than I thought it was because, like, I struggled with the mouth for so fucking long, and I'm literally just like, what the fuck is wrong with it? I was in, like, a VC with Incoherent while this was going on. He was just like, yo, let me call my art friend. And he was just like, hey, what the fuck's wrong with this? So, shout outs to Vast. Thank you. Appreciate you. Sure. But, yeah, dude, so actual tournament didn't start until 1, so I'll probably do, like, Rumble Pit for a little bit. It's still fucking, it's still stupid. But yeah, Mega, good to see you. Ran. Mr. Audius Legend. God damn. Dude, I tried so hard to like go to bed at a fucking free time last night. But dude, I started watching Solo Leveling last night. It's really fucking good and I wish I started sooner. I really wish I started sooner, dude. It's so fucking good. Like I had to start like really, really good discipline last night to actually go to bed before like 5 in the morning. Heavily caffeinating. Yeah, unfortunately I'm out of advanced, so be drinking a monster today. That's Have I played Persona 5? I have. I've 100% Persona 5. I have the platinum for it. But speaking of advanced, there is an Easter sale that's going live today at 2 p.m. Eastern. Buy one, get one on select flavors. Advanced GG, exclamation point Advanced GG in the chat for my link. But yeah, buy one, get one on select flavors. MK tips, please. I'm asked. I'm also asked. I don't know what the fuck you mean. Um, click their head. Smile. Oh my god, is that Mr. Vermin? What up, bro? How you doing? Very helpful. Where's my refund? My mom does make sweet and sours too. Exited for today? Yeah, very exited. Yeah, no, I think this weekend's gonna be great. Um, a lot of new rosters. I'm very excited to see how everyone performs on LAN this time around, like proper LAN. And dude, they what like yesterday they like literally the day before Arlington, dude, they announced Z10, which is like a brand new EU roster. Like Jimbo, Mighty, Sika, Schick. Like I'm very interested to see how that roster performs as well. It's gonna be a good fucking time, dude. You want to see this year is Egyptians winning? True. Legend, why the hell are you not competing? What the fuck, dude? You're probably like the world's best Egyptian player. I can't lie to you. Cherish and Stole Snipe? They're Egyptian? How the man. How did I not know this? Crazy. Yeah, dude, I'm happy for them. You know. Especially with all the ITB bullshit too. Man, that fucking sucks. ITB and Quadrant. But yeah, I really hope to see just like Rebellion and Optic be like this the whole weekend, dude. Dude, I like watching the case on land, I knew we were gonna be in for a really good fucking season, dude. Fiesta? I forgot to take it off. I forgot to take it off, man. You shut your goddamn mouth. Oh, now it wants to give me a good loadout. This is the first time I've spawned with a good fucking loadout since last stream, dude. I never got this loadout once last stream, dude. Making me look fucking bad. God damn it, man. Dude, I don't know how DNC plays this. I really don't. Fuck. You're forced to play a full match. Dude, I was just like, oh, you know, let me see, like, what DNC sees in Fiesta. Played it on stream Tuesday night. Tanks, more tanks, more tanks, repair fields, hammers, snipers, more tanks. Like what? Like, Jesus, dude. Hey, how you doing, brother? You excited for today? Don't forget the Banshees. Respectfully, I would still rather deal with Banshees than fucking tanks. Like, I swear on my life. Bro, it's the people that sit in the back with the tanks too, man. I'm just like, there's no money on the line. Why are you playing like a puss? You're at work for 6 more hours? I'm so sorry. Yo, maybe I should pull my Shopify jersey out of the closet. Imagine. It's actually the only esports jersey I own. Funny enough. Because they had like a really good sale on one. Dude, my FPS is so bad now. I don't know. My FPS used to never get this low. I don't know what happened. Got an SSG jersey, Quadrant, and now Shopify. Very nice, sir. Very nice. I would like an Optic one at some point as well. One for each day of Halo. That's a good shout, actually.
Triple kill.
A key to the city for you. Bullets.
Can't wait for the BTB refresh. Depends how, like, what they do to refresh it. That'll depend on, or that'll determine what I'm excited for. Because if they don't fix the sandbox, you know, what the hell is there really to be excited about? To be honest. But yeah, I don't know what they did. My performance is, like, extra bad now. Hope they remove Fortitude and High Power. I don't know if I really don't know if I would want them to really remove any maps, to be honest. I just wish they would fix the sandbox. A lot of the maps seem insufferable right now because their sandbox just sucks. Now, this is a bit of an ask, but I hope they also refresh Squad Battle as well. Give us, like, Bandit Avenger loadouts. That's kind of my wishful thinking. TBH. Have I used an iPad before? I feel like everybody has. Most people. Yes. Yeah, I definitely think Squad Battle needs some love as well.
Do not look directly at the plasma.
More classic maps. My problem with classic maps getting remade is, like, at least for Arena, I feel like they don't translate well at all to Infinite at all. I don't own an iPad. Well, I do, but it's a really old one. You can't really play anything on it now. Like, Avalanche is a map I don't really see ever, like, working well. Not even just because I hate Avalanche. Hey, Lars, how you doing, dude? Always a hammer. I'll be completely honest when I say I don't think I would ever be thrilled to see a Blood Gulch remake. It'd be cool for, like, nostalgia's sake. That's probably about it. You gonna take Fiesta off? Could you keep it on? That match wasn't actually bad, so... Assuming the game's nice to me, yeah, I'll keep it on. I forgot to open the lobby. I'm only doing a few games, though. What are your predictions for top 4 this weekend? Rebellion, Optic, SSG, and then 4th for my wild card, TSM. Just finish highlights and then there with you screaming is the first thing. Yeah! That's gonna be good. Yeah, my bad, Jay. I kind of forgot. It'd be cool to see Nemesis or Z10 get top 4. For sure. I know they've been performing, like, really well in the EU pools. You uploading the highlights tomorrow, DNC? Hell yeah. Your order's on its way? Hell yeah, dude. DNC, I was telling Scummy this. So there's an Easter sale happening at 2 today. It's a BOGO on certain flavors. So
Total control.
yeah.
Capture all zones to score.
Yeah, I figured he'd be chilling. But I'm waiting for it to go live at 2. So I can maybe get a few extra tubs. What am I gonna do on Easter? Nothing. I don't celebrate Easter. I'll probably call some family members that do, but I don't celebrate Easter. You're gonna throw eggs at rabbits? That's crazy. Are you gonna dress up in a bunny costume while you do it?
All zones
Do you just get a Donnie Darko costume?
are capturing
Start egging rabbits?
the enemy has seized a zone.
Your team is close to total control.
Ran, I've not had like a normal like meal with my family in like years. The only time I ever have a family meal anymore is when I go to my sister's. As Jesus? That's funny. You know what? Yeah, Lars, you could pull off Jesus really well, dude. You got the beard and everything.
Your team is close to total control.
It's funny as hell, actually.
Captured a zone.
Your team is close to
Getting to you, Beaverhoof. Muchas gracias.
Abundant skill.
new zones incoming. Enemy there.
Really, man? A sword? Go to sister's house on Easter Sunday? No, because my sister doesn't celebrate Easter either. Most people that celebrate Easter, I feel like, are religious. No one in my family is religious, except for my dad's side. They're all in Pennsylvania, so.
Capturing a zone. The enemy has seized a zone. And allies claiming a zone. Zone lost.
control.
I thought I had a repulse. Whoops.
Dynamo grenades. Obtained.
Team is close to total control.
An ally has captured a zone.
1901 is a fucking banger. You're a fucking banger. But you are right. Yo! Vivid is baton. What the fuck, man?
Team is close to total control.
A little bit too vivid for my liking, man. What the shit? Oh, fuck. Thank God this dude sucks.
Team has total control. You got new zones incoming.
Do not look directly at them.
I might also suck.
The enemy is capturing a zone. Abundant skill. Detected.
Enemy is nearing total control.
The zone. Imminent. Zone lost.
Your enemy is nearing total control.
Ran, I truly think you overestimate how Cambodian I actually am.
Enemy is nearing total control.
Thought about using this song for a montage if that ever happened. I think that's a great song to use for a montage. It flows really well. I think that's a great idea.
Total control for the enemy. You got new zones incoming.
Successfully delivered.
It's always the sword, man. Always the sword. I think half my deaths have been to the sword, man. Put it down. Holy shit. This dude's hitting a clip. What are we doing? Gideon, run. Run for your life. Thank you.
The enemy has seized a zone.
Of course. It's a fucking banshee, man. Not Fiesta. Shut the fuck up.
Total control for the enemy. You got new zones incoming.
Thrusters acquired.
If this is Fiesta, I'd be getting fucked by like 3 scorpions by now. And you know it. I would probably be calling one of the scorpion drivers daddy.
Reduced.
Just to beg for fucking mercy.
An ally claiming the zone. Incident forgiven.
Oh god. Signing up to be a score. Lars? Yeah, police. It's this one. He's right here. Give you his IP? Yeah, alright. I got you. I got you, man. I got you, fam. Headhunter, jump in the fucking hill! Oh, for fuck's sakes. One kill, two kill, three kill, Anyways. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. My reaction to that information, okay? My reaction. No, I don't really play Xbox too much anymore. Oh god, Icy's here. Oh god. We're gonna be matching fucking Frosty now. Bro's gonna be playing BTB from the LAN. We're cooked. Halo Infinite's on Xbox? I sure hope it is. Or I'd have some questions. Let me see your Reddit accounts right now. Imagine. Dude. Dude. Oh, dude. Never a dull day in Infinite, bro. I would actually show you. Okay, so two things. Your communities tab is subreddits that you follow. Number one. Number two, I'm not showing you my Reddit because it would dox me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mom. Love you. Goodbye. Ryan Higa streaming? That's crazy. Again, my mom doesn't play video games like that.
Maintain control in all zones.
Yeah, no, I would show you my Reddit, but it would actually dox me. She forehead kiss you? Ran, my forehead is not here, dude. I'd be really, really concerned if it was. I missed. Fuck. You can't hide from me, asshole. Nope. Oh my god, leave me alone. Oh! Shit on! Honey, I'm home! Oh, it's feeling like a Banshee Nair kind of day today, dude. Fuck, never mind. Your boss gave you forehead kisses. Is your boss your wife?
Please collect your
Imagine not using a gun. Imagine being old.
and allies claim
Smile.
a zone.
I'm leaving. You and I are no longer friends.
Capturing a zone. The enemy
It's okay. I shamed DNC for being old, and he's like 23.
allies claiming a zone.
Best nades in the game, man. Do not let me throw grenades. I'm putting your picture on the mirror by the weights. Yo, don't let your wife see that.
Power weapons available for procurement. The enemy has seized a zone.
She might have some questions.
Please obey highway regulations.
You think that's what Vegeta does? He just puts a picture of his rival on his weights? Holy fuck, I get it. You're a bitch. I get it, man. You have small penar. It's okay. It's okay.
Threat sensor acquired. Power items have shipped.
Alright, I'm gonna recommend that you close your eyes in about now. Close your eyes. Just close them. Just close your eyes. Just close your eyes. Close them. I need a title, help me. Halo Infinite highlights that make you scream like junk ship. Smile. You're the reason people cry on Twitter about MK being overpowered and why PC shouldn't match against roller players. Yeah, pretty much. I hear a lot of Banshee stuff. Are you sure I shouldn't open them? I feel like that's the reason why you shouldn't. Bro left the stream. No. That'd be a fire title, man. If people actually knew what I sound like.
Zone lost.
Oh. Have I heard of Facebook? Unfortunately. Did... Alright.
Hostiles are capturing.
I thought my Wraith was about to blow up. Guess not. Unfortunately, I have heard of Facebook. No, my mom doesn't use social media. Thank God.
The enemy has
I think my mom... The only one my mom uses is WhatsApp. I think that's barely considered social media. That's more to just, like, talk on the phone with people, like, internationally. without having to pay like a gazillion dollars. Can I help you? Oh, you know I'm a shitter? Thank you. Thank you, Icy. Yes, please enable my shitty antics, Icy. I appreciate you. None of these guys are dying. Pissing me off. Oh fuck, hatch is open. Not what I wanted to do. Love you. I'm dead. Never mind, he's stupid. He's very stupid. They're both very stupid. Group planes, you just threw for your entire team. I sincerely want you to know that. Gone viral, gone freaky like Reddit is crazy. No. Halo Infinite clips the Goon 2. He had a similar one like that last week, or like the week before. It was called Halo Infinite clips that will make you goon. Have I used Facebook before? No. Did you know Facebook has people's personal stuff? That's exactly why I don't use Facebook, bruh. That would actually be kind of funny. Halo Infinite clips that'll make you feel like you should delete your Reddit browser history. Halo Infinite clips that Jesus. We're terrible people. I'm saving that. That's funny. The stream started, but there's no audio. Nice. Rebellion versus Cloud9 to start off. Alright, last game. Hopefully it's not... Of course, I was literally just like, hopefully it's not TTF. Nice. It's okay. They usually do like introductions and shit like that.
Capture the flag. Capture enemy flags to score.
Yeah, I don't understand the infatuation with taking baths. You're basically making dirt soup with yourself. Vermin? I'ma fucking kill you, Vermin. Oh, you already wasted 2 shots, your ass. Wow, you're already... Imagine not enabling the streamer smile. It's fine for like babies and toddlers. Imagine going for power weapons. Imagine being old. Smile.
Attach rate is growing.
Spartan 5468697, dude. Why do you have your social security number in your gamer tag? Two strikes, you are out. That is not how strikes work.
The enemy flag carrier.
You are a real streamer, Holodead?
Enemy captured the flag.
You stream once a week. That's more consistent than some streamers. Just saying.
Power item order confirmed.
I know streamers that stream less. DNC. I've been busy. I don't care, man. Where's my streams to goon to, man? God. No, you have been really busy, to be fair. Yeah, you QT back, pussy. You QT back. Pause? No pause. I said what I said. You think I could... You think I could... Do you think I could... Jesus Christ. Do you think I could commit identity theft with this dude's gamertag? Like, do you think that's his actual social security number?
The enemy has your flag.
I was like, no.
The enemy flag.
Support Chunksha by disabling ad block. Streamers make money when viewers watch ads or purchase Twitch Turbo to go ad free. True. True.
Order confirmed. Eyes on the enemy flag carrier. Your power items are ready for pickup. In our flag, we have
You missed, idiot. You missed. Hey, idiot. You missed.
eyes on the enemy flag.
I support through advanced GG discount coach. True.
Enemy captured the flag.
Can we run the flag, please? Yo, Ash, what's up? Dude, are we just all gonna sit here and admire the flag? Is that what's happening right now? Shay, of course, is the only one with the brain. What the fuck are we doing? Jesus, dude, it's not this hard to toss a flag in. There are Jesus fucking Christ. Shay is literally the only reason we're gonna win this game. Or even have a chance of winning in this game. And I say that, they already have our flag. It's probably already GG's. I'm honestly kind of thankful for a quick game. There is a... Motherfucker, there's a literal lift, like, not even 2 feet to your right, man. Where is your brain at? Like, alright, man. Alright, it's fine. It's fine. Because we're gonna watch HCS now, thank God. Oh, God. GG's. So this is what's happening when I try loading the fucking stream. W? Huh? Hello? No, my Sheila! My Sheila! Alright, is LVT working?
I want to make you sure you guys know.
LVT's working.
Are you calling chat our viewers our family?
They are our family.
They are.
Absolutely.
Aww. Thank you for making us be here. This is a community, a funded production.
You think you'll get dropped on Sunday or something? I don't know.
Right in this space. It's all thanks to you guys. Thanks to your support, to the lurkers, to the subs, to everybody who has been supporting us.
I'm gonna do it regardless of drops. Obviously, I'm not doing a co-stream for drops, so.
Until they see this and realize,
we
watching
changed
those
this.
ads.
Yeah, we
What?
changed the script. Okay,
Oh,
I tried to start it this weekend.
Uh-huh.
When someone complains about ads in the
Okay.
channel, everyone spams W ads. So like now we drown out the negativity, and you know we're here because of those ads, right?
Yes,
That's the
you were
only
watching
reason.
I'll drop
your
these
own
nuts
couch
Sunday.
on the show because you watched ads,
Right.
and you're probably like, "Oh, that's such an exaggeration." No, we are literally here because of your viewership and support. Whether you subscribe or just hung out on the couch with in incognito mode with the Dr. Pepper and a Cheez-It, right? Like, we're here because of you guys. So
You
shout
all
out to the
funded
chat.
our flights, everything. So thank you to everybody watching right now. Just a moment ago, we were talking about Pool D. Any other thoughts on Pool D? We talked about Space Station Gaming, we talked about Luminosity. This is a match that Space Station Gaming has to win. I mean, they have to win that pool.
Yeah, so I was before I was called a bias caster and made fun of by you guys. No, I'm just kidding. I was talking about SSG, and I want to kind of basically say that they have improved greatly over the weeks that we've seen them since they've been an official roster, and I think that the last time we saw them online was the best we've seen them. Again, sparks of brilliance. I think that those sparks are going to get ignited with the environment and the atmosphere of a LAN. And I truly think we're going to see an incredible team here. I even made the crazy claim that they could win this event, which is a crazy claim, and I understand that based on foundations of what's happened so
They got
far.
rigs over there, though. Every single one of those players has a ring. So
Yeah.
I think for me, that's going to be Shopify's hardest hurdle to leap over is the fact that half the squad don't have that level of experience. So when Wyatt, Last Shot, and Cycle get to the main stage on Sunday, which we assume they'll get to, how are they going to respond going up against 4 guys that have been there, done that? That's going to be the test of the challenge for Shopify this weekend, is going up against guys like this who probably don't have much of a chance in terms of what everybody thinks at winning the event. But look at the roster. They're goated.
That's a handsome roster, bro.
I think that this team
That's also a handsome
full of
roster.
extremely talented individuals, but they don't have the right puzzle
Cohesion.
pieces.
Yes.
They don't have the right puzzle pieces. This is a game that rewards aggression. Look at these players on your screen right now. Last Shot and Frosty and Cycle have been some of the most aggressive players we've seen. This is why they're so dominant. This is why Optic is so hard to beat. This is why this team and Optic are by far
Frosty with the
in their level of
1.17
aggression.
KD, bro. It's a
I've
sign.
shown me that they can flip into that.
It's a
Similar to
sign, dude.
everyone being aggressive on the map. If he doesn't have enough support, if he doesn't have a right-hand man that's going to help him win those aggressive pushes, the team's going to struggle. That's what I think.
I think you're right.
Yeah, you think he's right?
I think he
You don't
is.
want to fight him right now?
No, I actually I like countering Eli's points, but you got to be careful with that because he's really smart.
He is
But,
sitting next to you right now.
He's exactly right, and he's sitting right next to me, and he looks very handsome. But
Oh,
yeah, SSG, that's going to be their hardest hurdle to climb again, is that level of chemistry and cohesion that they did not form online. Now, as we look at the 4 members of Optic Gaming, this is a team that also has had some cohesion issues, but they got the skill set and the gunnies to maybe overcome those challenges.
Well, we did hear them say how the first month they were just winging it. They
Yeah, I
won
mean,
the
Legend
first
wasn't even in
open
the States for a
series.
long time.
Didn't know what they wanted to use for specific callouts,
I
right?
really
There was that
do
clip
love,
from Bound.
I love that approach, though. It's kind of like, let's see what happens naturally and then go from there. Is that like a normal strat, a normal thing to go when you're starting up a new squad?
I think that historically, you know, from my experience competing, I think that it is a good way to start a team is like, let's just play together.
I know Brassy Dudes is gonna plan on doing a watch party at some point as well, so
Feels like, okay, this has potential. Then you go through a scrim. And
if you guys do want another perspective, shout out to Brassy Dudes, bro.
the different parts of
Go
your
show him
game.
some
So
love.
I think they're doing it the right
He's
way.
not live right now, but I know he's planning on watching some of this this weekend.
Right now, it feels like a virtual coin flip between them and Shopify, but like that coin can flip heads on any given day. So I think once they really narrow things down and correct some of their like pain points, they might even become the best team for sure.
And speaking of those pain
Excuse me.
points, a lot of it was in endgame execution. That's where I think Shopify had a little bit of an edge in the Open Series online. In the final minute of matches, they seemed to be a lot more collectively together.
How's the stream audio, guys? Do you guys need me to turn it up at all?
Spearheading, almost like a GM. A lot of these roster changes. He brought back his coach, Lunchbox. Do not count out the difference a good coach and good coach. We're talking goated coaches here. So I'm excited to see Lunchbox back in the mix. We thought he was retiring, but he just like Spectre and so many others in Halo, it's hard to step away.
Royalty and Formal have the
Very
exact
active
same
in every
stats.
category. I feel like the numbers got to be slightly off here
Okay, so
somewhere. Right?
they're tied, huh?
They can't be
Average
exactly the
placing.
same.
That has to be
0.5. That's
I'm just like,
Not
Sum
that.
this up. Okay, we'll get
Yeah.
that fixed, guys.
Huh?
that was Garrett's.
Yeah,
doing.
Gary.
Yeah, blame tools. That's what
Always
I always
blame
do.
tools.
Yeah, just blame tools.
That looked like a gold level broadcaster. To be honest.
Well, we talked about Optic, we talked about Space Station, a little bit about Shopify Rebellion, but we haven't talked about FaZe.
FaZe, man. These guys, I think that they're scary. They could literally beat anybody on any given time. They're the only team besides Shopify that has beaten Optic in the onlines.
I think
And
FaZe
they're
is
doing
criminally
it,
underrated, dude.
outplaced
This
them
roster.
in an event, but they were able to push them in the lower bracket multiple times.
Yeah.
They're scary.
They can take a
Placing
game.
higher throughout some of these
It's.
online
I feel like
series.
it's a lot
Actually, FaZe
more to do with
based on the
consistency
eye test,
as well. Like, can they
made,
consistently
the
take
Optic Rebellion
games
sweat a little bit more. So I would not be surprised to
all
see
the
FaZe
goddamn
come
time?
out. You've got World Championship members of the squad and Trippy. So man, Suppressed and Falcated, 2 of the top main slayers in the HCS. Their stats may not relay that too much here from the online series, but we're on land now, baby.
Yeah, when you're playing against some of the best in the world, those stats are tough to keep high. I will say Trippy, in a lot of the online event, he seems angry. He seems upset and kind of in a sense, like I wouldn't say heartbroken, but I would also say heartbroken, right? A longtime duo in Lucid. They had planned to be together on a team. I think all of that stuff is behind him now, obviously. But I truly think that there's a time for him to make an impact. It's now. Trippy is big, and then Suppress is another player. I think I wouldn't say underrated, but I think he's severely. I would say just looked over, right? I think he just provides so much in terms of out of game and in game, and I think he's going to be a big factor this weekend as well.
Well, what is making Trippy be such an incredible player? How does this team create this perfect environment? Is it just that anger, or is there something else going on in the composition of the squad that is enabling him to be so good?
Yeah, I mean, Trippy feels way more comfortable right now than we've seen in recent times. I think it's just the factor of how much firepower is around him, opening the map. He can he's the type of player that he doesn't sit back, he doesn't really go forward. He finds like a very unique and creative route through the map to where he can follow up on his teammates' damage, finish off kills, and just be highly impactful on the map. I mean, he's often showing up and shooting 3 players in the back, getting a triple kill without taking any damage. That's because he knows exactly how to place himself in the right place at the right time, and surrounded by this cast, he can do exactly that.
Throughout Halo history, there's always been those players that you don't want to get mad. You don't want to make them mad. And I think if a Too Legit from
The stream's still dead?
Halo,
Oh, man.
when a pissed off Too Legit was Ogre 2-like in his matches. I kind of
Dude,
get that
what?
same vibe off of a Trippy who comes into this event, despite having a ring on his finger, he's got a chip on his shoulder as well. So watch out for Trippy, a pissed off Trippy at that.
Well, FaZe is sitting in Pool C, and in Pool C we also have
All right.
as well, who have been up and coming as well. We have Cherish, Soul Snipe, Drug, and Talk.
Yeah, TSM is a great squad. I think FaZe will come out with a 3-0 in that pool.
Dude, the TSM jerseys actually look
TSM will
fire.
be
Have you guys
challenged,
seen
but
those?
I think right now FaZe are just better, but gotta talk about these guys. Druk, I think, probably has the best movement in the game. Talik is one of the hardest kills in the game. Like,
This is a handsome squad, dude.
squads, I think that they could use a little more
This is a
balance.
handsome
Sometimes
squad
they
right
need to
here.
Play a little bit too fast and need to slow down. But man, when these guys are firing on all cylinders and they put a team in the blender, they stay in the blender.
Keep in mind this ceiling of TSM. They haven't reached those heights yet in the offseason, but this is a team. Native Red, Season 1, Halo World Championship, Drug, Soul Snipe, and Talik. Top 3 at the Halo World Championship. And then they add their 4th and Cherished, and it's parallel to his placing at last year's Halo World Championship, which was 4th. So when you've got a team of 4 that have all made it to Championship Sunday at the Halo World Championship, despite a shaky-looking performance online, this is the team that can turn it on at any moment on land.
I always talk about this, but this is the team, parts of this team where I started my casting journey, right? In Halo 5. And I
Hey.
think that, yes, online they haven't been that cohesive squad we're used to seeing in those 4, but
Aliag noticed them.
when you get on LAN and you see your friends, that's what essentially is on this team, just a bunch of friends, you start to click. You start to get into a flow.
They
right?
definitely have like a brotherhood kind of
Right.
system that like I do think they get above just because they're physically with one another.
Yep.
This is the type of team that after the matches are over, they all go to lunch together, they all hang out, they all land together at night. They do everything together because they're truly a cohesive squad.
Well, our next game up will be Kraken Seas GG versus No Limit. If you're all
Okay.
hanging out with us,
Wow.
we're covering the open bracket right now.
God,
I want to know what you're thinking.
I can't believe they're matching up so early.
Winners too.
Winners 2? I mean, this is, man, I know we're still in the best of 3s, but that's going to game 3, right?
It's because of their points because I don't think that Bohm has been playing at all. He might have no points, which is crazy because he's probably one of the best players in the open bracket.
He's cheating.
Bro.
Yeah, those
It's kind
guys,
of sandbagging.
Haynes, he was in the Halo World Championship.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
These are guys that have absolutely sandbagged their seeding in the bracket.
I want to talk about Kraken.
Is the HCS stream working?
The open bracket for sure. They are the #1 seed in the open bracket. That's Leaderness. I know Collective is on the team.
The Glitchy?
Glitchy, yes.
LVT is like the only
Ice
stream that's
Kid.
doing anything right now.
Ice Kid is one of those players that,
Unfortunately.
historically has been insane online, but hadn't quite made it to a LAN. He's from Puerto Rico, if I'm not mistaken, plays on an Xbox. So he's familiar with the equipment. You know, a lot of these players have been practicing on PCs and now have to downgrade to the Xbox, but he's used to it.
Yeah.
And I think he's an extremely talented player that he's very young. I want to say he's only like 17.
Very young, yeah.
And so it's really exciting to see. I want to say this might be his first LAN appearance.
Wow. I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't count out Kraken. We actually got a chance to watch them play at LVT Orlando, remember, last year. And I want to highlight a guy in leaderness who is
He's so good.
aforementionedly appropriately named. He's the leader of this squad. And this is a guy that I go way back with. We used to play Trials of Osiris all the way back in Destiny 1.
Oh, really?
So
Wow.
I've been competing with and against leaderness
Long
for
time.
10 years now.
That's crazy.
And I can tell you just from what I've seen in and out of game with this guy, he is not one of those big names. You might be hearing leaderness for the first time, but don't be surprised if you see him make it out.
You know what I want to see? I want to see. Should I say toxicity? I want to see them yelling at each other.
Oh, they
I
will
wanna
be.
see some- I
They
want
will
to
be.
see some
Hell yeah.
action. I want
They
to see
might be
them.
loud enough to pick through these mics.
That's what I want to see today. This weekend, I want to see the sweaties screaming at each other over there.
The sweat.
You're fucking shit!
I love it.
You're dog shit!
Too.
I
We'll
think
probably pick it up in the
I
mic
want
as
some
well.
hype. I want some hype.
I
this
think
weekend.
I truly think that you know, and it's no offense to these players whatsoever. I hope this doesn't come off as like like a snark remark. They have been competing for a very long time. This is the 4th season. It's a gift. It literally is a gift that Halo's given us. HS has given us a 4th season. It's time for them to prove themselves, and they all know it. Every single one of them.
Do I have like
This
any
is it.
pro
This
Halo
is
veterans
all
here, bro? Like,
accumulates into
how many
one
seasons
event.
did
This is the event to make it
H5
work.
have?
I think we're going to see a lot of passion this weekend.
Hopefully so. I want to catch it on camera right here.
Judging how they're saying, like, you know, it's crazy we're getting a year 4,
I think
or like
they
a
also have
a year
cameras,
4, like, I guess
on
it's
top of those TVs.
3?
See this right behind my head here?
I'm assuming.
There's
yeah.
cameras pointing the players, so
Right,
we
yeah.
should be able to get a look
Yeah, there
at
it is.
both of
Which
them.
would make sense, because I think I started playing H5, like, around the end of,
Shout out to Isaac. He was
the
at
pro
it,
scene.
quite a while yesterday.
Shout out to the entire LVT team here. Everybody. who's
Legendary
hanging out with us.
C4 joining us as an observer.
Shopify and C9.
Congratulations. We got Callus as well. So we got 2 observers.
Please tell me
And
the
2
stream's fixed,
platform,
man.
Main stages for the open bracket, man. This was something we did for the first time ever, I want to say.
Yes!
And I was stoked when I saw it.
Sure, this is your series layout for our first series of the new season, Shopify versus Cloud9. It will be a best of 5, and we're starting off with something a little bit fresh, a little bit new for this season. We've got some Capture the Flag on Fortress, and when you look at Shopify and the story they've been writing when it comes to game types, I would say that Fortress has been pretty much the Shopify map.
Yeah, they've been really good. Let's not forget, we saw them win 3-1 over Optic at the Kason Invitational on land very cleanly. Next, we go to Slayer Origin. Shopify actually taking down both Optic and SSG, 50-44 in both of those games. So a strong Origin performance, and let's not forget the Oracle of Origin himself, Frosty on Shopify. Will be very much looking forward to that game too. But as we were saying, things get a little different in games 3 and 4. King of the Hill Live Fire, Shopify lost to Optic 4-3. Oddball Streets, they also lost to Optic 2-1. So we were talking to Sensor, the coach of Cloud9, backstage just moments ago. He was agreeing, as we get later on in this series, the back half of the series is where there's going to be an opportunity for C9 to bounce back. And that leads us to, if they're able to take, say, those games 3 and 4, a Slayer recharge. And let's not forget, the only time we saw Shopify play that on land, it was a very narrow 50-47 win over Optic on Slayer Solitude. So really everything to play for here. And you can tell that this is a very different, as we said, normally your first tournament match and pool play for a team, especially the 1 seed, that should be kind of a little bit of a warm-up series. Let's get into this, let's get in and out, and let's get ready for the rest of the tournament. Instead, with how close seeds 5 through 8 are, and you could even say the entire top 8, top 12, this is going to be the first test for Shopify. This is not something that you just phone in. They're going to need to make sure they show up, especially with the amount of talent on C9.
Yeah, you look at some of the players on this Cloud9 lineup and how close they were to winning some very big, influential series throughout tournaments last season. Always came up just 1 game short, even at times 1 kill short in those series. But you can see in those results and the history that the team has, they are a threat. They are a danger when it comes to this main stage. And I think Shopify Rebellion probably looking at this series, and it's
What do you think's gonna happen?
for them to start off with. It's not one you take.
I could see C9 taking a game.
You're going to have to be playing some great Halo to come out with a victory, but I think it's more than coming out with a victory here for Shopify Rebellion. I think they want to make a statement in this first series and say, hey, we know that Cloud9 have historically put up a fight against some of the big teams. Well, we want to win this one 3-0, and we want to really make everybody who sat in the arena, sat at home, and of course sat in the warm-up rooms, backstage ready for their main stage games, take notice of how good we are looking.
Well, I just know Shopify's gonna give like all the gas they can, bro.
B-Man as well. You know, both of these guys are going to make sure their teams are
B-Man? B-Man Jedi? Oh my god.
If you just took the name Shopify
Imagine.
Rebellion and you talked about them playing against players like Manny, Sab, Septipie, and Boo Boo last season, you know, this is a toss-up of a series here. Obviously, with the team changes here on Shopify, things are a bit different in terms of expectations going in. However, it will be not just their first test on LAN, but an opportunity for them, as you said, Mark, to put a stake in the ground. I think Optic is going to be looking at this series with very closely, right? They're going to be like looking at each other's series, not just this event, of course, but all year, and saying, all right, if these guys go to Game 5 with C9, and then Optic is on the other side, kind of 3-0ing in pools, could be a very different story. So we're going to put a lot of stock into this series because you could just tell with how close this year is. Every game is going to matter. Every game in pools could really determine where you go in this bracket.
And speaking of stock, the stock price of Last Shot has risen exponentially.
Should have bought last year.
Throughout the last couple of months or so. He has become a superstar. Almost, it feels like overnight, but it's been a much longer story than that.
This motherfucker is only 19, dude.
Grinding through those open brackets, finally gets that opportunity to team with two of the greats. Royal 2 on your screen right now. Frosty on your screen in just a few moments' time, I would imagine, too, and certainly will be on our screens when it comes to picking up that sniper rifle.
A lot of these players start out really young, dude, and they're just able to like thrive for years. Bound kind of started the same way as Last Shot.
This is where you have to make it count.
You do indeed. The young guns, Psycho and Last Shot, now paired alongside veterans in Frosty and Royal 2. They come in with the #1 seed.
All right.
#1 will be our first.
Let's get her on.
In official LAN play, they're going up against C9. Game 1 starts in just a moment.
Capture the flag on Fortress is where we are going to be heading. The first time we'll see Fortress on LAN as part of the new season, the official new season. You're going to have that overshield bottom middle, a couple of sniper rifles to play with as well, and the repulse, which is certainly a useful tool for getting in and around those towers. I mean, such a nuisance if you can overextend and get inside of one of those bases.
Absolutely. This one, as we said, have not been more excited for a series in a long time, especially a series #1 of a season, Shopify versus C9. Let's not forget, if you're wondering if C9 can take it the distance, they've taken already SSG to Game 5 in the NA qualifier. We could see this one go the distance without a doubt.
Well, this is a good feeling for everybody. It means that Halo is
I do feel like C9 is like criminally underrated.
New season with a new game type, and it's time for us to get this one underway. We're going to start off with a point of view of the young man who has impressed so many since he has joined this new look Shopify lineup. It is, of course, Cycle.
Good nade.
Kill bottom middle, registered. The 2025 season is here and underway. Welcome to your 4th year of Halo Infinite, and somehow we have some of the spiciest storylines in Halo history coming in. 2 dead here for C9 off the rip.
Royal 2 gets that sniper rifle, already putting it to work. First kill for him. C9 find themselves 3 dead, and Frosty on your screen. We said it wouldn't take long for him to be here. Well, he's got the overshield, but it will be a trade coming in, which means that sniper rifle will not go immediately into the hands of Cloud9, but Royal 2 is ready for the new season.
That's one way to start a season. Nice little no-scope there on the spiral, and I have a feeling Royal 2 is going to be alive in this spiral quite a bit this season with a sniper rifle in hand. Already early control from them in terms
Don't do it, Sab.
Oh, that timing. That timing for Royal 2. He has that scope lined up for so long. Finally pulls out the bandit just as that flies around the corner. He hits a no-scope of his own and will get the double kill.
Halo timing, smile.
All of this pressure inside the Cloud9 base. They've done a great job, though. As Shopify actually will go 3 dead. Royal 2 was the first spawner there to clear out their base, and now they can progress to mid-map.
Kill 3 dead.
Sab to also know the player was pushing Bond. Royal 2, as you say, slides under the tag, but doesn't live to tell the tale. He'll be taken down, so an opportunity for them to try to get a few more kills on the board as they push forward.
C9 just trying to creep forward here. Royal 2 gonna get a clean kill here without taking any damage whatsoever. So there's an out here for Shopify Rebellion, who are under just a little bit of pressure. 2 dead for C9 as the rest of his team do the work inside of their own base to clear it out. And Royal 2 is back to the spiral. Is this officially now known as the Royal 2 spot?
I mean, he's been here quite a bit.
The season,
and I will say, the only time they took him down, right? C9 already had to send 2 players to the spiral just to take him down. This next overshield, of course, is where the eyes are going to fall bottom middle, spawning in 5 seconds.
Royal 2. Like the overextension from him as well. I think probably a damage call out from his teammates inside of the base. That they could clean up those final members. He could overextend and put pressure on spawners. Frosty there, covering, I guess we have to say now, the long-time duo. Now that obviously the separation from Snakebite has gone down. But it's Cloud9 who get that next overshield. That's 1-to-1 in overshield pickups.
Cycle doing well to melt just about all of it off. Boo Boo will get into the base with just a little bit of overshield.
Wait, is Boo Boo wearing a headband? I love that.
Flag will be moving here with damage on the board. Let's see if they can
He actually rocks that so well.
Cycle, last player alive. They already have the flag toss ready as well. Boo Boo will likely run this himself as they look to rotate. The kills come in and
Sheesh.
on the board first.
Okay.
As we said, if you thought this was going to
I see you, C9.
easy series for Shopify, I think again it's C9 out to an early lead in game number 1.
So much to talk about that was impressive from C9 in that run, right? The recognition of that timing window was
Alright, man.
there to get that flag moving from Boo Boo, knowing his two teammates had a damage advantage in the fights they were taking. He trusts them to run that, to get those kills so he can run that flag. That's exactly what happens. He finds himself as last alive now, but it's perfect. Objective work coming in from Cloud9, and that's why they find themselves up by 1 hit.
Couldn't agree more. Really, the timing here on this map, the sidelines and the nooks and crannies of both the spiral and the snipe elbow are such that when you get the right damage, you don't necessarily need those kills. Brainer across the map here from Frosty. If you don't necessarily get those kills, that's okay, because you have the damage, you have the sightlines, you can start those runs, and that's exactly what they did. Let's not forget, they pulled that flag with only 1 dead, and they perfectly execute on the players that were still remaining here. 2 dead for Shopify once again.
One thing that's been very impressive for me so far from Cloud9 is the way they've
Frosty might just opt to use the snipe as much as he can.
Couple of 2, 3 deads that they found themselves having to fight their way out of, but Shopify have had to really scrap and fight to get that flag moving without taking.
Yeah, he's just putting down as much damage as he can right now, hoping his teammates can clean up here.
Shopify rebelling out, slaying Cloud9 right now. The score, the
Oh, that's extra ammo for Seb.
down inside of his base, and Sab is going to grab the Shopify snipe.
Sab wins that 1v1 of the spiral, a big one. It's 2 dead yet again here. Flag is being pulled, so needs to play this carefully, watching for the elbow spawners and pushers.
Another overshield goes to Cloud9. Should be a couple of kills going here to Septify as well. There's one. The second one gets picked up as the return will come in on his side of the base, and Shopify pushing forward, but it's Cloud9 who make the decision again to clear out their side of the base first. It's 3 dead once again, and this is the game now that Cloud9 can play. They can be careful. They can make sure their base is clear before they have to be aggressive, because they have that lead.
Yeah, it was even 4 dead. Last shot was first spawner now, and that's a big pick from Last Shot to make sure to get that kill. We'll see if the flag continues moving here, but a big response from Shopify. Where is that flag is the question. Already down at the bomb.
Oh.
2v2. Looks like Cloud9 trying to prioritize keeping map control for now, keeping numbers up. Return should come in pretty comfortably here for Shopify Rebellion, and indeed that one will go home. So 7 minutes left on the clock here. Frosty's starting to get a little bit more aggressive with this sniper in his hand. Cycle's going to find the first pick. Frosty's got numerous targets.
Oh, close.
Septify holds his nerve in that fight to get the kill. It's
3 dead.
on the side of C9. Royal 2 inside of that base, trying to get that flag moving.
That's staggered as well. Boo Boo's your first spawner staggered. This flag should go based on what we saw in the numbers and the pacing alone.
Yeah, they're 2 dead already, dude. They can't move.
Last Shot did so well to fight as the first spawner, and they might respond here. That flag now down on the arches.
Still some work to do here. Cloud9 again defensively, somehow or other, making this work. And now Last Shot, well, he's last alive.
Yeah.
Oh, he got pinched so hard there.
Elbow spawns might be the only thing that can save this flag from moving, but there's a counter cap opportunity now.
Ooh.
C9 are being aggressive on this.
Let's see, they get the flag down.
They got it pretty
They
far.
are 2 dead though, so
It's in a rough spot though.
Manny needs to make sure he's picking up very important kills here. Might even go for the back line clean with a touch, so the flag will stay alive. It was 3 dead, however. On paper, this should be a return. 4 dead now. This will be a return. We will stay here at 1-0 with 6 minutes left.
Will Cloud9 regret that? Because they've tried to force that flag, they've lost the kills along the way, and as the overshield pops up, they lose the overshield as well. Frosty's inside of the base. It's just a trade though, and Cloud9 are gonna have to make a defensive play once more.
Man, is this ever a heated game 1. You can just tell how much C9 is pushing Shopify. 3 were dead for C9. Manny was your last player alive. 5:40 left, and it has required unbelievable.
Good fucking shot.
And he's got a few more to play with, despite the name.
Damn.
That was the most casual no-scope I've ever seen. He was like, get out of the way. He was like, brushed him to the side. And now he continues to output damage. C9 trapped in their base at the moment. There's another casual, almost lackadaisical no-scope coming in from Last Shot, and now he runs that
Double cap?
C9 3 dead, Septify only one alive, and the cover is coming in from Frosty.
Bro, the double cap is crazy.
Shopify, excuse me, but it's going to be the time flag in this game as Shopify will put that
Wow.
one. Actually, they will go ahead now.
Yeah, the back-to-back. back there, 2-1 here, beautifully done from the side of last shot. You have to say, the fact that he gets the kills that he got, several, as you said, no scopes and hard scopes on the back spiral and the back of the base, and able to immediately, even though that flag was tucked right below the porch, he hits a pretty flexible G-slide to get all the way to ring one. And you have to wonder, was it just a matter of time until Shopify woke up in this game? It felt like as those flags were moving that was indeed the case. They will lead here just like that, 2-1, and Cloud9 has to be feeling like moments ago, what just happened to our lead?
Probably looking back on that decision to try and run that flag that we kind of highlighted. You know, was that the right choice? Keep up that overshield, and that's where that flag pressure has come from. That's why you're seeing this score be flipped. 2-1 in the favor of Shopify Rebellion, and now Frosty will pick up the final kill. It's 4 dead here as he's last alive, but look at the pressure, look at the way he's flying forward. He takes the 1v1 with Manny. Manny gets a little bit lucky to stay alive in that situation, but the space he's creating here means that Shopify will have a lane to this next overshield.
Once again, you can see parallels here on this map. You want to get into your opponent's spiral the same way you wanted to get into their hut on Sank. First kill comes in for Frosty very nicely, trades as well. That's a big individual effort from him, 2v2 for this overshield grab.
Overshield goes to Royal 2. Can't quite clean up Boo Boo initially, but now sliding out to the front of the base. He's going to look towards those archers and get that kill as well. Now he's doubling back. Doesn't get the trade in that situation. So again, C9 hold off the overshield push, but 3 minutes and 35 seconds starting to be somewhat of a concern now for C9 to get into that Shopify base and get that flag moving.
It is indeed. You look back to some of the plays we saw earlier where it felt like they should have had the flag absolutely ran and done on paper, but they did not. Good damage from Manny. We'll make sure
3 minutes, they can still bring something here. If they get the kills they need. Yeah, they're 2 dead right now. They can get a good setup here. Oh, Manny needed to live.
Wins that once, just stops the pressure, just stops the furthest player from Cloud9 getting anywhere near that flag. And 30 seconds since we last talked about that in-game clock have now elapsed. And Cloud9 still trying to get the numbers on the map to formulate and push themselves. This is looking like a little bit of a better situation for them. Royal 2, he's in the death screen.
Oh, good trade. That's a huge trade.
And Cloud9 have a little bit of map presence. Septify now has a lot of responsibility with this sniper rifle, as it could be one of the last ones we see in this game for C9.
Big one-sided push here coming in on tower side. That's a big 1v1.
Oh, and massive! It's even bigger. The double kill creates such a clear lane for that flag to move. But one double gets exchanged for another. It's Royal 2 from downtown across map who shuts it down.
Oh, that's nasty.
Right there. If you were watching
Oh, he almost just blamed him off spawn, dude. He almost did it.
Because Royal 2 pops up on the Boo Boo flagpole and immediately hits the brainer to stop that run in its tracks. Everything looked good on paper, but Royal 2 shuts it down.
One headshot could be the difference. Septify.
He went for it.
Overshield though. Overshield just got picked up by Sap. Chance for C9.
Okay.
Again.
Double kill. They know the Royal 2 is still in their base, but they've got to go forward here, C9. They have to give responsibility to spawners to get that flag cleared out. Sap has to
Oh, they spawn spiral. That's not good.
This flag moving. Time is a factor. 1 minute 40 on the clock.
This first pick is massive, as you say. Just under 2 minutes of play. And where these first few kills go, Royal 2's the first to fall. 2 dead here. Can Cloud9 get a pull?
Pressure is here. Spawners are starting to group at the back of the spiral in the armory here for Shopify Rebellion. Shopify just not poking, not showing, not giving Sap a clear shot here to create that numbers advantage.
Did not go. They had 2 dead, and they did not apply the pressure from the correct angles here. That's going to cost them a lot of time here. They're getting damage, but still 4 players alive here. 70 seconds left.
Good shots out of Sab, dude.
Got to move forward here, C9. There's a couple players in the base. Can they force these spawns away?
2 dead.
Killing spree here for Sab, but what does it turn into? It's 2 dead here for Shopify, and the flag is moving. Frosty will fall as well. Cycle's taking damage, as has last shot. There's a chance.
Oh, they're getting it. They're getting it. They're getting it.
There's going to be a little bit of overextension, but there's still 2 dead. On paper, this flag should go as well. 47 seconds left. Spawners on the stairs. This should go.
Oh, they clutched up.
40 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, shit. We might go to OT.
The overshield, the difference maker again. They took their time. Didn't panic about the game situation.
Wow.
And you've got to give a
All right, Lars. Appreciate the lurk, bro. Good luck with Destiny.
25 seconds left in this game before we head to overtime.
And still, it was 3 dead. Frosty, last player alive. Last shot now going to be taken down. Now with 15 seconds left, we'll see if they can even think about another flag moving. 2 dead. Here comes the pressure.
Love this from Boo Boo. Royal 2's trying to make sure that he doesn't get that sniper rifle that's coming up. If Shopify lose their own sniper rifle, Boo Boo could be a problem. We saw what you can do with some of the angles across map. Well, we are going to have to go into overtime as we're tied up at 2-2.
First game of the freaking series, dude. First game of the whole tournament, dude. We're already in OT.
As we go later in the series, game type wise, and Shopify gets weaker. So the fact that we're already seeing this early in game number 1 in the series tells us a lot, as we said, about the resilience of C9. And I think we learned a lot once again in just that regulation period to take the time. They had 1:47 left on the clock to not push it, to not get too aggressive as Last Shot gets his first overshield.
Gets the overshield. And it's not looking too good here for C9 because Royal 2's on the spiral.
Uh-oh, 4 dead, dude. Oh, shit.
Still some overshield left. Last shot.
Yeah, that's GG's.
Efforts made by C9, but ultimately it will be Shopify
Wow.
in overtime off the rip who put in the winning flag.
They were basically dead that whole OT.
To tell the Shopify comeback story in regulation in overtime before Shopify has 4 dead and they're running the flag. And you start to quickly realize whatever happened in regulation doesn't matter because it's a 1-0 win on the board in terms of the game, 3-2 in overall flags for Shopify Rebellion. But that's a whirlwind of just mental processing for C9 to go through, right? They were leading in the game, then they were in the blender, receiving a double cap, barely stayed alive, perfectly executed a regulation final cap, and before they know it, the game's over. So Shopify icing up in overtime very quickly.
C9 story. That's what we're talking about, right? Last year, very, very close games, but just the big moments wouldn't go their way. I mean, is that going to be another one? I mean, it is another one.
I actually really like that C9 jersey, dude.
With their final push in regulation time to get that tying flag on the board, to send it into overtime. Like you say, patience, execution, everything was there. But then, 30 seconds later, they lose the opening rush. They lose the opening fight. They've got Royal 2 on their spiral with a sniper rifle, hitting headshots, and before you know it, Last Shot's just running that flag home saying, I haven't even taken a bullet.
Beautifully done, as you say, with the overshield in hand as well. By the way, Cycle on 8K damage that game, the only player in that time period throwing down that amount of damage. We already know that
he's a freak.
Named Cycle and Last Shot. We were already talking about them incessantly last year, but you start to get the understanding of why we could not avoid talking about those players with the amount of clips they were putting on screen, the amount of damage they were dealing, and also the ways that they were able to stay alive in scenarios. It's no surprise that Frosty and Royal 2 wanted to grab them both, and that's exactly what they did. It leads to a 3-2 game number 1 win, and they will head into Slayer Origin with a 1-0 lead.
It's so fascinating to talk about the psychology of a series, right? If Cloud9 tie it up in the last second, Cloud9 come out with a win, you head into
Hex twisted his ankle, bro.
You're like, okay, conversation is we go 2 up here, we're 1 game away. We can do this, boys. Just 1 Slayer. And then, now they find themselves down by 1 and going into Origin thinking, oh, this is a really good game type for Shopify Rebellion. This is one where they've excelled, and we'll take a look at some of the stats here, Andy. What's standing out to you?
I mean, Frosty ending that game 27-18 is not just incredible in the stat line, but anyone who was watching the stats throughout the game would have noticed that it was actually Last Shot leading in kills throughout the entirety of the game. Frosty was about 1 or 2 kills away from most of it. There was a point where Frosty had 19 when Last Shot had 20. So, and that was late in regulation. So that tells you just how much Frosty did late in the game as well as in OT, right? Likely a killing spree in the regulation and or OT to get to 27 and 18 in the way.
The KD difference is pretty huge though, with how close that was.
You mentioned the damage, right? Over AK, only player to break that. He goes 18, 15 assists, like slightly positive. Like it's just that perfect Halo stat line that you know you are doing such a incredible role for your team and still managing to stay with that damage output in the correct side of that pos-neg when it comes to that KD. A fascinating thing to keep an eye on with him, because I think it's just like synonymous with his playstyle and the way that he goes about playing Halo Infinite. But as we head towards game number 2, we have to talk about how good Shopify Rebellion have looked when it comes to Origin. It's capture the flag, Slayer, whatever it is. We are seeing highlights even before the real season gets underway. We've already seen some amazing moments from these players.
We really have, and as we said earlier, they've already taken down and SSG on LAN with pretty comfortable wins at this level of play, 50-44 wins over both teams, as we said. So, but one thing I'm going to be looking at continually is big moments, because I think one thing that C9, as we get ready for game number 2, one thing that C9 has to realize is all 3.
I have a feeling this is just going to be a Shopify win, like straight.
Right? There was no consistent control from Shopify.
They're so dominant on Origin, it's not even funny.
One of them being a back-to-back. Royal 2 also with that game-saving play from the back spiral, hitting us no-scope within only frames of time across the map. Beautifully done And that's what we're going to expect to see from Shopify once again. Do they get the kills they need in the big moments? We've already seen what they do on land with power weapon control on this map. They're going to look to lock it down once again.
It's a very simple thing to discuss. It's very difficult to do against Shopify Rebellion. If you want to win Origin Slayer, you cannot let that sniper rifle be dominated by any of the players that are on Shopify Rebellion. It's a case of if we have it, we think we're going to lose it, put yourself in a position to throw it off the map, because it is the kill swings that really separate them when they get that weapon in their hands. Well, game number 2 is underway. Shopify winning the first one in OT. Let's see if C9 can answer back.
Classic sniper opening here. Frosty actually going to go maze first. That's going to leave Sniper 4 last shot. We'll see what he can do. 2v2 on the map.
Can we talk about
Damn.
how he just left the sniper rifle for last shot?
Yeah, I agree.
And immediately you can see why.
Beautifully done.
That's a big decision being made from Shopify Rebellion. And not one that, hey, last shot trying to escape right now. We'll get his shields coming back, but even though Shopify have got that sniper rifle in their hands, 4-2 is the score. 4-3 now as Frosty will pick up his first.
Last shot rotates here. Sab actually going to get the rockets.
Wow, he still got it.
Put to use. Second one still to play with. Early lead for them. But last shot still up to his usual tricks. He brings the game back within 1.
It's like Shopify shape on the map at the moment. They're trying to extend to both elbows to get some angles. The snipe side is completely controlled by Cloud9, and Shopify know that they can't really go in without damage because they're going to at least have themselves finding one rocket at the disposal of their opponents, which is almost a guaranteed kill. There is that guaranteed kill. 2 dead for Shopify once more. Last shot takes a little bit more damage and might go down to that summoner.
Oh, that nade. Oh, good stick. Oh, dude.
3 dead here for Cloud9. That is a ridiculous play.
Living that nade was actually detrimental. You just got an extra kill out of that.
The game very, very close now. You felt like with the control on the weapons that we just saw C9 have, as well as positioning on top cat, that they could have started to run away with it, but keep the game here within 1. 11-11 now on the board as we rotate back to snipe side. A big battle here at Royal 2 and last shot gonna narrowly escape. Both of them low shields here as they push cat and top snipe as well.
Well, the lead has changed now. Shopify Rebellion have taken that 1 kill advantage. Let's jump into the comms now with Shopify and see how they're sounding.
Rockets 15. Yeah, I'm down. Go the window. Get rid of blue flag AP, blue flag AP. Blue flag on you, blue flag on you. On me. Six shots in, red trench, in this guy blue trench as well. Go window. No, bottom of it, guys. Red over on you. Two. Yeah, doesn't know you. One got blue over. Watch out, Silver. One got blue over.
2 dead, nice. Chase this guy.
There were two snipe. Yeah, snipe coming up in 3. Grass and base. One shot going. Silver on it. He's shelling. Red silver, yeah, he's hiding there. Just hiding. Sniper. Keep holding that. Person, keep holding. Grab the sniper. Yeah, they're pre-mid. Watch out. Two dead. On me, please. Window weak. Blue bear. Let's go. Alright, blue almost once or what? Blue cave right now. Blue cave going back to blue flag. Blue flag. He's sitting blue flag on the road. Going down to blue BR. Blue BR now. Game rock. Yeah, I'm getting shot from rock. Go progress on me. Top rock. I'm one shot. Top rock's 1 hit. Top rock's 3 shot. One got blue BR now. I'll be. Yo, red stripe sheet, super. Go to the
Oh!
One guy under blue right now. Spawn here. Yo, blue sinky, Matt. What's the Matt? Blue sinky literally playing for that snipe. We have to watch this. Blue sinky. Yeah, I'm sorry. Low key our kill. This is low key our kill. Go grass. One guy red window. Sniper.
We went into listening, and it was Cloud9 who were trailing. Shopify just got into the lead, but as we come out, it's almost a 10-kill advantage, which is slowly being cut down here by Shopify into the hands of Cloud9. And the fascinating thing is, the snipe was picked up in all of that play by Shopify, but they couldn't put it to use. Cloud9 played around it so well.
They really did. Shopify brought this game back to 24-21 when we saw that sniper rifle in the hands of Frosty, but really impressed with Cloud9's resilience here as they continue to just lay down damage, and specifically the timing of their kills. They're wasting no time. They're making sure when they're pushing out that they're pushing out together. It has earned them now a 33-24 lead.
3 players, no shield there from Cloud9. None of them.
Oh my god.
Has a headache. That shot hit very, very hard from Sam.
Frosty being taken down on his home turf here, of course, on Origin. It was 3 dead yet again, 36-28. And you have to think, as we've seen with Last Shot and the rest of Shopify, you can't count them out. We saw it in the last game, but this one's starting to get out of hand in terms of the scoreboard. It's another rocket grab for Sam.
Yeah, this is a really big moment, a really, really big moment, because the snipe is got no ammo to play with. That's down on the ground. Sab now finds another, and another rocket here will put them within 10 of closing out game number 2. Royal 2, he'll be taken down by Boo Boo, who's 11-6 in this game, by the way, and Sab still has that rocket in the back pocket. Cloud9 might be on the home stretch here.
By the way, this is the second time
Oh.
I'm really impressed with
Oh, almost got the
double.
dubbed.
Sure to use them so perfectly and switch back to Bandit when he needed to. That's why he's 11-7 in this game. And now a 12-kill lead for C9 on the home stretch. It would require something very special for Shopify to get back into this game too, Slayer.
Well, they find themselves 3 dead, and Septify is doing everything he can just to make them 4 dead. Survives long enough for his teammates to get back on the map. Will be taken down though by Royal 2, and all of a sudden there's a little bit of momentum here for Shopify Rebellion. Boo Boo on your screen right now. Looking dapper, I will say, with the headband on.
Haircut looks good too.
Sniper rifle popping up on that snipe side as well. Sab will get that kill. Royal 2 trades it out, but we are getting into a situation now where Cloud9 probably thinking about tying this series up a 1-1 as Septify wins a big 1v versus cycle.
Very big 1v1. That could have brought the game within
Putting on good
still
damage,
fire
too.
distance, but now, with a 9-kill lead at the 46 mark and sniper rifle in hand, these could be your final kills of the game.
As he drops the top silver. Man, he can't quite find his forehead this time around. It will now be a case of staying alive for him because his 2 teammates have fallen in front of him. They're trying to shoot this ammo out. I like this from C9, but it also shows maybe a little bit of nervousness that they might have let Shopify back into this game.
47 though, that's a big.
Wow, they're closing it.
And Sab's back base picks up another key kill, and with the 48th one, these should be your final few. 49 on the board.
Obnoxious plays from Sab, just hiding in the back of the base. Puts them within 1. And C9 find themselves on the precipice of sending us to map 3. All
GG's.
tied up. It is
Wow,
1-1
nice.
here between Shopify and Cloud9, and the memories of the overtime that
Very
Shopify
nice.
stole
They
away
played
from
that so
them.
well.
They're not too worried about that right now.
No, I tell you what, I expected C9 to come out hot here based on how that game 1 had went. Both maybe a little bit of frustration, but also a lot of fire and momentum. And what a statement to have Frosty be the last kill on that map, and I believe he even goes 7-13 on that map. We have not seen that, of course, on LAN just yet. And now it's C9 with a comfortable 50-40 game number 2 win to tie this series up 1-1. And you have to think that they're maybe even saying, hey, if overtime goes different, we're leading this series 2-0. And like we said, if you thought you knew how this year was going to go in the Halo Championship Series, think again.
Moist Criticals watching.
Seeds 1 through 8 could not be closer, and that is perfectly told by this story here. The 8th seed takes game number 2, and we are tied 1-1.
Some highlights from that previous game. Last shot, the player who picked up the sniper rifle off the starting strategy for Shopify Rebellion, which was somewhat of a surprise to everyone, I'm sure, watching. But one thing that really impressed me was, you know, Shopify got that snipe in their hands a few times, but C9 played the really obnoxious angles, made no shot easy to hit.
Jeez.
And the big shots like that from Sab, when the pressure was coming in, just kept that lead on their side. A couple of important 1v1s being won, like we saw.
Yeah.
But it's just the discipline, I think, that was most impressive from C9. No easy picks whenever they didn't have power weapons, and they controlled those rockets so well as well.
Indeed. Take a look at these stats. As we said, 15-7 from Sab, 13-7 from Boo Boo. Everyone going positive or even on the side of C9. Excuse me, Manny just negged 2 here, but with big assist numbers, double digits for him. And in the end, it's C9 coming out hot, I would say, in both of these games. I mean, yes, we saw Shopify with an unbelievable clutch factor in that first game to secure those 3 flags, but C9 looks strong, and they take down Shopify on what was already one of their best game types. And I
So on with the complexity and luminosity real quick. Damn, Sparty. Audio? No, I don't think they have commentators for this. This is B stream. Luminosity is getting some picks here. Yeah, they're literally, none of them are dying right now. Oh, there we go. Lexi 2-0 now. Best of 5. Oh, okay. Complexity's comment or LVT's commentating the B stream. Good to know. Good to know. Good to know.
Years, you kind of get that feeling that this year truly is something.
You have all the C9 skins throughout the whole infinite lifespan. No, it's not a bad thing. I really like the C9 skins a lot.
We have a clean slate. The top 4 teams have changed. A world championship team, as you heard in the pre-show and I've watched all off season, has
Black and blue is a dope color scheme.
Because they thought they could be even better. And in doing so, dismantling other
I do miss Navi.
Organizations, even friendships, right? Creating new rivalries. You've got everything on the line here, and then you've got
Fnatic also had really good
been on the main stage for a long
customization
time,
too.
fighting for big top 4 matches, top 3 matches last season, and now they're putting the #1 seed, a tournament favorite here, for many the tournament favorite, up against the wall in your very first series of the entire year. And I think that really sums it up. When I've been talking to pro players backstage so far over the past 2 days, and getting their read on this.
We got a lot of new teams this season, though. Like, we have Z10, we have Nemesis, we have Gen G, TSM. It's pretty crazy. It's just crazy that we're getting so many new, like, rosters still, like, this late into Infinite's lifespan.
And teams like Optic who have been assembled to win a championship that they've been just dying to get back to. And then you also have within the seeds 5 through 12.
Say what you want about Halo, dude. Like, the pro scene is still very much alive.
This lifespan of the game, and like we said, it just could not be more exciting to have all these stories not only coming.
It's probably why we've gotten a year 4 is because it's just done so well.
Fascinating, one of the most fascinating seasons I think in Halo in quite some time, and you know, players we haven't even highlighted. You know, Boo Boo joining this C9 roster in the off season, a lot of eyes on him. What would his trajectory be when we look back at Halo Infinite and we look at this season? Will it be one where Boo Boo reinvents himself after what I think by his own standards was a little bit of a disappointing season last season? Is he going to be a piece that gets added to C9 that just gives them that extra little thing that they were looking for? Is he going to be able to refine his confidence in those big 1v1 battles that he was kind of broke out winning, right? So I think for players like Boo Boo and Cloud9, it seems like a good fit. But they just need to get this going. They need to make the most of this situation that they've worked hard to get into. We're tied up at 1-1. This is the go-ahead game in the series, our first series here in Arlington. And you've got to wonder at the end of it, who's going to come out with that 2-1 series lead?
And got to say, it's an interesting pivotal game 3 here. If this was something like a Strongholds, I think right now C9 would
I feel like Lethal should have been on C9 as well. Is Lethal still competing? What's he on now?
At a little bit of a pace where they can get sneaky. Their team pushes are perfectly timed, and they get away with angles that Shopify was not expecting or anticipating. Here in King of the Hill, it's going to be a little bit different here. From the pace of that Slayer, things are going to slow down for just a second as we focus on each individual hill. This will give Shopify a chance to maybe lock things back down. We're tied up 1-1. Here we go, game number 3.
Well, is it Cloud9 looking damn good in that game number 2, or is it maybe Shopify who looked a little bit off the boil? We're going to find out here in game number 3. Royal 2 fighting Manny, and nobody comes out on top as both trade. Over on that camo side now, Frosty trying to deal with another player in front of him. It's going to be Boo Boo. And this opening rush, you can see the Shopify
Triggers down. I see.
Here towards that first hill at the back of B. The back of green, I should say. That camo is being contested by 2 members of Cloud9, and Frosty is doing everything he can to hold them off. And you can't really ask for more from someone.
Played his life really well there.
Manny goes early on camo, so it's 3 dead. You saw him jump once. He actually did not snag it. And look at
Dude, they got this hill for free, dude. Wow.
For the side of Shopify, if I'm not mistaken, we'll check and observe.
Oh!
For Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, everything's starting to line up. Not just
Oh, fuck.
From the rifle of Royal 2, but the teamwork as well from Shopify Rebellion. Flawless in that first hill. So flawless that Boo Boo and Septify haven't even got a kill yet.
Interesting that Septify gets this camo late. It must have been a fact of Shopify not identifying where Manny had died with it. But right now they're shutting it down. Septify's going to try to stay alive. Plays this risky. But camo runs out here.
Wow. I mean, the fact that Shopify managed to pick up kills around a camo player while still pressuring him, having no influence whatsoever, it's just fantastic teamwork again. And Royal 2, he's on a triple kill himself. He just picked up 2. He's looking for Septify. I think the time might have elapsed for the triple, but it's an unofficial one as he takes down 3 members of C9.
Wow, like you say, you know, we didn't know because we hadn't seen it right away how much time had elapsed on that camo, but as you say, so impressive that they were able to shut down.
Oh, good trade out of cycle there.
Coming in there will be 2 dead for Shopify though. So not as much time as you might expect Shopify to have on this C-Plat hill after what we just watched on our screens.
Yeah, it was an ugly trade indeed. It was an ugly noise I made as well. I don't know where that one came from, but apologies to everyone.
It matched the moment.
Last shot now, commanding the back of the tower. As Shopify seems to be prioritizing just keeping control of these spawns over the tower side before they dip their toes into that hill. A little bit of an advantage for them. They, of course, do have the 1 hill advantage, so they can play this one a little bit slower. C9 who have to make the progress on the map as the camo is coming up in 5 seconds as well. C9 just got some spawns over towards it as well, so they've got some numbers heavily towards that power.
Let's see how this camo goes. Maybe a different story for the side of C9. Sap narrowly stays alive and will come away with it now. 1 dead for each side.
Oh!
Royal 2 saw him.
Damn.
Royal 2 dismantles him. That is a heartbreaking moment for Cloud9 as Royal 2 makes a big play.
And he got the stick. Whoa, dude. That repulse just saved his life, dude.
Worrying sign for them.
I mean, you cannot let Royal 2 backwhack your camo guy Keydor, fly to C-Plat to get a free stick, and then somehow pulls out a hovercraft and hovers above that nade in the cuts for just a second, gets some nice airtime. We were watching the X Games last night, something out of that. Royal 2 just knows how to defy the laws of gravity. But what an interesting second hill. I would say this is...
Oh my god, he on X Games mode.
We've seen throughout all of Halo Infinite since this game type debut. Oh!
Tap?
Hitting everything. And finally,
3 dead?
the lead on this second hill, and it's been a clunky...
4 dead, holy.
They will continue scoring here.
Yeah, I think clunky and unorthodox is a really, really good way of summarizing what we've seen. It's kind of just been a scrap, right? It's been a brawl around that tower hill. Nobody having full control, it felt like, as the camo kept being an influence on where players had to turn their attention to. But Cloud9, having got that 4 dead, having picked up some kills, have a huge amount of time now. You can see that they're kind of 80-90% of the way to closing out this tower hill. And that will tie the game up at 1-1. They're back in it now. Septify has his toes in it. 2 players going to be flying in to try and clear him out. Cycle's down, though. 1 more player may be able to contest, but no, Boo Boo's going to convert that into the hands of Cloud9. And Much like this series has been so far, we're tied up at 1-1.
Tied up 1-1. I'm pretty surprised the way that Shopify played the end of that hill. As soon as I saw last shot go pillars and look B, I'm thinking, okay, they're giving up this hill, which on the scoreboard, they should have given up the hill. But then they send 2 players top mid cuts as well as dummies, and they kind of get these unnecessary late deaths in tower. We'll have to see if that pays off for them. And in the end, it does. 4 dead. They do get the rotation, and they will be the first to start scoring on your 3rd hill.
QT in the hands of Frosty as well, so he can be a little bit of a nuisance to take down. Bubu though flying through, aggressively pushing Frosty. I like this from Bubu, just putting pressure on that hill player almost immediately. The QT has expired now, so he's not going to be able to port back out of there. And Bubu comes back for more. He wanted seconds.
Bubu somehow still alive, by the way. This is a nuisance indeed, and he will even force the trade there for a momentary 3 dead for the side of Shopify. Not an easy play from Bubu, as you said, to fly from Camo. By the way, speaking of, might be a clean grab from Zeptify. He's just going to try to tiptoe between some nades, and he does, and lives to tell the tale. Even picks up an extra one. Nicely done from Zeptify. They trail by just a bit on
Good
this
damn.
level, but man, these hills have been battles since the first one.
I really like that decision from Septify as well. It wasn't one of those situations where he's like, I get this for free. Sab's doing a good job of putting pressure on, but Sab went down, and Septify was like, you know what? My job here is to make sure the Shopify don't get this camo. If I get out of it, that's a bonus, but I need to ensure they're not attacking this hill with a power up. And having got out of that situation, Cloud9 have the advantage with about 2/3 of this hill in their favor, but Shopify pick up some kills, and Shopify with 3 Cloud9 members now in the death screen essentially tie this hill up. It is so tight between these two.
Timing is not good here, especially if Bubu dies. This actually should be a Shopify hill based on the numbers that we just saw and the timing. This one actually should finish right here unless there's an amazing A-bags push.
Septify's flying. Sam's right behind him. Septify might have an advantage here in this fight. Last shot. Can't convert the hill though, but Frosty will be there to put Shopify 2-1 up. So a little bit of a deep breath taken by Shopify to hold off that final push from C9. They have the lead once more.
Really nicely done by Shopify. Things started to get dicey when Sab was last player alive at Rat Tunnel, and he stayed alive in jail a little bit too long, which actually put their spawn cycle off. Then Bubu and Manny die at green and big, and as soon as that happened, with aside from, as we said, a miracle A-bags push, they're not going to get that stop there. They need to make sure that doesn't happen again. Shopify leading 2-1.
Just got to be careful, Cloud9 here, that they keep the composure, that they keep what has brought them success, that discipline in these final moments. Signs that maybe there was a little bit of desperation on that hill, like you say. And with 1 minute and 24 seconds left on the game clock, Royal2
Yeah, they're gonna get desperate here.
Well, they're already 2 dead here, and Royal2 can reset up around this tower as it looks like they're trying to play for time.
They will play time. 1:14 left on the clock here. This should be a comfortable hold as long as they continue to slay at this rate. 3 dead again for C9 now as we approach the 60-second mark, and this will just be a slay battle. Shopify needs to fight out, grab control, and then hold to tie up this game. It's a tall task.
And every bullet that gets hit by Royal2 here
Ooh.
puts them closer and closer to going 2-1 up in this series. It takes time off of the push that's going to be formulated by Cloud9. And with the rest of Shopify just...
Yeah, they're not getting this camo either, it looks like.
The time is a problem. 40 seconds or so left on this hill and left in this game. And if C9 don't get inside of it, it'll be a Shopify game.
They deny the last shot camo. However, it's traded out. 3 dead. Septify's your last player. 1v1 Royal2 for the camo.
Royal2 flies out, hits the body, cleans it up, gets the camo, brings it home.
Good body, damn.
Killing spree. Maybe that's the play that just solidifies things, but with green spawns, the attention taken away, Cloud9 are inside of this hill, and Royal2's life is a little bit more difficult.
Oh.
Shopify 2 dead, Shopify 3 dead, and Frosty last alive.
Frosty last alive. He's gonna get taken down here as well as 4 dead. And a miracle play.
Are they gonna clutch up?
Spotting out the camo, gets the melee.
Dude, I thought that camo just like closed the game. Oh my god. Oh my god. They might actually tie this up, dude. Holy shit. They gotta pick on cycle.
And that gives them numbers.
Should be good here. They will stack again.
No fucking way, dude. Holy shit.
It was a last-ditch immediate
wow.
to happen, and despite you saw Royal2 with camo snipe in hand, somehow
dude, they clutched up.
They eagle-eye the camo, they 2v1 it, and we are now tied here 2-2.
2-2. Tower control in the hands of Cloud9 as well.
Good trade.
On the tower as we
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
That's what I'm saying.
But tower control has been wrestled away. But there's 2 dead here for Shopify. Septify inside of that hill. It's 4 dead essentially for Shopify Rebellion. 10 seconds left on the game clock, but it's all about staying in that hill for Cloud9.
Reverse sweep?
Septify looking to close this out and turn this game completely on its head.
What does Septify do here? It's all A bags and key door pressure coming in from
Oh my god. Septify needs to hit these shots, dude. Oh my god.
We go into overtime, the next hill will win it, and already Cloud9 have almost 2/3 of it in their hands.
Oh, this is not the position you want to be if you're Shopify, dude. Oh my god. Septify, bro. Oh my god. Septify's being so fucking annoying, dude. Oh my god.
Finally, last shot will shut him down, and Shopify break at almost the last second.
C9 still holding here up top. 3 dead though. Sab's gonna be your last player alive. Picks up a very important kill. Almost gets the second, but the assist comes in, so the damage was valuable here. Septify now last player alive. Can he get the camo and stay alive?
Oh,
Down. It's a big sliding no scope.
that's a big shutdown.
And Shopify Rebellion tie this hill up. Royal 2 gonna be sat inside of it.
Here it comes.
Numbers favoring Cloud9, but they're gonna get shut down by the double kill, and it's gonna be Royal 2 who completes the turn.
Dude. Holy shit, dude. The fact that C9 brought it that close is fucking scary, man. That's scary.
What a series we have on our hands. 2-1.
Wow. I was actually kind of convinced they were going to win that one. I'm not going to lie.
Either team could have taken that one.
It is
I was actually thoroughly convinced.
Win for Shopify Rebellion over Cloud9, and they lead this series only due to overtime wins so far. By the way, cannot wait to look at the stats. You can just tell on Sab's face that is an emotional heartbreak. To be honest, the series has been an emotional roller coaster already. Take a look at some of the
It's the first fucking series of the tourney, dude.
Of course, want to highlight Royal 2, who I believe has 27 on the board in that game. Unreal numbers from him, and they eke out the win. And this series has delivered. It's another 3-2 overtime win. And C9 has got to be thinking, and I think we just saw it on Sab's face, C9 has got to be thinking we could actually be out of here. We could be on the way to lunch. If just those 2 overtime kills and those single pushes in overtime in each of games 1 and 3 go differently, this is a 3-0 C9 series.
That repulse saved Royal 2's life, bro.
Infinite, right? That's the margins we always talk about. How close it is at the very top of this game. It goes down to those final hills. It goes down to the
Dude,
hills.
that's just living proof, dude, that C9 is so criminally underrated, dude.
And if Shopify Rebellion managed to close out this
Like,
next game,
they have the ability to go the distance.
that's all you remember from it. You don't remember how crazy close the games were.
Like, being that close against literally the top team in the tournament is fucking wild.
He did everything he could to try and keep his team in control of that top middle hill, but at the end it's Royal 2 with a big double as Cloud9 tried to
CTF game was close too. These have all this has been a really close series overall, man.
It's 2-1 to Shopify Rebellion, but boy could this series have looked very, very different if not for a few huge moments.
And it's unbelievable to think that there's more Halo to play here and more big moments coming in games 4 and possibly 5. Depending on what we see.
Yo, guys, just letting you know that Advance's Easter sale is now live. Exclamation point Advanced GG in the chat for my referral link. Go get yourself some Advance if you're looking to try. Buy one get one on select flavors.
5 to 12 that we're talking about, and seeing how C9 are playing.
This is
I actually kind of want to check out the sale too.
We get to now see more between these two teams, which feels unfair, to be honest. Like, we've earned something we didn't quite expect this series to be this good. I think we were ready for an absolute series that could go the distance, but hey, 2 overtime wins being the only reason that Shopify is leading in this series. It's been amazing so far, and there's more Halo still to play between these two to decide it.
Well, we head to Streets, we head into Oddball, which is one of the biggest tests of a full team, I feel like, when it comes to game type. So much of your cohesion, your team pushes, your decision-making is tested in this game type. And will it be one that allows Shopify to find a little bit more rhythm? Or will it be one that Cloud9 will send us to our first Game 5 of the season in our first
Thought it would have been a
series
discount.
of the season.
Yeah, I thought so too. I just knew there was a sale. I didn't know what the sale was.
Shopify now leading 2-1. We'll see which team's able to get the early advantage here. First kills will go to C9.
Manny with a little double bonk on the pink street. Booba going to rotate this one back towards Tram, but going to get cut down by Frosty, who has picked up that Stalker rifle off the spawn. Sab now will be taken down, and numbers falling heavily into the favor of Shopify Rebellion as that Stalker isn't the only thing that Frosty's wearing right now. Got the camo as well.
Really nicely done to just pop shot there, not take any damage, not even get spotted really. And now to bring this to be rails is going to be very, very important. 3 dead now, Sapler, last player alive. Look at the rotation coming in. Perfect from Frosty.
He's just hunting right now. Look at him.
He's putting down such good damage.
Couple of shots onto you.
Oh my god.
Removes the head from Sab as well. It's just consistent damage output from Frosty. Cloud9 can't even get on the map at the moment, let alone near that oddball. It's 30 points on the board and rising for Shopify. But Manny's just opened up one lane for them with that kill on the pink street. So C9 can get up the map, force the play ball, which is exactly what they've done.
World 2 does get the play ball. He's actually still alive in back C as well, which is allowed now. C9, actually I should say force C9 to rotate to a back A hold. With 2 dead though, here comes the pressure.
Just wondering where the C9 spawns are going to come in. Do they get PD spawns or is it Tram? It looks like at the moment they can't spawn because they're just dying. Just trying to, you can see why Manny's decision is so difficult to make, like where he wants to rotate into. He's trying to wait for his spawners to come in so that he can decide where to play that ball towards, but Shopify just picking up so many efficient kills that it makes it so difficult for him to do as Frosty steps through the smoke, finds one, and with that battle rifle,
Oh no.
turns it into a double. Can you imagine? Septify gonna challenge, and Septify gets away with that. Sap last alive here for
He
C9.
almost got that triple.
Maybe steal this camo, what?
Oh man.
Last shot picks up a very important kill on Sap.
It's that timing, man. C9 goes down at the worst times, dude. They just got that camo for like virtually free.
What a start from Frosty, by the way. Not just 7-2 in the game, but the way he picked up those Stalker camo kills.
They just went down naturally.
And I was just about to say prior to that moment, it felt like C9 had done so well to keep Frosty at bay this series, but already quite a start from him in this game.
Well, 36 points on the board as Shopify find themselves 3 dead momentarily. Booba yet to register his first kill of this game. A long way to go, but not going to be this life as he finds himself now 0 and 6. As last shot just stands imperiously over his enemy and smites him. That's how it felt.
And you get the feeling that Shopify is coming out not just hot in this game, but it feels like if they were to win this game handily, then they could easily.
You miss lands? Yeah, dude. Carson, thank you for the 17-month resub, bro. I appreciate you. Hope you're having a good day today, King. Dude, this is only the first series, and it's already been so close. Like, this series alone proves how, like, underrated C9 is. I sleep on them, too, sometimes, unfortunately. Like, it's such a good roster.
Helping teammates collect kills. Now he has his 1v1 and of course he wins it. Manny cannot get
Like, this is literally the top seed team that they're, like, literally giving a run for their money. It's actually crazy. Yeah, Boo Boo's great, dude. He's dressed like a king today, too.
Towards that objective from the spawners of both teams, but it's Royal 2 taking down Boo Boo, who's going to give again a numbers advantage here to Shopify.
Look at the damage uncontested from Frosty. Just pop, 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 pop.
Hey, Carson, thank you for the sub, by the way. You now have access to this brand new emote, bro.
Has not made it easy for the C9 squad to get started.
It's on the board. It's on the board. I know how that feels.
I know how that feels. Way more.
I love that emote.
65 to 13 the score. Shopify have controlled this game for the majority so far, but that's the first 3 dead that we've seen.
It looks so good.
But can't make it 4 as Sab tried to fly in on Cycle, but Cycle wins his individual. And how quickly it goes from a 3 dead to 2 dead for Cloud9 based off of that 1 kill, right?
As we said, you've seen it all series long. We don't even need to reiterate it, really. Individual kills at this level of Halo Infinite at this time in the game's lifespan can sway everything. They have done it all series long.
Carson, there's an Easter buy one get one sale right now. Use my referral link. Exclamation point advanced GG, bro.
Shopify Rebellion. Where's that opal though? In the hands immediately of Cloud9. Good signs for them.
It just went live.
Those game types that swings based on momentum. Even though 65 points have already been put on the board.
Yep.
and cannot be removed from Shopify Rebellion. This setup to make this game very, very close if Cloud9 can pick up a couple of consecutive team kills. Now, Manny, he's got that Stalker. Can he do what we saw from Frosty a little bit earlier?
It was really nice, staggered 4 dead, then 2 dead. That has led to quite a lot of time here coming in for C9. And
Yeah, dude, I'm probably going to try and pick some flavors in between intermission.
Earlier, but now, just about a 30-point game.
Well, Manny managed to essentially break the shields of 3 members of Shopify Rebellion there, but none of them were turned into kills. And the break comes in from Shopify, and now they have the ball in Tram. You can see C9 spawning around the PD, and Frosty already cutting one of them down. Frosty already cutting 2 of them down. Sorry, I corrected myself. Plays the game so fast you can barely finish a sentence before you have to change.
I mean, look at he picks up 3, might even get the 4th.
Frosty's so laser, dude.
Back, gets the damage. You know that kill will be cleaned up. There comes Frosty, nearly single-handedly taking down all 4 players. Now here comes the rotate. Beautifully done. You cannot let Frosty do this on the map. 93 on the board.
A little bit of comms as well, saying you've got more shields than me. You go fast.
Oh, he got stuck.
Those last few seconds can't quite do it though. It's going to be 2 dead on the side of Shopify, but it's 3
Oh, he's got
on the
that.
side of Cloud9. No one near that
Frosty
ball.
only has one look when he's laser, dude, and it's just him literally sitting there like a fucking statue.
Started to get a little close, as we said, brought within 30 seconds off of a very good C9 hold. They had 6 straight kills to get right back in the game, but instead it's Last Shot and Frosty hand in hand. They're both 14 and 10 at this stage of the game, leading it. On the other side, Sab's been impressive yet again. 17 kills for him, and it goes without
Boo-Boo's
saying,
having a rough game, man.
Boo-Boo here. He put the assists on the board, but 1 and 11 after that first round.
I mean, I'm just looking at the... You look at team chemistry, you can kind of sometimes see that through statistics. Look at Shopify Rebellion. The 2 players who have the most objective time, somehow still positive. Only slightly, but still positive.
Yeah,
and then you have the other 2 players who are popping off their damage, and Rogue 2 is just
A huge trade.
at Cloud9. He looks like he maybe is a little bit frustrated at how much of a fight that Cloud9 have put up in this series so far.
Beautiful slides coming in from him, just back-to-back, getting to A tower faster than anyone before. Cycle, patient with the camo. Up against Septify, who we saw patient with the camo as well in that last game. Just picking them off 1 by 1. Finally, he's taken down.
Oh, dude, get these guys some real chairs, man. Those chairs look rough.
Essentially a neutral hold here.
I know their backs are hurting, bruh.
Boo-Boo now needs to construct a cafe push. Will not be easy because the pre-nades from Frosty are just too strong. Does not live to tell the tale.
I think that life just showed you maybe what Boo-Boo's game has felt like. Yep. Makes the play, tries to be aggressive, gets caught by a grenade, and then he's
like a blind pre-nade as well.
Yeah, now I got to escape. We've all been there. Those games can happen.
Me more than you.
Oh no, they dropped the ball. Fuck.
Septify having to leave that oddball down for the moment. Cycle's going to try and collect it here for Shopify, but again, Shopify waiting for damage. Look how stifling it is. Septify cannot get his shield back at any point. And it's 3 dead again for C9, and it's going to be 4. Last shot flies into Manny, takes him down, and now he's looking for spawners immediately. Look how ruthless they are. It's not just a 4 dead, let's regroup. It's, where are they?
It's 4 dead, and they're like, as you said, wandering around tower and laundry and just B and getting super annoying here. They love to OE and overextend and have a roaming slayer. Whether it's Last Shot, whether it's Frosty, you've seen it all game, and you've seen it across.
And then the ball roams with them too.
Now brought them a 37 kill lead. The constant rotate and really just that rotating slayer is so obnoxious. Look at the damage.
Almost a straight 1v2 with that Stalker rifle against 2 members of Cloud9. And I think you're looking at the way that Shopify are playing this, Andy. It's like, wherever we punch a hole and get kills, we'll move the oddball that way. Everyone else go hunt, see how quickly you can get some kills on respawners, and then we'll play off that. 3 dead again for C9.
Exactly, it really is key. When you can have the confidence to fly, Cycle's gonna grab the ball, rotate it right back once again to Tram. I love his celebratory H2, H3-esque melee with the ball.
Little Sally.
Tickles me inside, and I enjoy watching 46-0 here off the second round opening.
I fucking love Bravo, dude.
Shopify Rebellion from maybe just calming the excitement that may have been here for C9. 3 dead. Cycle last alive, still trying to output damage, just bobbing and weaving.
If he had more ammo, he would have probably won both of those.
And it's Boo-Boo who gets the Stalker rifle. Much better round from him. Which really isn't saying much statistically, but it certainly is improved. And C9 now have a hold inside of Tram. And this is where we saw them before, and it was almost too easy of a break that came in for Shopify Rebellion. But Septify gets 1, which at least can give them a little bit of info on where the Shopify push comes in.
Notice how different the hold is, right? It's crumbling at the back of Tram, where every time we see Shopify holding, they're in Fountain, they're in Tires, they're in Cafe, they're all over the place. With the spawners, though, if they're able to keep them at bay for just a second, they will have players coming in from those locations we just mentioned. Important 1v1 back at base.
Oh,
Who's gonna win it?
a trade would have at least been huge there.
Probably has been used most in this game. Cycle collects that oddball.
He was going to melee.
Look
He was
how
going to
far-
melee in a moment.
Maybe he's not trying to get ahead of himself. But look how far up the map already for Shopify. It's not
Yeah,
one
look at
player
this.
who's pushing
No.
Cafe, both of them. And now they wrap
Then
based
rotate.
on the kill.
Yeah,
It's
this is how
perfectly
you play
tailored.
the game in this era. You do not simply hold back tram. You do not play it slow. You roam, you get the kills, you identify the opposing spawners, then you start to rotate or play the ball, and it's going to maintain an advantage for them. They have not trailed at all in its entirety of this game for 67-26 now.
And guess what, folks? It was 3 dead again for Cloud9. Cycle now rotating that ball. I think they've just done a full 360 of the map with that odd ball, if I'm not mistaken. Set to find the ones.
Huge piv.
Beautifully done here. And just continuing to deal damage. Look at this. Not afraid. Flashing shield, not afraid to challenge on that angle. Knows exactly when to disengage here as they hit the 80-point mark.
Set to find another 1v1. Royal 2. That's his favorite kind of kill, when he walks at someone who's not looking at him, who
Frosty
has
has
no
shot
shields.
6 times.
He goes, I got him. Got another kill, guys. Cycle
Frosty has put down so much damage with just no shields, dude. It's actually disgusting. He's still doing it, dude! Like, dude!
Frosty picking him apart. He's 26 and 18. It's 4 dead.
He's still alive, dude!
The up ball's in the hands of Shopify. And that should be the round here. Cloud9 can't get off the respawn, and even though
Frosty's a fucking animal, dude. Wow. That was a really good series to start off with, man. That was so good to start off with.
Here on our main stage, the series 3-1, but C9 showing that there's something to watch as we move through this tournament.
In the end,
Can we please get him some better chairs?
Oddball, as we said earlier and alluded to, is a big statement from Shopify. They're able to move forward with their heads held high, knowing that they ended this with a very confident and comfortable and really flawless game of oddball to close out the series. C9 will have a lot to think about in terms of what could have been. I don't think really.
That's what I'm saying, dude. What? Dude, some of them have...
What we could have done in that
I don't
series.
understand,
I think
dude.
Those games gone differently. However, Shopify has a lot to be proud of with what they did when they clutched up in the overtime wins and the way that they played the ball.
Yeah,
Manny's sitting in a fucking gamer chair.
Preseason as well. It's like, even if they go down in a series, next game always feels like a new game. It's not the hangover from the previous game, where maybe you can look back at that series.
Manny has the gamer chair.
To the heartbreaking King of the Hill loss. Maybe that followed into that next game a little bit. We'll take a look at some of these stats. I mean, I mean, just look at everyone though. Frosty, understandably, 27 and 18. Joint most assists for his team. Exactly. Second most in the game. Not bad. Fair enough. It's a good pick. I'll give you that. But when you're looking at Cycle and Royal 2 as well, and last shot, there's nothing. When you look statistically at that is out of place. Everybody doing their job. Oddball holder, probably less kills, but keeping the deaths down as well just shows that there is so much cohesion and teamwork going on. It's the perfect game of oddball.
Also, how about this opening? That set the tone for this game. Frosty just picking people off. It's nightmare fuel. Frosty with the red gun in your fountain camo while you're spawning. It's terrifying. And we see why throughout this entire game. You identified, I think correctly, Frosty as a potential X factor for Shopify for this event. And
I was remembering.
Okay, Luminosity took a game.
Didn't Precision play Gears of War?
He was
So
a champ.
What you're saying is he's bringing in some Gears of War movement knowledge and kind of breaking Halo Infinite a little bit to his will.
Absolutely, 100. And Mental does the same thing because he's also a multiple LAN champion in Gears of War. And so, yeah, I can't wait till we have either of those two on your screen next time. Watch the way they play around corners. Watch the way they utilize the geometry mathematically to their favor. It's something I really rarely only see them not necessarily do, because a lot of players maximize their time and space, but there's just like that next level tier. Like if someone's movement is S tier, Precision and Mental are like S+ tier.
Yeah, especially just in the way they maneuver in those micro fights. Like even when there's not a wall present to like peek shoot, they're able to manipulate the movement of their Spartan's body in a way that's very difficult to track. They're crouching and walking. It's almost like a circular, but it's like not predictable. It's like, you ever play baseball, you try to hit a knuckleball? I feel like their strafe is a knuckleball, bro.
Yeah,
like,
that's a great way to put it.
It's so hard to hit.
I feel like both of these teams have been getting I don't know, closer and closer. This is a 12-seeded seed, but it doesn't feel like it. Complexity doesn't feel like a number 12 seeded team when going up against Luminosity. Why could that be?
Yeah, honestly, their seeds feel like if you were to transport back to last year, you would think that the seeds are opposite, right? Like you would think that you see this lineup on Complexity, oh, this is probably the 5th seed.
Yeah.
You look at this lineup on Luminosity, you might think they're the 12th seed. So they're kind of in a weird spot where they're very different seeds, but extremely close in their skill. I don't think the Complexity has shown the full value of what they're capable of. I mean, you can even see it in the average placing right here. Sparty's average placing is Luminosity's seed. Mortally's average placing is Sparty's.
You'd rather sit on a bike seat? Nah, dude, those chairs are rough.
Play it all last year, so this is all from the online tournaments, I would assume, and except for the average placing stat was probably from their wiki overall. But Avicii, his average.
These teams are looking good, dude. I love these graphics LVT has.
But he's made a big impact on the scene.
Game number 4 already underway. Complexity versus Luminosity. King of the Hill Solitude.
All right, here we go. A closeout match for Complexity and an opportunity for Luminosity to battle back from the grave. But 3 do go down for Luminosity off the start. That's going to allow Complexity to take early hill time, already at the 50 percentile.
Okay, Mental does a great job to stay alive there. Right there is an example of him manipulating the geometry to avoid frag damage and make himself a tip for the flick shot as well. And then the
Yeah, I just put out a new tweet if any of you guys want to spread the word.
One of the best ways to throw off your opponent's aim in this game. Just makes it so much harder to hit the headshot.
Man, Mental says it is a mistake to shoot at me. We'll go down shortly after.
That's the strafe I'm talking about.
That's exactly it.
The little wiggle crouch up, like you can't move your Spartan more than that in a small space.
In a game of micrometers and microseconds, that extra level of strafe and movement excellence is going to be an advantage here for the individuals of Mental and Precision. And it's Complexity taking advantage of that in totality as they have 75% to about the 8 to 10% Luminosity.
Strong start.
For them as Complexity look to close out this hill, but they go 3 down. So Luminosity is going to have a chance here. The question is, Eli, can they hold off the spawns of Complexity? If they can go through this next cycle, earn another 3-4 down, we're in a situation where it's a white knuckle 1-0 score.
Yeah, I love the way they just played that. So unfortunately, Jackson wasn't prepared for Precision to show up in the window, but does enough damage for Biggie to quickly rotate and kill him. That's going to be a huge part of the equation to take out. But Smarty finds a double kill. That's massive. Also, by the way, quick interruption in the cast. We got a level 7 hype train. You guys are going absolutely bonkers in the Twitch chat. We don't have, like we said, a screen showing chat, so we didn't see that until now. But thank you so much, everybody that's been supporting. It means the world to us.
Level 7 hype train. Thank you guys so much for all the gifted subs, the resubs, and maybe even some new subs, some prime subs. We're witnessing some prime gameplay here between Complexity and Luminosity.
Oh, a huge piv out of Precision. Triple? Okay. Okay. Does he get? Okay.
Checks out a little too soon.
That's all I have to say. Okay.
Shot though, that grenade was almost perfectly placed for the overkill to line up. But Jackson, look at the way he's played this. He's stayed alive, and he's the reason that Complexity haven't gotten any hill time off of that triple kill, because he's still holding their attention. They're going to have to rotate. Complexity was able to get that first hill, but now that the hill is over in the yard side, they're going to have to make a push.
Yeah, such a mixy battle to make it 1-0 for Complexity that made it hard for them to get that early rotation.
I don't know why the broadcast is a little bit
Turns on Sparty.
what the hell? It's like artifacting a little bit. It's like
puts it right back in his hands where it should be.
I can't read like the kill feed clear.
Disgusting. I would have loved to see that from Mortally's POV. I mean, this is the nerfed shock rifle, by the way. There's not a lot of aim assist on this.
Yeah, it's hard to read some of these names.
What sense is this man on as well? He just turned and ripped his face off in an instant. Let's see if he can do some more damage with it into the next engagement here.
Pre-fire reticle set up for Mental. Right at head level. Setting up for an easy headshot. The assist with the damage, and now Mental stands atop the hill.
Oh, good shot.
He's able to gather a few more seconds. Complexity, despite how difficult it was to rotate to hill number 2, Eli, they've already made it a 2-0 lead. Efficient, flawless score for Complexity might just give them the series.
Luminosity need to take a breath here. Now, it is a rough start to this game, but still 3 minutes of regulation clock, only 2 minutes burned off. Means it's absolutely possible if they can get control back. This is very much a game of momentum. All Luminosity needs is a little bit of momentum in this game. I like this play. They're going to step out of the hill to clear the blue side of the map.
Morley gets picked.
Successfully should have a much better time securing this hill, and they do. Look at the way.
Good live out of Piggy, dude. My goat.
The rest of that fight, and all of a sudden it's a 4 dead for Complexity. Luminosity with some hill time to come back into it.
Still 2:43 left in regulation, but this is a must-win hill for Luminosity. You cannot go down 3-0 with around 2 minutes or 2:15 left on the clock. There's just not enough time left in the game to complete the comeback. So the difference, Eli, between a 3-0 and a 1-score advantage for Complexity is massive. The difference is stark, and the opportunity is right before Luminosity to take it and make it that 1-score match.
So just got 3 players to one-shot, but nobody was able to finish the kills. He's got to be a little bit irritated off of that. But looks like Complexity are able to push in and finish off most of the members of Luminosity. Yes, now spawning players in yard have to make some space here. Mental pushing forward, though, to make their lives even more difficult. And now their spawns are a bit flipped. They're spawning on opposite sides of the map. Avicii and Piggy now over on the snipe.
I can't make the jump.
And Huss finally gets the skill jump. He tried to do the skill jump twice, failed, and said, you know what, let me just do this the normal way. But Luminosity look good to cap this hill right now.
Us staying alive from the window, now dropping into the hill. Mental gets the frag onto Piggy. And my God, if you filled out both of the team's bars, it would be a full 100%. 99.9 to 0.1 for Complexity. So they got a long hill to climb, but just by dwindling the clock down is a win condition you could argue for them. So Luminosity, this could cause some frustration for them, needing just one pinky toe in the hill to make it a 1-score game.
Piggy got stuck. Unfortunate.
To dwindle that clock down, to milk this game for all it's worth.
Bro, they literally just need to dip their toes in that hill, man, to get this point.
Have decided we're probably going to lose this hill eventually, but in the meantime,
just burn the clock.
The very last hill they need to tie things up a little bit harder, as Mental has shock rifle and ultimate high ground. It's going to be taking a few players down along the way, but man, Luminosity may be feeling like it's almost like you wish they were further away so they'd make a more coordinated push. They're kind of rushing this and they're failing every time, and they really need this hill quickly so they have enough time to get the next one.
The Riot strat is in full play here. I don't think Complexity steps back into the hill. They're going to milk that regulation clock. Eli, have you ever seen the bar filled so deep without counting for a score? Here we go. Luminosity gets into the hill, needing that one pinky toe. That wasn't, I was about to say that wasn't enough. It was 2-1 with 1 minute left. Luminosity is right where they needed to be.
I mean, Complexity made this call. I thought it was a little bit risky when I first saw it, but it kind of makes sense, right? Like your odds of capping that hill are so low, you might as well just make their life difficult and hold the line. But now because of that, Luminosity had slightly better positioning for the next hill. And now Complexity are just going to hold down the yard. Okay, this actually does look extremely difficult for Luminosity, especially when Morley goes down in the kill field.
Luminosity, despite scoring previously, rotate to the next hill and put the first 10 to 15% on the board. But with just 30 seconds left, they're going to have to scoop and get towards that back A side of the map. 2 down on each side, so it's going to come down an even 2v2. One slay comes through for Luminosity, so they have the numbers advantage to push through. Mental has the positioning to hold on to this hill, and if you can just stay alive here,
they can't die.
Crucial for the defense of Complexity, but he is likely to go down. He does to Piggy. Luminosity have what looks like a chance, but they've got to hold on to the hill. They go 3 down instead, and it looks like Complexity might just take this.
I think that's a series.
A miracle from Yaxin. Yaxin does force some close spawns here on the backside of A, and Luminosity's
Wait.
in the hill. Luminosity's in the hill, and they have a chance.
The problem is it's so hard to fight while inside this hill. Yeah, 2 go down. I think this one is over.
Damn.
So yeah, no one's going to be close enough. And Complexity
NT.
this series 3-1.
Complexity, their first win in their pool. Huge win for them, too, and an incredible confidence booster for the entire squad. We're stopping over.
Dude, like, just the difference in quality. Oh my God, that hurts my eyes, dude. That fucking hurts so bad. Holy shit. It's so much clearer now. What the fuck?
We'll ever find in Halo. We have this winners round 2 matchup, a best of 3 between Eclipse, another one of those teams that people have.
What the fuck happened?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this team. This was a team that I kept looking at on the sheet and said, man, Envor, Kuruvu, Tony.
Hey Soul, how you doing?
Can't remember their 4th right now, but they're a very strong roster that absolutely one of the favorites.
Dude,
out of the
Jesus Christ.
I predicted.
I'm sorry, I'm like blown away. Like the difference is just like
Tony
Ugh.
and Encore, let's remember, they're reunited, and it looks like it feels good here.
Just enjoying the games. It's been really good so far, man. It's been so good.
Rosters in Season 1 that miraculously qualified for the Halo World Championship, was it? By defeating the top 2 teams from Europe.
Yeah, Randy.
It's a long time ago.
Mainstream's back in 4 minutes.
Tony.
I don't think, was Tony on that team?
I believe he was.
Yeah, you might be right, actually. Anyways, these guys have a hit, like Envor being in the open bracket almost feels like it's wrong. Like this guy has so much talent, he's so clutch, and just one of the strongest players you'll see in the open bracket.
True, Soul, true.
Trying to stay alive towards the camo, and weak Envor is going to make that easy for him to secure the sleigh, but he'll go down shortly after. It's a double up advantage for Eclipse as they look to move on to winners round 3. I don't want to get ahead of myself, Eli or Ali, but I would love to see who they play next because we've already seen some pretty feisty winners round 1 and 2 matchups. What does winners round 3 have in store for us?
There's going to be some crazy matchups upcoming for sure. Hopefully we can get some more Kraken on the screen, some Ether, maybe some Mind Freak. Love to see those rosters on display for us. This one looks like it's just a matter of time before Eclipse wrap this one up. Let's make it a little montage highlight reel before it's over though, huh?
Halo 2 Ragdoll backflip. Never gets old here 20 years later. And a 20-kill advantage here for Eclipse as we're in the closing moments of a Game 2. This will be the closing moments of the series as well as Tony Two-Turn makes his way through the cuts. Takes down an opponent with the fisticuffs. An even trade is going to benefit Eclipse as they're up double. They'll trade their way to the finish and be happy with it.
What impresses me so much about Tony is this guy plays a lot of Valorant, which is just such a differently paced game. Like you can't run at all, whereas Halo is non-stop running, G-sliding, and he seems to really, I guess, moderate his pace in an impressive way.
Maybe that was the best thing for Tony. It was a lot like a Carmea, now Descendant. When we analyzed his gameplay and coached him up, it was almost a little too gung-ho, right? And I think Tony was in the same shade of that. So maybe Tony's off-season Valorant play has actually reeled in his gameplay to be that perfect balance in Halo you need to succeed.
Yeah, there's definitely something to that. It also is just refreshing for your brain to like solve new problems in a different shooter that maybe makes you think about things differently when you come back to your main shooter. So the stake tag is in effect. By the way, we didn't even talk about Super CC on this roster. That's the one I was forgetting. How could I?
Oh my god.
Yeah, Chase.
That's a ringer.
Yeah, he's a guy you should always watch out for. One of my favorite competitors here. But we've got nonstop action for you guys. We've got Team J Axiom and No Limit. No Limit now in the lower bracket. This is actually elimination 1 or 2. And let's see if No Limit can fight their way back.
Camp working a rotation here towards the preferred side of the map. And he's pairing that oddball with the camo as well. So interesting to note that decision might see him toss that oddball off and push up on the map. But no, he's going to continue to hold on to it. Well, Haynes holds on to the snipe, earns the headshot. 2 go down for Team J Axiom. And No Limit looking to put together a good hold here. A hold that could actually secure round number 1 for them.
My toxic trade is thinking I could do well if I competed.
Yeah, I mean, this guy to be in the open bracket is kind of disrespectful to everybody else. Like, bro, you literally competed in the World Championship.
I wouldn't say do well,
Dude,
but
Spectre, Bone, Envor. I mean, I feel like you could fill out a whole team of 4 from the open bracket of guys that have been in Halo World Championships. So, man, fitting that in year 4, Eli, the competition is as stiff as ever as No Limit. Take round number 1.
This looks like it might end up being a walk in the park for No Limit. I mean, they had a tough matchup against Kraken. Send them down to the
competing
lower
is fucking hard, dude. It really is.
One of the mini sharks in the waters of the lower side. But Team Jax, J Axiom look like they have some
Nah, Soul.
over time.
Like, I wouldn't say I'm a bad player, but like a lot of these competitors, man, are on like some different fucking level, man.
Like, it doesn't feel like Team J Axiom is quite in tune with this higher level.
A lot of talented players.
On the opposite side of the map, forcing the triangular split spawn, and No Limit are executing that, and they're just not ready for it. Maybe they haven't played at this level quite yet.
Yeah, No Limit look like
They play 5D while we're all stuck on 2D.
Dealing with J Axiom, who's the student who shows up 3 months into the semester and makes his first appearance in the classroom. Not to say that that was me.
It sounds like you.
Yeah. And I'd say I know that from personal experience, but that's kind of what we're seeing here is the difference. We got the professor on one side and a student who having a little tough time in the books. But they are having a nice little bounce back showing here in round number 2, cutting the lead in half.
Yeah, I think they, no matter what, I think it's worth it to come to these events. Even if you don't place well, you're gonna grow as a player just having the experience. You know, playing against teams that have this level of experience, and then analyzing what went right, what went wrong, taking something from it, and becoming a stronger player at your next land. So, shout out to all the people with their first lands here in 2025. I actually met a couple of them earlier today, and it's always brightens my day to see some new faces in the scene.
Yeah, you kind of get a little spark, that little nostalgic joy. You remember your first time. As we did get a chance to meet a team of 3 who were all competing in their first event. Told them to have fun, play together, and hit your shots, kid. As no,
Hit your shots, kid.
Has that 37-7 advantage here. Like you said, Eli, it might just be a cakewalk to a round 2 elimination for them. And
All right, I think mainstream might be back.
I see these guys making a couple, even several.
A little bit different roster-wise, going up against
All right, so we got FaZe versus TSM next.
Team. Once again, going up against Nemesis, our European powerhouse, who have actually been dominating the European scene in the off-season to get to this point. So very exciting day ahead of us here on pool play as well. And speaking of pool play, we do have a bunch of different pools that at the moment, I'm not really seeing too much kind of, I think, disruption potential. I'm still trying to learn a little bit about these rosters and what they're going to be bringing to the table. But so far, looking
You
at
missed Destiny 1.
Cloud9, I expect them to really kind of.
I would say me too, but I've never played Destiny 1.
I mean,
So.
pool A is going to be a tough one for Cloud9, but I mean, going into this tournament, you had Shopify Blinders coming out as number 1 seed. I think we've had Cloud9 maybe coming out as that number 2 when going up against like a squad like Infamous. That matchup right there, Cloud9 and Shopify Blind, I'm not going to draw too much for that. If anything, I thought they played really well. Now you got the really difficult one out of the way. Now let's push forward. Let's make sure we secure that top 2 seed, and who knows, maybe Shopify slip up and maybe you steal away 1.
100%.
Not likely, though.
100%. I will say Cloud9, I feel like they've set precedents, though, right now. I think we've seen exactly what they're capable of early on. I mean, that's day 1, first series of the entire weekend. Surely it only gets better for them as they go on through the weekend.
Yeah, you would think so. You know, Cloud9 came out as well as you could hope going up against Shopify Rebellion, right? If I'm Cloud9, I'm definitely going to feel good about that series. Obviously, you want to win it, but it's pool play. This is a time to kind of work out your kinks. This is a time to work out some of those issues that you're having as a team, and right now Cloud9 is looking good.
Well, I've got my eyes on 2 different teams right now because, of course, coming up next your way is TSM versus FaZe. Let's talk about TSM first because I'm excited to see them in action. We haven't seen them yet on LAN. And Goofy, we're used to these 4 names being
Jesus, that scared the fuck out of me. I can't lie.
As of the history will have it. But so far online, they haven't really.
You might fire up your fucking Xbox and play right now. You don't have Game Pass, so you can't do shit. Yeah, I think that's the biggest. That's the biggest thing I've been happy about with switching to PC.
I expect this to be a good series. This is a sleeper series for me. I think TSM
Just not having to pay a subscription. Dude, when I did that Halo 5 stream, I'm just like, God, this fucking sucks, dude. Because I had to buy like a month of gold or of Game Pass
and you know what
because of it.
People can do together. We've seen it. We've, like you called it,
It
Lottie, the
sucks.
disruptors of that top 3, top 4 that historically have been that. They're the type of players that can win and go off any given series. So I'm definitely giving them a chance against FaZe, although FaZe is looking like one of those powerhouses this event.
When looking at the event, you know, who are the teams that seemingly play better on LAN? Who are the teams that have that experience with upsetting some of the best teams that are going into the tournaments? Who is the trio that actually got 3rd place at Worlds the last time they played together? This is again the first time since that season 1 that we're going to
Dude, I love this roster.
We're going to see Talik. We're going to see Soul Snipe. These players really have been there, done that type of team. And I feel like although 2025 has been a bit of up and down, they play different on LAN. I'm excited for TSM.
I'm very excited too. I'm really hoping that they're going to come out of the gates super hot, show everybody what they can do, and that really it was just down to online stuff. And you know, it can be difficult headspace to actually navigate online. I think it's easy to let certain outside factors kind of weigh on your mental, and as players, you know how that can kind of snowball and spiral out of control. This is a time to refresh, reset, and show us what you're made of. But on the other side of the stage, trying to completely continue that snowball down the hill with extra snow, if you would so speak, is going to be FaZe. And FaZe are looking to solidify themselves here in Arlington as the top 4, if not the top 1. A lot of these teams are gunning for that #1 position. And Goofy, there's a lot of promise for this roster, of course, but equally questions about how far up the ladder they start here in Arlington post the K-San event. So what are your initial thoughts on this team?
I'm a big fan of this roster, and a roster like FaZe, you know, with 2 world champions, you have Falcated and Suppressed, these, you know, main slayer, power player type of energy from these guys. I expect FaZe to come out and make a statement this event. I think if I'm them, I'm feeling a little bit disrespected, you know, continuously being that team everyone's putting like, oh, they'll get 4th, they'll get 4th. When you're a team like FaZe, you're going for 1st, right? So they have some big expectations this event, and I expect big things from them.
Although I did have FaZe's 4th place, and honestly, and I said it before, I feel like they can upset anybody in this tournament. Honestly, I'm almost taking the opposite side of that. I'm not automatically giving them that 4th place spot. I think they're gonna have to fight for it. They're gonna have to earn it. There's a lot of teams out there. The Team Nemesis is out there. You know, the Cloud9's out there that are gunning for their spot in the top 4. That includes who's on the opposite side of the stage, TSM. I do have FaZe as the favorites. I think it's a very good chance that they win it, but it's definitely not gonna be automatic. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if this goes to a Game 5.
Now, there's a couple players we want to highlight here, and that's going to be Trippy and Suppressed. I think 2 players who really stepped up on this roster and showed us exactly what they're made of. One that I definitely got my eye on is Suppressed. He's got a 1.71 KD right now in Key Slayers, and that's between the K-San Invitational. And something that I love about not just his KD, but just his gameplay in general on this roster, he looks like he fits in so well. He looks almost the most comfortable I think I've ever seen him play on a stage. What do you think it is, Goofy, about this kind of transition on this roster that allows him to just kind of be free-flowing and be the player he wants to be?
I think it's the level of skill of his teammates, right? I think this is a big opportunity for Suppress. He has the skill to make it all the way to the top, but he really hasn't had this type of supporting cast around him before to allow him to play the way that we're seeing.
Have you accepted defeat? They haven't even played, man.
In my opinion, is definitely an up-and-coming player, or at this point he's here, but he's that player that, you know, you're surrounded by Trippy, Penguin, these established names, and Suppress is really here to show that
that's crazy, Indra.
Best players in the world.
100%. I actually get fully what you mean by that, and it's not that he is up and coming in a sense, and I think it's more so like when you're reeling off some of the best slayers.
Sorry guys, I'm just
in your head. You want to be
shopping for advanced, bro.
It's a no-brainer, right? And he definitely has that potential, hopefully on this roster, to be one of those that comes straight to your brain that fast. On the other side with Trippy though, I mean, a lot of people had their doubts about Trippy at the end of last season, and I personally was hurt by that because he is a world caliber player. This is sad to see any kind of hate towards this.
Just putting that code to work. No, there's an Easter sale. It's buy one get one right now on some flavors. So I picked up 4 tubs.
How are you feeling about the Tripster right now, Tony?
4 tubs and a shaker.
Should feel honestly disrespected. You know, starting with Suppressed on the left-hand side, you know, left off of that Shopify Rebellion roster. Well, let me tell you, him and Cycle were both standout players on that roster last year. The large reason why they had that success. And like you said, Trippy, Formal had his pick of the litter. He picked the exact squad that he wanted and left Trippy off.
I think I'm about to confirm my order, bruh. I'm about to go broke.
Turns it into some motivation going into this season, and so far in this season, he's been out of this world. I've been a huge Trippy fan on this FaZe roster. The large reason why they got 3rd place 3 out of the 4 online tournaments that have mattered is because of Trippy's performance. He's been incredible.
Could not agree with you more, Tony. I'm so excited to see this revenge arc forming for, honestly, a lot of our teams here. But both of these teams, I think, are trying to silence the haters one way or another. And unfortunately, they're going to have to do it up against one another.
Yeah, dude, if you guys are looking to get into advanced, now's like the perfect time.
To introduce you to your next matchup, it's TSM versus FaZe.
Wait, that goes fucking hard. Valid, Mega. I think that marshmallow flavor is limited time mega, so
This 2025 season off.
I don't think it's going to be available for too much longer, unfortunately.
First series of the weekend, Dave, and this one is going to be a banger. 3 versus 6. It's TSM versus FaZe, the disrespected versus the underrated, and someone's going to come out on top and start their season off on the right foot, and the other team is going to be left trying to pick up the pieces for the rest of pool play. And you know, both these two teams have ambitions of attempting to get further than they've ever gotten so far throughout the off season right now. And I want to start off the conversation with FaZe Clan. You got 2 world champions that were left off of the Optic Gaming team that moved forward, that basically they had their run last year. Second place, second place, second place. The list goes on with second places. And we start to question these players' abilities. So disrespected is the word that I'm using for this team right here, because how many seconds can you get while also catching a lot of slack? Or you don't have what it takes. It's like, well, the only team beating us with SSG, everybody else wasn't a problem. Dave, when you're in the headspace of maybe not winning every tournament, but still being able to compete at such a high level, and you hear all this noise that's coming from the fans, what does that do to you coming into like a new season with a brand new team? What headspace are you in?
I mean, it's challenging because you highlight these second places as if it's the worst thing in the world, but we've both been there. We've both won tournaments before, and it really does feel like it's first or nothing.
Second was the worst.
Second is bad, but it's definitely not as bad as when you're going through that 5th or 8th, or that 9th or 16th.
Is also pretty bad.
Yeah, those ones can be rough. And so, like, I don't think that these players, yes, they're going to be taking a little.
All right, I just ordered.
Time to time.
I'm now very broke.
Right when we get just one under our belt there that last season. But at the same time, they don't have to change everything up. They're so close. In fact, that #1 squad has dispersed anyways. And so maybe you could almost even look at it and say, hey, if we kept the things going the way they were, could we be now that new #1 spot? But my main takeaway going into this new season with all these rosters is it's proving grounds all over again.
Right.
Nobody is the guaranteed top dog. Sure, we look at someone like Shopify and Optic as maybe being the favorites going into this event, but we have not seen a full open event like this just yet in 2025.
The belt is open for the taking right now. It's everyone changing teams, and what an opportunity it would be for FaZe Clan to try and find themselves on the road to being able to play in another grand finals for that belt. You switch your mindset over to TSM. All these teams are changing. You keep the 3 core members the same, and you pick up a player with like Soul Snipe, a player that has such familiarity with this roster specifically. Going into the first season of HCS Halo Infinite, it was Soul Snipe that was on that team with Druck and Talik to be able to get top 3 at a world championship. What's it like having that past with somebody and bringing them back into the team? Did you just hit it off like you never left?
I think it is a bit of that honeymoon phase. But like at the same time, if you're making that that relationship analogy, you're sort of like, wait, at some point we broke up for a reason.
Yeah, there's
like,
gotta be
but
that.
Yeah, so you're gonna get back and you're gonna remember things are great. Things are good here, and maybe the second go around and bring the full squad back together is going to work well. But also some of those areas may have not gotten resolved unless they worked out.
Dude, TSM on Halo is just still so surreal to me.
Yeah, I had a lot of time to grow while I was over on Shopify Rebellion, and I feel like a completely new man. It's all about if you left on good terms or not, but it seems like TSM, from what I know, these guys are like friends in and outside of the game. So I think when Soul Snipe did leave that team long ago, it probably hurt to like no longer team with who you consider some of your best friends. You always see them hanging out with each other outside of like the venue at tournaments. So I think that cohesiveness, being able to have like some of your best friends as your teammates, wanting to ride and die for them, essentially can only make you better in game as well.
Absolutely, but yeah, I'm excited to see these teams playing out. One other thing that I don't feel like we've properly covered too is we now have full brand new rosters going on to new maps and modes, and it's going to be interesting to see which teams really excel on making the new metas, making the new strategies that are going to be used Tournament 3, Tournament 4 throughout this series. Before it used to be, hey, guess what? You know, you have 4 players that have been teaming together for 1,000 days. You know that they're going to break this down very well together. Right. But now that they're separated, how is this going to go out?
Yeah, we haven't even talked about, really on the desk even, kicking off the show, is the map mode combinations, like you're saying, that are being added. what those do, where they show up in series, is vital to teams' opportunity in series. We kicked this series off, ladies and gentlemen, with 2 brand new maps. One being CTF Fortress. Love it with dual snipes. You get an opportunity to really showcase the individual pop-off opportunity. And then we go to Slayer Origin, something that, yes, Coliseum back in Halo 5. A lot of these players, being Halo 5 pros, have tons of experience. But with Halo Infinite Sandbox and your ability to move a little bit different and faster in Halo Infinite, that map plays a little bit different as well. So very quickly, are you thrown into the gauntlet of the new changes coming into this new season rather than King of the Hill Live Fire, something you've been playing since what feels like the game came out?
Exactly, yeah. So you're going to have all these new, like you said, changes, and it'll be interesting to see which ones. I think there's a great opportunity for new teams and players to take those reins and establish the strats. And also you might start to see maybe that stubbornness or that strong-headedness on new teams of saying, we're doing it this way, and then they're not performing as well. So I'm really excited to see how that plays out here in this first tournament.
A couple of teams come to mind, honestly, watching the offseason, how strong Shopify has looked on Origin and Fortress has really given them a leg up in a lot of these online tournaments and a lot of scrims. You gain momentum, especially when they show up early in the series like this. Other teams, their percentages on the new map modes are clearly going to be struggling. We'll talk about those teams when they're coming up and as we go throughout this tournament, and if they can find a new meta, because I think that's also something you touched on is just because this is like the meta currently, the map is so new or the mode is so new that, yeah, it works for now, but what happens when someone's playing chess and counters that one thing that you're doing?
0 MS, bro.
That's got to be the new meta, and how that evolves over season, the actual chess play amongst the
Dude, playing on LAN is fucking magical.
we want to control. That's going to be an exciting thing to watch over the weekend because it will develop, especially
It's a magical
at a
thing.
major tournament on LAN.
And just seeing which teams overcomplicate it or make it easy.
Yeah.
When I see a team like Shopify, sure they had a very close series, that last one against Cloud9, but when I see their gameplay, it feels like they're not overcomplicating anything. It feels very seamless. Feels like somebody might lose a fight, whatever. Nobody's panicking, the whole team doesn't fall apart. But also at the same time, seems like somebody wins a fight and somebody's moving right in to the next position. They're all flowing in together. And then I feel like on that flip side, maybe sometimes when I look at Space Station, I'm like, this is four brilliant brains inside this game. And I almost wonder, are they going to make it too complex when they play together? They have such a high ceiling of what they could build out and how they could play off each other. But at the same time, you're going to have every single one of those members, when a potential mistake is made, question like, oh, we could have done this different or done this better, versus just getting to that next fight and winning that next fight.
Right, when the idea of what everyone is doing is already understood, you're not second guessing it. And I feel like that's when I had my most...
I think we're missing the logos here, bro.
...my own screen and not have to worry about, oh, is someone going to do this? Like, no, it's a known commodity.
It's just off-center and it bothers me, man. It bothers me.
Good things happen. I think Shopify has showed you that even in the first series of this tournament. When I look at these two rosters, I want to talk about FaZe Clan because obviously you have Trippy Penguin. Those guys have had the careers of very few players ever have. You have players like Falcated, someone that hasn't quite had the placings that really replicate the level of Halo I feel like he has played throughout his career. He's always had teams that have had lackluster performances, and he's been like the saving grace on a lot of those teams that when they've had successes. Now he's paired up with Trippy and Penguin. Now he's no longer considered, I would say, the best player, like no doubt, on his team. You're also adding a young gun like Suppress. I call him young. He's been here for a few years now.
Halo's like an older person's game, you know what I mean? Like to climb to the top in Halo, it is such, we highlight those rare success stories of somebody rising to the top very quickly when they enter the circuit. You think of like a Bound or a Snipe Down or whomever. Like, we highlight those because it's so rare. Generally, you have to get countless years of Halo and competitive Halo under your belt to start to break into that top 8. And players, like you said, like Falcated or Suppressed, they've put their years in, they've put their dues
Bro,
in.
it's just called Halo for boomers. He's not wrong, though.
On the road for this series to start. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back with the action kicking off here shortly.
Like, a lot of the people that do stick around, I thought we were gonna go into the fucking match, dude. a lot of the people that do stick around for Halo, like especially the people that are still around for Halo right now, are people that have probably been watching Halo for like years, or like playing it for years. Why aren't the boomers winning Boomer v Zoomer? Cause they're old. Imagine.
Shows them the meaning of pain. No scoping suspect number 1 at the top of the stairs before beating down his target from the start of the clip and then brutally taking down the final teammate to secure the extermination. Number 9, Deedle. Absolutely sending it up the
We're literally in straight intermission right now. Smile.
back from the grave, but Deedle locks in with a counter snipe and secures the kill tack. At number 8, oh my god, it's Eli X. I love his girlfriend.
I know that guy.
The point is, when you see Eli X in your sniper's lobby, you know you're about to have a terrible time if you're on the enemy team, and that is exactly what these poor souls are about to experience.
It's gonna be a window, everyone challenging.
Eli jumps up to peek window and immediately deletes 3 of the enemy team in the first 5 seconds of the game, earning a triple kill. With half a thought, he a sole survivor to get the over and the extermination.
He licks on stream. Oh my god.
Honestly, I think he just has heat-seeking eyeballs, and what did I tell you? The enemy team is uninstalling expeditiously after that start. Coming in at number 7, we have
SJ. I love his girlfriend. That signs a point. No, Carson, you're getting clipped. No. Fuck.
They take a moment to regain their composure, but a wild Carson loops.
No, Carson. Fuck. Carson got clipped on mainstream.
Snipe overkill. This is a fitting redemption. Moosh, the previous lobby thanks you for your service. Keep that sniper menace humble. Number 6. Eli X is back at it again, and who's surprised? This guy lives in the Rank Snipers playlist. He cleans up 2 enemies for an easy double, takes fire from above, but he is unbothered by such trivial things such as sniper rounds and lands the counter snipe. He spots the remaining enemy teammate and lands a nasty flick for the overkill extermination. Another lobby shattered. Another 4 players left wondering if social snipers is the safer option. We have number 5 with It's Moose. First enemy pops up and Moose takes the opportunity for a clean headshot. Does a little bunny hop themselves and pops TTV Clappuccino for the double. They're looking for the triple.
I love Clappuccino. It's a funny name.
TikTok tarnished attention span, locks onto victim number 3 and secures the counter snipe for the triple kill.
TikTok tarnished attention span. That's kind of hard to say a little bit.
Senses are tingling, so they peek back to camo for good measure and flick a headshot to land the over. At number 4, we have Z1 Tyler. Right off the bat, our hero goes mid, peeks an intruder, and cleans him up with a body shot. You are not getting away from Tyler. He checks back through mid, spots another body, and nails the double. Throws in a quick celebratory 360 jump, sticks the landing, 10 out of 10, and then punishes victim number 3 for sneaking up on him during his dancey dance. Tyler's bloodlust can now only be taken out on the enemies pushing OS.
Ow!
Hitting the over, followed by the cheeky kill tack, and the screen is flooded with medals. Good job, Tyler. Number 3, Mint Blitz. Right off the bat, he hits a double.
Hey, I know that guy.
Could normally spawn in and blink. Poor chaps didn't know what hit him, and neither did that guy on the stairs, earning Mint Blitz his triple kill. He jumps off the platform and executes the first person he sees. That's an over. Heads back up to the base and takes out LSJP before they can retreat behind cover, securing the kill tack. He's looking for the next medal, and oh, would you look at that? 2 more heads served on a silver platter. 2 more bullets and Mint gets the Jaro, but he's not done yet, and 1 more clean headshot lands him the kill-tastrophe. You love to see it. We are almost to our top clip of the video, but first, at number 2...
Me after brushing
surprise,
teeth.
It's actually Mint Blitz again. He spots their buddy coming up the stairs, and he too is guilty by association, so he is swiftly put down for the triple kill. Their surviving teammate across the map takes 2 shots for the over, followed up with another cross-map headshot for the kill tack. Mint is feeling confident at the bottom of the map and thinks this is a game, so he bunny hops and lands not 1, but 2 more headshots for the Jaro.
All this on 200 ping, by the way.
Pulse, launches himself into the air and lands another headshot.
On 200 ping, by the way.
Catastrophe. Truly a rough day to not be on Mint Blitz's team.
Jesus.
And finally, closing us out at number 1, we have Swolviet. First shot doesn't connect, story of my life, but Swolviet is not like me, and he is a professional. So he's gonna make up for it in a second with a disrespectful repulse body shot. Swolviet goes for the triple, and unfortunately for the enemy team, he has unlimited ammo and all the audacity. So for the next few seconds, you are going to watch him go on a rampage that results in a kill-tastrophe. Bullets, fists, flying. Bravo, Swolviet. The next playlist we will be covering is Ranked Arena. Do you think you play Halo pretty good? Is Arena your game? Do you hit your shots sometimes and it looks kinda cool? Me neither. But that shouldn't stop you, and you can submit your clips anyway. Click the link in the description and submit your clips to be considered for the next top 10 list. If you land in the top 5, you'll earn yourself an in-game HCS bundle. Congrats to our top 5 winners here, and enjoy your in-game items. Who doesn't love free stuff, honestly, in this economy?
Or my boy DNC out with this. DNC doesn't play snipers, bro.
/OathXX. Just don't expect anything like what you saw. I am not that guy.
Carson, you missed it. You got clipped on main.
We're back. We're still in Arlington, and we're still waiting to get.
I was crying for you.
Day, but it gives us an opportunity to just keep.
Yeah, I know. I've seen this.
The players, they did a phenomenal job over the offseason to give us every bit of content that we could have. Every team switching up and creating the hurricane, probably the largest hurricane we've ever seen in the history of Halo. I can't think of a time where there's this much turnover, turmoil.
I fucking love that emote, dude.
Amongst the players.
That came out so well.
What stuck out to you the most throughout this offseason as far as the most surprising change? I'm going to remove SSG from that equation because I think winning 4 out of 5 and then changing your roster is insanity. So outside of that, who was the most surprising, and also which team are you looking forward to the most?
It's just so stupid.
Kind of potential-wise as this year.
Carson, thank you for the giant gasp.
Question. I mean, we haven't seen, you know, you said taking SSG out of the equation, but like we haven't really seen as much changes across like all top 4 teams like that in the past. A lot of times it's like, here's this
Me when me. True.
Third place team, and yeah, and then there's like a few cascading changes from there, but here's just like a full-on shuffle. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like there's half of teams, pretty much every single roster, swapping out and rebuilding. But I'd say the biggest surprises to me is I think the ones that I thought
God
were gonna be
damn.
better on paper, at least from the limited amount we've seen from scrims and the case on Invitational.
Still early.
I hope everyone brought deodorant, bruh.
In the very early stages, not the absolute best. And then the ones that I felt like on paper weren't
Texas
as
is fucking
strong.
hot too.
Particularly, I felt like Shopify had some questions for me. They ended up
That is so many people.
The strongest based on that case on an Invitational.
Right. Sometimes things just click, right? Sometimes it's like that new team fire is what it's called, where everything's just going right. Your play styles are meshing, the energy's right. Sometimes things don't click immediately. Were you ever a part of teams that you thought you put together, like the new God Squad or like the next big like rivalry at the top, and things didn't go according to plan at the start?
Absolutely, yeah. Had some of those. Had some off seasons where we've made a roster change and then even reversed said roster change at times where
True, Mega.
Right, on paper this seems to make sense. So undoubtedly, like you could watch someone's POV at a tournament and you could say, oh my gosh, you add this to our roster.
Right.
We're going to be unstoppable.
Soviet was
but then
like
all
one of those guys, I feel.
Yeah, all of a sudden, like things maybe just don't fully click with that same roster, or just don't work out the exact same way that you expect it to. And I do think that sometimes that early success within those first few weeks is very telling as to how well it's going to go through. Not impossible to overcome that, but when you give yourself that smooth runway of those first few weeks and things are good, vibes are high, things are just happening.
How
and
long
like,
can we keep it
like,
up?
wait, we already got ball moving after we got those kills, instead of like having those times like we slammed 2 times. Who's grabbing the ball?
Yeah, absolutely.
So
How are we not capitalizing on these things?
Exactly, and so I think that those can be some of the most rewarding or most frustrating periods in a competitive player's life cycle, and we've been through all of those.
Looks like we're getting this lobby together, but I do want to follow it up with I need a quick answer out of you. What was something that you did that made, on the teams that didn't start off on the right foot, what was like the one thing that sticks out that made the difference? Was it just time and bot review? Or what would you say is that thing that some of these teams
maybe
in order to make the difference that you would assume that they can already click with?
Yeah, for me, if something wasn't clicking, it is focus on one thing at a time. You can't just try to throw every single problem out there and say, why aren't we run the flag here? Why didn't we grab the ball? Or why are we not in the stronghold or hill in this position? Instead say, all right, let's take a step back. let's just check out Fortress.
All right, guys, I'll be back. I'm gonna go grab like a sandwich or 2 or 5. I haven't eaten yet today.
You're at least building that repertoire.
I'll be right back.
All of a sudden, after you go through
Hopefully,
that
ads are done before the match starts.
things are clicking, you're like, okay, this is working. However, if you're going through those modes and you're still having all these conflicts and things, you might be overcomplicating, or you might have to take a different approach with that team through the entire game.
100%. Sometimes making it as simple as point, click, shoot, run the flag after they're dead, it becomes a lot easier of a thought process. It's very easy to overcomplicate things. And we'll see which team finds the easy successes here. It's going to be Fortress CTF. We got the game loading in. 3, 2, 1. Dave, our first game of the weekend's kicking off. First game of the year. And it's Fortress CTF. You got 2 S7s and an overshield bottom middle. And me personally, I love a couple of S7s with an overshield paired with it, because you get to just rain terror on some enemy spawners that are coming from very enclosed locations. So I'm looking forward to see who has the most pop-off potential in this game one specifically. Setting the tone for the series is massive. Which player do you have your eyes on to get that S7 and start going to work?
Ooh, that is a great question. Obviously, every single person in this lobby has that potential. But if I had to pinpoint one person, I don't know. Would you say Suppressed?
I was going Suppressed. That's what I was hoping for. Can we kick this one off with Suppressed? And I'm going to hope that he's grabbing the S7 for FaZe. And if he's not, we're going to have a team talk after this. But of course, just like that, we're going to give it to him. But it's going to be Talik.
Look how quick that was, too. Talik just knowing to counter snipe all the way across there. He's not worried about someone going all the way towards top tower. But we started off POV because Talik taking out the sniper, getting 2 more kills, has all 3 kills for TSM here off the start of this game.
Who's going to start off Hot Talk says, I will, as he finds the first 3. Places himself right, top, middle, spots Valkated under the base, not able to hit the shot, but a lot of presence so far for the kid as he able to hit a body shot. That player's forced to back down. There has been someone getting behind enemy lines and Talk because he misses that shot. The flag is going to be on the move, but both snipes now in the hands of TSM, and both snipes starting to do work. It's Druck and Talk.
And that can be dangerous there for Trippy, because Trippy tried to make that play, tried to relieve pressure from his teammates who are getting killed off spawn. But when the opposing team has 2 snipers there, you're going to get eliminated that quick. So obviously, Druck and Talik just getting so many kills, but in the end, doesn't result in any flag cap or any massive control.
Yeah, it works out for FaZe Clan. Honestly, you lose your snipe, you go down that early. I'm assuming TSM also got the overshield at the start. FaZe Clan do a phenomenal job to remove those snipes from the equation, reset the map a little bit. Valkated picked up a triple in the kill feed, and Penguin now, with a little bit of control, starting to get damage of his own.
And that is looking actually mighty good for FaZe Clan, because you always try to look at how's your team doing when your team has control and how's your team doing on the back foot. And for their FaZe, they lost both snipers. They didn't have the overshield, and they didn't get capped out.
Yeah, you got put in probably the worst position you're going to be put in all tournament, and you got out of it scotch-free. So well done defense on FaZe's side. Way to eliminate some of the power curve that you saw TSM grow. Overshield number 2 is going to be coming up here shortly. Druck making his way to the middle, but doesn't have his eyes on Trippy. Great placement by Trippy to peek, get that kill, and now FaZe Clan will have numbers advantage for this overshield.
And let's see who gets this OS, and just every person dropping nearby is going to go in the hands of Suppressed. And I expect him to fly straight up towards that flag. In fact, does a 360 repulse to close that gap even a little bit quicker. I love this play though by Suppressed. First goal here for FaZe Clan and either of these teams is control that BR/spiral side. Get the opposing team to spawn over at sniper or elbow.
One more round of slays was needed, and now the flag being pulled. A couple more kills will ensure that this flag is going to go in. Suppress is going to get taken down in his courtyard right now. Where do the kills go? It's going to be 2 down for FaZe Clan. Can Trippy and Penguin, the former Optic duo, can they make the play? Penguin's going to go down. Trippy going to have to play his life. The flag gets returned.
Great play by Trippy there. People might be wondering, why didn't he poke out a little bit harder to contest that flag and see if we can keep it rolling? That flag was dead. At this point, they're playing to stop the counter cap. And so the goal there...
Okay, so they just started. Sort of.
Hold down the
sort of, not really.
/spiral side as long as they can.
Soulsnipe was the last player alive for TSM.
I'm back. I got my sandwiches and some watermelon. I will be turning off the cam because this is not going to be a pretty sight. Thank you. I like this shirt.
Body, but it's not going to be enough. Falcon is now with.
I am here though. I'm just turning off the cam.
It's going to be FaZe Clan's turn to have 2 snipes. The flag will be on the move, and let's see what kind of a kill that Falcon can present for this flag round.
An interesting run. They're running this towards tower side. You're not seeing this as often, but sometimes you don't get to choose the position that you're in, and you're going to make the most of it. So they decide to run that towards tower side, but looks like it is shot down.
Great defense so far from both sides. Both opportunities with both snipes from each team has been squandered, has been eliminated. So great defense. The score remains 0-0, and I believe Overshield will be coming up here momentarily. And with that, another opportunity to get a stronger push rather than just your casual one without the Overshield. It does look like FaZe Clan are positioned well.
Kills are pretty even right now.
Massive reversal kill, and this flag now on the move with Overshield. 3 members dead for TSM has got to go.
Oh, Trippy's gonna walk into 2 people, bruh. Oh, never mind. Those are his teammates. I'm fucking zooping. Good job, Junk. Idiot.
Especially when it's like players getting 3 shots in a piece, but just backing up, making that player whiff their melee and getting that kill cannot be understated how important that was.
Flushes out the enemy base, allows Trippy the easiest run so far of the tournament. 1-0 now. FaZe Clan in the lead, and Trippy starting to heat up. Great job finding the opening pick. Another player, no shield, no problem for Trippy. He finds a double. 3 go down for TSM, and Trippy immediately starts to block the armory side of the map.
All right, they're not running down the middle. Instead, taking their time, making sure that they can run this BR or armory side. And just like that, already got through the arches, but here comes all the players coming through. Now Falcade.
Are they gonna get the double cap?
He should have probably ran that towards Snipe Basement or just dropped and slayed.
Yeah, a risky run for sure. Is that going to punish FaZe Clan as they are starting to come off respawn? TSM will have map control, but nobody quite on the return just yet. It's still down on the brick, and kills still need to come in for TSM to get this return. Trippy not able to pick up a big kill onto Tog. Surely will allow TSM to hop that return. The flag does get returned.
Good
now,
re.
look at this, a dangerous position for a counter cap opportunity now that TSM has control of FaZe's base.
Yeah, look at this. Tolek just in the perfect spot to overlook his teammates over in the basement. Just making sure anyone who tries to make that cross from the snipe side, he'll get shots on. As you see, not as worried about the sniper tower or the arch side. His biggest focus is keep his player alive over at the BR.
Good shots by Tog. Back down Falcade. It even finishes him off. Expecting the challenge right there. A lot of history between these players so far after 3 years of Infinite. You're going to know players' tendencies, and you know Falcade is challenging that. Penguin able to sneak bottom middle right now and pick up that overshield. As TSM just had control, they lost control, and this overshield could be a big way to get control back to FaZe Clan.
Just like that, Penguin getting some mark assists, pinging everything he sees across the map. Moving in right away, but look at this, once again, prioritizing that BR side of the map.
FaZe is starting to pull away with those slays now.
Each team going to be able to pick theirs up, and I believe it's Trippy with FaZe Clan's snipe right now. Penguin does get flushed out, but the amount of space and time he just bought the rest of the team, we'll see if it pays off. But Soul Snipe answers it with a double, and this control just gets eliminated like that.
Yeah, buying all that time in the world, but Soul Snipe's still going to turn around and hit a perfect 5-shot on his second point there for that double kill. Just being such a difficult kill. Look at all this time that he's buying. Both these players on both sides.
God damn! Sandwiches are good.
Is how difficult they make those kills. How much time they're soaking up across the map.
The flag is on the move right now, but Tog's forced to kind of slow it down. There was 3 dead, but Tog fumbled the flag for just a moment. Because of that, they no longer have the timing. He's going to have to drop it, and TSM will need another round of slays before they can continue this. Tog is going to be playing his line towards the spiral. Penguin spots him out, makes him no shield, and a big kill by Penguin.
I love that play by Penguin too, sweeping his basement. I feel like sometimes players go into the basements and it's so difficult to track down where they're at, what they're doing. And it just seemed like such a consistent method we saw there from Penguin, just sweeping back and forth, seeing if he was
Good shots from Trippy, dude.
Seeing if he was over under the BR, and then eventually locating that player towards Spiral. So there was no surprises. He wasn't taking any just random 50-50s running around the basement.
That is so annoying when you are committing to some of these routes and they're not there. You chose wrong. The longer that player stays alive, the bigger of a problem it becomes. Penguin doing a phenomenal job, like you said, to flush that player out. It's a double kill for Trippy. A triple kill for Trippy as he heats up, killing getting pulled at the worst time for TSM fans right now. It is going to be bottom middle. Overshield is up, and TSM are coming off respawn. This is where game one will be decided here. If FaZe are able to get this overshield, Penguin's able to get the overshield, a touch on the flag as well. Trippy and Suppress both pick up kills, and this is going to be a 2-0 lead for FaZe Clan.
And such good communication and no panic there between that Trippy Penguin combo. You saw Trippy could have maybe desperated down there and said, I'm gonna quick try grab this OS, and then grab the flag, and then just died, and then Penguin wouldn't have had the control or coverage. Instead, they had to calm back and forth. Penguin just saying, chill, I'll grab the flag, we're fine, just stay alive, and they're not throwing away any unnecessary deaths, just panicking at the last moment.
The World Championship pedigree paying off here in game one of this series. The flag is going to be pulled by Cherish. 2 go down, 3
Great
go
time
down.
to 3 dead.
Falcated. It's a 1-on-2 situation. Falcated is able to stop the flag momentarily in the courtyard, but what can the rest of FaZe Clan do coming off respawn?
Yeah, Falcated do everything can, but I was gonna say that's just mostly a great flag pull there by TSM. I would actually be surprised if they're not able to rally this one all the way back, but it's going to be more challenging. Now you have someone like Falcated with Snipe over at the Snipe Tower,
Yeah, this is gonna
and
be
the pressure is
Dave.
on.
Good
This
shots.
is going to be challenging. Falcated, top your tower with Snipe hitting a body after the first headshot. They are able to get him out, but I do believe that flag did get returned. So 2.5 minutes on the clock. That flag in your courtyard, something you feel like you needed at this moment if you were TSM. Making it a one-cap game had to be the goal, but FaZe Clan do a phenomenal job of stopping it dead to rights once again.
Yeah, and you got to wonder how maybe TSM botched it a little bit as they had everything set up when the flag is pulled. You have 3 dead, you have the flag already towards bottom center. At that point, it's just get near the flag carrier, because the only way that they're going to get an angle is going either towards their front courtyard or having some obscure spot. So if you're close to the flag carrier there, as long as you're avoiding grenade, you're going to be
have the
safe.
same angle.
You can punish that same player. And in cases like that where it's crazy or tumultuous, it's okay just to roll with numbers.
100%. As long as you don't get hit by the same nade, you're good to go. Right now, Overshield's coming up, and it looks like FaZe Clan was on top of it again, but Talik able to sneak in, get that kill, and pick up that Overshield. This flag now in the courtyard as he's trying to find out where the rest of FaZe is. They're able to find that first pick. They want a touch on this flag. A minute and 37 seconds on the clock. They're not going to get a touch, but what else can Talik do? It's not over yet right now. 4 go down for FaZe.
Dude, this watermelon's so good.
At least be able to get a cap at the respawner. Able to immediately capitalize on the damage done.
And look at that spawn by Suppress.
Yes, another spawn on the spiral. FaZe Clan do not. I'm sorry, TSM do not block the correct spawns, and right there, that was just such a difficult situation to try and play around, especially when your flag carrier goes down.
Yeah, it was bad thing after bad thing there. One, the fact that FaZe had somebody towards the elbow side that could finish off the weak flag carrier. And the second part is the spawn over towards Spiral or BR. There could have been a chance still for TSM there to get that flag cap and rally that back, but as soon as Suppress spawned there at Spiral unknowingly, it was just over. They didn't know it at the time, but it was over.
The importance of having people in positions to block spawns comes back to bite TSM in that moment, and right now with 38 seconds, FaZe Clan all focused on defense right now. Just don't let our flag get pulled for free, and we win game one.
We see a lot of our players do a lot of pings across the map, but I feel like Penguin's taking the lead so far this tournament. I see every single fight or engagement that he's in, he's pinging that person's at before he's disengaging.
The exact marker is so important a lot of times in knowing where this player is and where he's headed. A good asset to add to Infinite's gameplay, and you will see that throughout the season, especially when camouflage is involved. If you don't know that you can ping the camo guy, a lot of the times that's how SSG was able to do it last year and have so much success against that. And as we wrap up here in game one, it was back and forth in the early on, but FaZe Clan showing such powerful defense in the moments and then seizing the opportunities they had, come away with a 2-0 victory to take the 1-0 score in the series.
Yeah, and it looked scary at the start of it with that start we saw from Talik, with the snipes, with the control, but after that initial break, it was all FaZe. FaZe were looking so good throughout the rest of that game. It didn't really feel like there was many times it was scary, like there was some scrappy grabs and some scrappy pulls from TSM that got back to their base, but FaZe still staying calm, cool, collected. Someone like Falcated pushing on through, getting the kill, getting the sniper, seeing the bigger picture on how to stop that flag gap.
It's Suppressed that leads the team in damage, but Penguin's stats that game were absolutely unreal. I think I saw 29 next to his name.
I don't know if that's 7,700 damage or 7,700 pings, but I just saw a lot of numbers there for Penguin.
I'm sure every time he saw somebody, he pinged and took him down, so it was at least 29 if I had to guess, Dave. Penguin absolutely popping off, and a player that we talk about players that probably felt disrespected over the offseason, and a new addition to Optic last year. And although you didn't come away with any of the major championships, Penguin, I felt like, had a hell of a year as an individual. Every single time it was on his screen for Optic Gaming last year, he was on fire, it felt. Always making right plays, always with the winning piv shots and whatnot. Just a great decision player overall. So for him to land on this FaZe roster, and for the other guys on this team to have someone like him on your team that can consistently just deal a high amount of damage, but more importantly, make the right decisions consistently, I feel like he is a gem and a diamond that this FaZe Clan team wouldn't be nearly as strong without.
No, I mean, Penguin's consistently been such a pivotal member for every roster that he's been on. I think he's also kind of historically been looked at as like one of those like support roles for so many years, even though there's times where he has the
Bro's my goat.
going off, where he's the one that's leading, but he's consistently kind of been labeled as that. Like we've seen players throughout history, you know, like
kind of fills in the gaps.
Yeah, just sort of like let's people like, oh, these other people maybe get the spotlight a bit more when it comes to some flashier plays or whatnot, but you go and watch his POV and you're like, no, doing so much work, doing so much damage, doing everything right.
Any opportunity.
Not sure how you just get labeled this way.
Yeah, it's like the snake bites of the world. It's like, well, the snake bite I used to know was the main slayer of the team, and all of a sudden now he's filling in like this gap filler, this like he can pick up the snipe like in real time, but like no, he used to pick up the snipe as like the main slayer on his team at the start of games and still pop off with it. I think a very similar role, the Penguins of the world, where, I mean, any given opportunity, they're going to shine. It's just a matter of, like who else is on their team? Do you have the Frosties, the Snipe Downs, the whoever's of the world, the Royal Twos, or, all right, maybe I'm great at sniping, but you're him in the league, so we're going to give it to you. But don't forget about me. Trippy and Suppressed here, Slayer KDs from the Kason Invitational, and FaZe Clan have been dominant in some Slayers, and it's on the back of these two. Obviously, the 171s that's a good number to have.
Yeah, obviously not afraid to play quick, as we also saw their kills per minute being number 1 and number 2 from that Kason Invitational. But we'll have to see here.
Yo, chat. What's our feeling about watermelon, dude?
From Halo 5.
What do we rate it?
Has a mix of how
as a
fast
fruit?
and slow it plays, with it being just a naturally larger map. You only have you can only make it so fast. There's a lot of other maps out there that can play much quicker, but at the same time, there's
Lesson out of 10, valid.
here as you're going across bridges. If you're at top snipe, and God forbid if you're at top rockets for that little bit of time, you might be there for a short period of time. But
knowing
you'll
your
wanna
timing
bail
windows
instantly.
there,
Yes.
yeah, knowing who's got your back, what angles you need to have covered.
You can see everything, but also keep in mind everything can see you.
Yeah, and sometimes you find out the hard way. We got a lot of information for you guys. Collie's going to be the name of the game for Game 2, and if we saw something from that Kason graphic, it was that FaZe is great at Slayers, and if you're up 1-0 in the series and you know your strength is coming up, that's a good thing to have for FaZe Clan members. Let's see if TSM can ring the answer of the bell right here. We got Rockets to the left, Snipe to the right, Penguin on our screen, and already dealing some damage towards the players over towards the fountain. Looks like early control will be rewarded to TSM as FaZe pick up the first 3 kills. Rockets in their hands.
Damn, already 3 dead. 4 dead.
If I'm wrong, was Penguin making that move towards the Rockets before the kills even came in? Because a lot of times you're waiting until you have that numbers advantage or guarantee for those Rockets, but it felt like maybe he knew they had the damage advantage and decided to go right then and there for those Rockets.
God damn, 0 to 6. Strong start.
That's be a 6-0 lead here for FaZe Clan.
Full control.
7-0, dude.
Dominance continuing here at the major. It's Game 2 of our series, and it's 8-0, Dave. TSM is all goosed so far throughout this game. Suppressed with Snipe. This is as bad as it could be for TSM fans.
I mean, this isn't an HCS rule, but back if you were to land with me and it was 15-0, I ended the game, we'd have to restart. There's a mercy rule if you're in the House of Walsh. I know we don't do that here in the House of Optic, but there's 1 kill, so we don't even have to worry about that hypothetical here, in this case, West.
I'm just wondering what kids you were just...
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Suppressed. proving us right. We knew you were good with the snipe game 1.
Jesus fucking Christ.
You get your head ripped off immediately.
Calm
Now
down.
you found it in this game 2. You're starting to hit some incredible shots, showcasing exactly why FaZe chose you to be there for.
Jesus.
Yeah, just look at this. Still holding down the snipe position almost entirely by himself, and he doesn't.
Jesus.
I mean, there's so many things that can be said there about that spree from Suppressed. Outside of hitting those incredible shots, I loved his decisions on where to push. He knew that he was isolated on snipe side at that point, so he said, hey, guess what? I'm going to push over towards blue base with the rest of my team. And, you know, it all happened at a ridiculous no-scope on the way there, but he's just giving his team a numbers advantage. So even if he didn't hit that no-scope, he could have hit a couple bandit shots, he could have got a melee in. He just knew that he was going to be with his teammates and isolating all those other members of TSM that were spawning on the opposite side of the map.
He said, I'm not jumping off catwalk because I want to. I'm jumping off catwalk because I have to. I have to no-scope this guy in order to stay alive. I want to go into a listening with FaZe Clan and see how these boys are buzzing because they have started so hot in this game too.
Blue sticky half. Blue sticky half. Hey, City blue sticky. There's that blue sniper going up to blue maze. Watch out, blue couch. Blue couch, one shot. Go on blue cap.
Rocket's down. Bottom mid, Jay. He's gonna be on him.
Rocket's in for us. Yo, Rocket's thrust going in sniper ramp. He's going blue trench to elbow. Going blue. No, he's sitting blue trench now. He's sitting blue trench now.
Watch out, blue couch.
Yo, bottom blue guys. Bottom blue rockets. Blue trench somewhere. Bottom blue rockets.
Blue maze.
Nice, let's go. Nice guys too. Where Donnie?
Suppress needs to calm the fuck down, dude.
Last guy red elbow. He was, could be bottom mid maybe, could be bottom mid somewhere.
Looking to reflect the cave. We're in their cave now, red cave weak. 2 shots.
God.
I spawn blue again. Yo, trap them maybe, trap them.
2 there, both weak, Mike.
I'm looking top
both weak, 1 shot. Dead.
Nice. Go now, spawn by me,
Wait, top rocks in blue window. Blue window going blue sniper. I lost the snipe. It's down blue window.
Alright, blue maze.
Down blue window.
Hold on, blue maze. Yo, blue maze. Yo.
Everyone point on that.
Watch out grass. Red maze weak. Red maze weak. Red maze weak. Fuck. Red maze.
Three. Wait, blue found?
Nice.
Spawning red cave, guys.
I'm
Red window.
Window weak. You got me.
I'm going blue elbow.
I have your sticky, Mike. I have your sticky. I have a sticky with a snipe. Grass, one shot.
Nice, good shit.
Yo, red sniper.
Weak, Jay. Top rocks, 2 shots on him.
Do a red elbow.
2 shot red elbow. 1 shot red sniper.
Red elbow, Donnie, 1 shot elbow. Red elbow, 1 shot. 2 there. Red elbow, Donnie.
Red elbow, hit me.
Rocks over dead. Nice, good.
Red elbow.
I'm looking side behind you, Donnie.
Red BR me. Red BR going red maze now.
He's one.
Come on.
Jesus.
Bottom maze shot him twice. He's red trench.
Suppress has just been using that. He's been putting that snipe to good use, dude. He really has.
What's over?
This could be looking like a state game. Looking like it.
Calm, cool, collected, and absolutely dominant FaZe Clan sound right now as they take the lead.
I don't know. They're getting up some kills now, though. Oh, there's 2.
While going in and watching Suppress hit some no-scopes, but the FaZe comms more important.
Yeah, I mean, watching is just mesmerizing. It seems like it's just so easy and so routine for someone like him. From the comp side, you can tell that even though it seems like there's some madness and, man, these guys just G-sliding everywhere and hitting ridiculous shots, there's a method to the madness. They're talking about where they're trying to spawn trap on there. In fact, one of Suppressed unforeseen deaths came from them saying, hey, we're spawning them over at red. This is fine. And then he's like, guys, a couple spawned over at blue. I thought we said we were spawning them at red. So it's okay to have some slips like that. But you see the trust.
Damn, they staked them?
And what a dominating game number 2, 50-28. Is this our best Slayer team here in the HCS right now?
Yeah,
At least starting off that way.
We're going to start the narrative here. They continue to drop 1.71s, and I think they kept that ratio in that game. A 1.71 is not something you consistently do against top teams, but it looks like FaZe Clan, they have their Slayers figured out. The power weapon control was perfect. Outside of Suppress just losing that 1 snipe out of the situation we talked about, I think it was the last guy alive at red ended up being the nuisance that allowed him into a tough angle, but I mean, everybody winning their individual fights, I think, is the story so far throughout this series, at least in that game too. Every single time it felt like it was a one-on-one, it was one-on-none for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, the other part I just kind of take away is just comparing the positioning that FaZe had compared to TSM. Almost the entire game, they were over at side base or up towards top snipe for the FaZe roster. And anytime they lost it, they weren't the ones running down in trenches or running around through elbow. They took methodical steps towards getting towards Fountain or Oven.
Alright. Alright, back guys, I'm gonna toss these dishes.
And once they had top snipe, everything else pieced together. You have all those angles towards courtyard or towards trench or anywhere else. But I would say throughout that game, if I had to ballpark it, it was 70+% of the time that FaZe had control of the sniper area.
It felt like 100% of the time, in all honesty. 70's generous to the 30 to TSM, but a 50-28 performance, 15-7 and 3 from Suppress. He had just about every snipe, and he was doing work with that snipe. We've been gassing this guy up. What's it gonna take for someone like Suppress on FaZe Clan to take that next step, to be able to do this more consistently, especially as the competition gets harder, you go further into the bracket? How do we see this Suppressed Sunday night?
That's a great question. I think that the difference is when you get towards some of those top 3 teams, those top 4 squads that they'll be competing against, is you have less room for error. You're called out that little bit quicker. Those players are gonna hit those shots just 5% better than your other competition. And those are sometimes the difference between life and death, between you getting a chance to shoot that second sniper bullet for a second no-scope. So, I don't really have a good answer there. I think that your just margins for error are smaller, and if he's hitting his first shots, if he's still making the right decision, if he's not trying to play as a solo one-man wrecking force, he's gonna be fine. But sometimes players get in their minds, oh man, all right, I'm going up against Renegade. I gotta play out of my mind. I'm gonna like, charge every single time and challenge all these fights. It's like, no, you got here by playing off of your teammates and doing this as a unit. Sure, you're gonna find yourself in some random individual battles where you just have to win that or die. But the rest of the time, it's gonna be how well are you taking the macro vision of the game and building that all together.
So far, the macro looks good. Let's see if FaZe can keep it up. This series not over yet, though. It's just a 2-0 lead. And we've seen these players on TSM specifically be down 0-2, looking like they're about to get bounced from the series. And somehow after the bathroom break, the team talk, they come back and a fire gets lit up. And all of a sudden it gets to game 5 and they have all the momentum. What can TSM do in order to turn this series around? And I'm gonna lead you into this question with also a little bit of extra context I want to work with is we just got done with 2 of the new maps. Let's go back to the basics and go back to the things we've been doing for the past 3 years.
Yeah, we're going back to maps and modes that everyone's gonna know how to play. So FaZe showing that at least as of now on those 2, they're a bit ahead of TSM. They have that down to a better science and they know what they're doing in those situations. However, something like King of the Hill or Strongholds, there are
the pure hat, I love that.
when it comes to the
The memento.
compared to like a CTF. You know, do we go for a counter pull? Do I sit back and defend? In this case, it's going to say, do we get the kills? And let's jump in the hill.
Somebody get in the hill.
And so there's fewer decisions to be made there in a case like TSM. Not saying that they can't make very complex decisions and work that out, but in a case like this where they've been kind of getting outmaneuvered across the map, it's going to be a game of Slayer here for TSM. Can they match them kill for kill? And if so, then they're going to be able to scrap up that time. But if they can't match FaZe in the kill department, I fear that we might see a 3-0 here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the power weapons, especially in that game too, when the power weapons are neutralized and symmetrical, we saw how dominant FaZe was in that category. TSM, you're going to have to get your hands on some of these snipes. You're going to have to do a better job of competing for the power that's on the map because the Rockets, they were easy kills on Kali. You saw how that broke open the door pretty much to what game 2 score was very early on. The snipe also making a difference. Also in suppressed hands, that's going to be a problem when he's jumping off catwalk no-scoping us. It's hard to stop that once it's already in motion. Can you get something going at the start of the game? You got camouflage delayed 30 seconds. You had the snipe top middle. I want to see someone from TSM have a hot start and earn their team a level of presence on this first hill. And who better to start it off? Let's go with Cherished. I like this a lot. Game 3 of our series starting up, and Cherish, someone who's been quiet for the series,
Nice.
for himself last year.
I think it's clear what both teams are prioritizing here. We used to see a strategy.
3 dead. There we go.
Who's going for Hill, and it seems like FaZe sending everyone towards Hill, but still somehow getting dominated off the start there. You saw all 4 FaZe members going towards Bridge, going towards Nest, and just getting taken down one by one.
Camo's going to be coming up, and Cherish has this Quantum in his back pocket, allowing him to be able to make a play. A lot of damage on 2 players that are forced to drop key door. Camo is going to be grabbed, though. It's going to be suppressed behind the camouflage with the camouflage right now.
Dead. Nice. Good kill. I think he dropped it. I don't know if he popped it.
Right now, up 4, but look at the progress on Hill number 1. It's going to go into TSM's favor, no matter what FaZe clans want to be able to say about it.
And just like we talked about, Wes, if you can get those slays, easy.
Oh, I guess he did pop it.
Hill. So a massive start there for TSM. Only 8 seconds off the clock. We're going to see a lot of hills accumulated over the course of this game.
No, I was right. I was right. He didn't play it.
This could be
nice.
News, however. The hill immediately rotated to by FaZe, and Trippy with Camo.
That's a smart play. He knew he was going to die, so he wanted to at least get it to a teammate. Good play from Suppress there.
The hill already over halfway controlled. All of the momentum from TSM starting to get dwindled away.
Such great plays by Trippy there too. Not afraid just to fully commit to helping with that snipe in that position. Some other players, I think, would have gotten that first snipe shot and then backed off and just worried about anyone else pushing out from Garage. Instead, Trippy knew.
Good shot.
2 out of the 4 members from TSM were pushing out towards green and pillars, and so he had no hesitation after getting that first body shot to commit towards that direction and help his teammate over at green.
So TSM have done a good job. They've broken the setup of FaZe. FaZe getting about 60% of this first hill. Trippy being able to stay alive, use a sniper as a shotgun apparently over by the pillars, finding enough space. Now FaZe have found the opportunity to retake this hill. So TSM, although they broke the first setup, it's going to be 2 setups that they're forced to break, and Trippy with the snipe is going to deny entry from the dummy ramp as he hits the body. It's immediately cleaned up, and FaZe tied this game up 1-1, and Trippy still has the first snipe.
Still looking good here. So one thing that FaZe have shown is they can be put on the back foot and claw their ways out. We need to see TSM doing a better job of that. One thing I've always done, you know, we've talked about how do you make your team better, what do you do when you're working with the squad, is I try to evaluate what are we doing in worst case scenario and what's our strategic way to get out of this. I'm not just relying on somebody to pop off and hit a random 4-shot or 5-shot to get ourselves out of the situation. Where we position ourselves so we have our best chance of getting a double team and breaking out of this bad case scenario.
You can't rely on the great plays that are rarely made, the statistically low chances of those continuously happening, but I mean, we talked about
icing on the cake. Those ones where it's like somebody does something, they get a sticky across the map, they hit a 4-shot, like, all right, that's a bonus for us getting out of the situation. Now, what are we doing if nobody is popping off like that?
Yeah, if nobody got a lucky shot.
Yeah.
Right now, I do want to talk about the power-up control. It's been all FaZe Clan once again. This game is just 1-1, and there's a lot of progression in this third hill towards FaZe Clan's side, but we've seen both snipes and both camos go towards FaZe, something we wanted to see TSM improve on. So although it looks like TSM started this game perfect, those mistakes, those things are starting to linger in this game 3 and are continuing to make it more difficult for TSM to have success. Right now, this hill being highly competitive, as all of FaZe Clan do go down. TSM, this is your moment to stay in this series. You need to make something happen here.
And they realistically only need 1 round of slays here. If they get the kills without too many deaths, they're going to spawn all the way back towards Mud again, and it's just too much ground to cover. We're not really seeing an overwhelming amount of slays here. In fact, 1 member down for TSM, make that 2, and everyone's kind of down low here. So these last couple fights is going to happen. Looks like it's going to be up to Penguin. Can Penguin save the day? He does! He gets the double kill. And he is now
good shit. Perfect timing. That should be the point.
That one is a heartbreaker there for TSM. It was a 50-50 coin flip that Penguin's winning.
That can't happen. It is a 2-on-1 situation, and Penguin picks up the first kill. The guy no shield on the scoreboard, and then wins his piv in the hill. Penguin doing world championship things already here early in the season. That is a massive 2-piece from Penguin to guarantee his team the lead here 2-1. 3 minutes and 30 on the clock, so time not part of the equation just yet. But TSM have got to figure out a way to slow the members of FaZe Clan down individually and hold these setups strong.
Look at this. I almost am a little concerned or confused there. You saw somebody from TSM in the hill. You saw that Soul Snipe was setting up the trap there towards Big Door, and they're kind of pre-nading, but nobody was even going that direction. I think they just knew people were spawning over towards Garage, but nobody came that way, and so it's sort of like I'm a little concerned that they are just wasting too many nades or too much time in a spot where literally zero.
It's actually scary how obvious camo just is to these guys.
It looks chaotic from their point of view if they don't have the understanding of where the other team
It looked like
actually
matchmaking a little bit for me right there, where it's just like, oh, okay, somebody's gonna eventually pull out here, and I gotta win this one-on-one. But no, if you have a team like that, person in the hill can clearly see that door and should let you know if anyone's coming out or two people are there. Start spamming nades.
Right, and the second you're a step behind, you're a foot behind, you're a mile behind at this level of Halo right now. FaZe Clan looking so strong. TSM, however, almost capping this hill. It does get broken at the last second. To be able to tie this game up 2-2 would be everything for TSM, considering how this game and how this series has gone. You got to find a break. They get the back green swans. A great job by Cherish to stay alive and keep some presence on the map. That pick is exactly what the doctor ordered for TSM fans. Make it 2 for Cherish as he makes his way towards the hill.
One thing that was also
Or
interesting
dead.
there at the end is FaZe decide to just jump out the hill and go for the slays. They realize that you need another round of slays in order to secure this hill. Even though they do that, they end up getting all 4 taken down, lose the hill, and TSM in control.
Okay, here we go, 2-2. TSM starting to find their footing here as Soul Snipe with the S7 top tower. Is he able to hit the first? Yes. Suppress goes down, but multiple members in the hill going to be applying a lot of pressure towards him. The nade is a money nade, but you need to figure out a way to finish this kill. He can't find the headshot with the bandit. He's able to drop back tower and find his shields. Meanwhile, the team has got your back, Soul Snipe. 2 go down from FaZe Clan. It's a 3-on-2 situation, and you still have tower control.
Soul Snipe, the sole focus here for the FaZe Clan, and still not able to take him down. He read them like a book, getting that first pick on a player, knowing that somebody is going to just jump off that box, pre-nades there, gets those hits on Penguin, and stays alive towards that back tower. FaZe are not comfortable pushing towards this until they deal with Soul Snipe, and he's still over here, finally taken down. But at what cost? Half the hill.
Half the top mid-hill in TSM's favor. This is the most favorable position we've seen them in so far throughout this series right now. It's going to go to first of 4 hills, however. The clock is too big for this game to go to time. Camo is going to be up, and Trippy making his way towards that camo. You know he wants it. 3 go down for TSM. His teammate is going to be able to pick up that camo in the back, and all 4 go down for TSM. They're going to be able to match this progress in Hill 5.
What's Suppress gonna do? I'm surprised he didn't commit towards top tower immediately there. Now kind of stuck in a difficult spot, knowing someone's over at Dice, knowing someone's got to be near that tower. But Suppress just playing a slow and cold.
This is like,
I
oh
mean, works out in the
man.
end. Kind of playing some 40 chess.
Oh, it's so even.
He's gonna go for top tower just like I was expecting.
Christ.
But just buying time, having those players get divided, and just playing it cool.
Big couple of kills though, TSM somehow. Suppress gets his, another teammate got his over towards the tower, but in the meantime, TSM has found their way to top middle, has found the other kills, able to take down Suppress, and now take the lead 3-2. The hill goes back to green, and TSM starting to heat up. They get 3 down again, so they not only get the hill, they get early control of hill number 6. And right now, Soul Snipe, that trade is massive. You're resetting the map, and as long as you're progressing in a hill, you're winning.
I gotta say, TSM looking mighty fine throughout this game. In fact, this game could actually be over if it wasn't for Penguin's double kill over towards the second hill. Or sorry, third hill.
Would be, could be, should be, isn't, says TSM right now. They got half the way of progress here on hill number 6. And right now, Snipe's coming up. Trippy gonna try and make his way for it. Do we get a
Good
hill
win.
7 is the question. FaZe Clan now in control of the hill. Are gonna try and push this to that hill number 7. TSM, you know they want to lead this game with a lot more energy going into a game, potentially game number 4. But right now, Trippy getting a few kills is gonna continue the progression of the hill for FaZe Clan.
Soul Snipe eventually getting that pick onto Trippy. Falcated, feeling like he's now spotted, now contested in this hill.
Oh, huge win.
Down so many shots. And FaZe just trying to slowly pick off these kills. That's all 4 down for TSM. This is going to be the tying hill. All these new members spawning from TSM are just going to be trying to get new positions and preparing for the kill.
Oh my god, we got a hill 7, bruh.
He's going to have tower control already, and you see how quickly they're able to rotates. The FaZe Clan not only get that hill, but because they have perfectly timed kills, they're able to get control early of hill number 7. It's up to TSM to see how quickly they can break this, and that first pick is massive.
And also the positional advantage. We were talking about this on Coliseum. You saw so many players from TSM were down low throughout so many parts of that game. Throughout those spawns, you didn't have
Free camo?
players from TSM getting up high, getting up towards sandbags, getting in better position to help contest this tower and this camo. Instead, they're all going through rat tunnel, taking down low routes, and because of it, aren't rewarded with camo. They don't have positions to put damage on this hill, and they've already lost half this hill.
Yeah, with 2 down, it's a 2-on-2 situation now. Penguin still has camo in the hill, and he has information that Druk just quantum back towards the nest. Druk gonna get taken down, staggering the respawners of TSM. And with this hill,
Oh, huge plays from Zane, dude.
FaZe Clan's favor, you have to think these kills are everything.
Fucking huge.
Penguin dominating the setup of tower right now, showing you how you're supposed to control tower. 3 years.
Well fucking played, dude. Well played. He played that so well.
Let's be real, Penguin went +7, and just all of that in the clutch factor. He had a killing spree to close out that game and get that 4th and final hill for FaZe Clan. He had that clutch double kill to secure that 3rd hill, to bring it even to that near overtime situation. So Penguin, going even the rest of the game, but when it matters most, going so clutch and getting those 7 crucial kills.
Believe the words of the wise, or wake me when you need me. And Penguin, hello, we need you, bud. We're about to go to a game 4 if you don't step up here. And Penguin delivers in ultimate fashion. What a series from him. What a series from FaZe Clan, a team that has been kind of doubted, even though they've had almost arguably as much, if not more success than SSG has coming into this LAN event with the qualifiers. There's the reason they're the 3rd seed. And there's teams out there that think that hey, anybody amongst the top 4 teams are able to get upset. It's this FaZe Clan roster. That's got to be an insult and a reason to play.
15.0 out of Trippy, too.
2025, the year of proving yourselves, even though all these are seasoned veterans and have had so much success. Feels like people are starting at square one and having to reestablish the pecking order.
Yep, hey, guess what, guys? We're still better than you. As they move on in this series, dominant fashion from them, 2-0, 50-28, 3-0, everything FaZe Clan fans wanted to see, of course. Everything they wanted to present, especially against the next highest seed in their pool, the 6th seed. They make a big statement. Now, if you're a TSM fan and you're a TSM player, that series did not go according to plan. This was not what the doctor ordered. This is not how you wanted to kick off your season, your first tournament, your first major. Where do you go from here? What do you do to rebound after a series like this?
You have to take the good with the bad. There were many moments where they're clearly shooting well, they're winning their individual fights, they're hitting 6 shots. And so, sure, that part's going well, but I did feel on the flip side, when they were on the back foot, I didn't see a consistent strategy of how to break out of situations. Those are the times that you saw FaZe Clan going on instead of a 4-0 run, ended up being a 7-0 run. Like at the start of, let's say, Coliseum. So they need to start to figure out, hey, when things go south, when we're all 4 down, we're getting bad spawns, what are we doing? What's the plan here? How are we figuring out just something a little better to work together and make sure we at least get 1 kill? That way, if we are stuck in the cycle, it's now a 3-person full setup rather than a 4-person full setup.
Mitigating the damage done and the amount of control that the other team has. Couldn't agree with you more. I've got word in my ear that Blaze is on stage with the main Slayer, the Young Gun, the highest ceiling for FaZe Clan. It's suppressed on the main stage, and we got an interview, so I'm looking forward to seeing what he says about that dominant series.
I couldn't agree with you more, Wes. Dallas, show some love to FaZe Clan as they come out on top with a 3-0 victory against TSM. I got Don with me, suppressed on the main stage, and suppressed, man. We kick off that series. We see you get your head ripped off. It looked like it was a tough map 1, you win, but map number 2, you get to snipe, you shut things down. How does it feel to get some payback in that second map and really set the tone of the series?
First match was pretty bad, but coming in that second match, as soon as they let me have snipe, it was GG, so I don't know.
Yeah, now I know you did your thing, okay? We all know how good you are with that weapon. And, you know, being on a new team, you are their main weapon, their main Slayer. Talk to me about what is it like playing with FaZe Clan, being under that org, and then also, you know, playing with 2 world champions in Trippy and Penguin.
I mean, playing with them, they just keep us really composed, saying what we really need to work on. So, I mean, having them just like gives us a lot of support in game and out of game, what we need to work on. So.
There you go, okay? And I know it definitely helps a lot in-game right there, because even during that last map, the map 3, you guys were up there, you know, for most of it, but then you started to see that comeback come through. What was they talking about on the comms? What was the game plan to lock in that third map?
I mean, our game plan was not to stagger. I mean, that's like one of our biggest problems right now. So, I mean, also staying on death cams as soon as we have comms, wait for the pinch, you know what I'm saying? Playing for the pitcher or pincher, and also just like having a game plan at all times, so.
There you go. We definitely saw that game plan, and it came through 3-0. Now, lastly, what I want to ask you is that, you know, what's your goal here for this season, okay? I've seen you on this main stage playing your butt off, okay? Putting your heart up into the HCS in this season. What's your goal for you, and what do you want to accomplish this season?
I mean, for us, I mean, for me, really, I really want to lift the trophy. So, I mean, that's just everyone's dream.
It is everyone's dream, and I know you can get that one done. One more time for FaZe Clan on the stage. That's going to do it for me and Suppress. Lot, take us away.
Suppress really is just too cool with it, you know? Suppress is like that guy. He is that guy, and I've got to say,
he's him.
Onto screen as well. I mean, his performance was lights out.
All right, Gen G versus Nemesis right now. Let's watch this-ish.
Still continuing to go forward. If there's one thing that Breaking Shot doesn't do, it is slow down. Gen G's Breaking Shot is like just such an individually talented player, mechanically skilled as well. 23 and 18 out of him so far. We're on board with SLG, and he's going to end up going down there.
Oh, dude,
another
that
one.
is the
Crazy
third
nade.
or fourth insta-splode we've seen from Ryan Noob. Someone's clearly in their bag. That is a tech that he has been practicing, because you don't see that many times in a series.
Yeah, making sure to get those plasmas off spawn, off the timer, and then using them to his advantage. There's, of course, 2 on that C-flat side. There's also 2 at the bottom of A on elevator. I think that might be all the plasmas on the map, but regardless, he's picking them up every time.
Glory's the only player alive for his team, but I mean, look how forward he is. He's running into that 1v2, but he's low-key, he's winning it.
Yeah,
he forced him down into the play spot by himself. So a very aggressive play from Glory. It ends with 2 kills.
Yeah, that was beautiful by him too. I mean, the fact that he couldn't go down there, they got him down to no shields. He stays alive, comes back, gets a double is beautiful.
It's just those are the moments in games that make the team head scratch. They're like, we had them 3 down. How did we just end up playing the ball? And now Glory's just playing in isolation across the map, causing chaos as they're just getting time. Glory's been so impactful.
DXB utilized once again. Glory's finally goes down. Bootsum gets a kill in the kill feed though, and that's going to be 3 down. Make that all 4 down.
Oh, all 4 down.
And ball time for Nemesis once again.
SLG able to get away with a lot of freedom here. With all
And they got this camo. They should be able to get some good time off here.
To figure out where he's at, except I'd be a little bit frustrated there from SLG.
Oh.
Like, I'm up in the air. Like, how am I getting hit by nades? I don't even have my feet on the ground.
Oh, finally Nemesis get a camo, and it is deleted instantly. They still have that ball though, but the pressure coming from Gen G from the top of white.
It's important for Gen G to force the play here. They can't just die and let them hold this out. That would be devastating.
Oh, but they are gonna die. 3 dead.
Now, and it's an opportune hold once again with the ball.
And that's so terrible for Gen G, because now they don't have any quick access to ball, right? We saw success when Glory was able to force that play out early. There is no option now for Gen G to do that. Instead, they have to run into set players.
Yeah, it's Common that goes down. Another push comes on the Hydro side. That ball's not being played. They're confident enough that they don't need to do so. 3 down for Gen G once again. More time for Nemesis.
I really liked how he pushed into the blue hallway as well, right? If he dies there and he plays into this corner that Glory's at, it's an easy play ball for the remaining player. Instead, force Gen G back, hit that rotation, flip out the spawn, and be ready for this next ball rotation. And although they did play it right on paper, execution not working for them this time around. Gen G able to get those kills and some much needed ball time. They have a massive hill to climb.
It is needed. It's much needed ball time. 84 points for Nemesis. Big win by King Nick. It's a bit sloppy, but it's 3 down for Nemesis once again. And now Gen G with a bit of a setup here on the long haul / Hydro side. Utilized by King Nick, and now that will secure that back Hydro setup.
It's scary when you see the mouse and keyboard players whip around. That could have been bad, but that grapple on the ground, that's another option for Gen G to try to get away with this camouflage.
You don't want it. You don't want it. He's not picking it up. He's leaving it there for everyone else.
That's a crazy challenge.
Yeah, we see it so much.
So dictionary, definition, ego. We'll just put that clip there. 'Cause
Gotcha.
that is an ego chow if I've ever seen one. We'll have to see if that ego chow might be the downfall here, because Gen G, they aren't set up at all for this next ball rotation.
Finally takes him down, but
Bro.
that was a bit scary. And yeah, when you have King Nick on the screen, you know he's just going to chow things. Unfortunately for him, though, it does not work on land the same way it works online. Sometimes those habits are tough to break, you know? And,
when it does work, though.
Oh, when it does work, it works.
See, King Nick is scary when he's hitting his shots, because he will not back down from any challenge.
I agree. He's very scary.
9 seconds needed for Nemesis here. With Wutum getting into this back rank, he's going to be able to at least find one, and probably the help on the second.
Oh.
No clamber.
He went for the clamber instead. That's going to hurt him. 4 dead. Yeah, 4 dead. It's going to hurt him. 9 more points for Nemesis. Can they get their hands on ball, though? They're not picking it up.
So surprisingly slow off that 4 down, not to get to that ball. Instead, setting themselves up for gunfights. And that's a bit surprising here. SLG does have a grapple to potentially steal this ball back into safety.
They need 1 kill, though. They can't do it without the first kill. The push comes out. Breaking Shot gets the kill onto Wutum. No opportunity to grapple this ball up. Now it's, of course, Gen G that find a way to get this ball. And look at Breaking Shot and how he's playing right now. So annoying. Ryan Noob's there to help him as well. Breaking Shot goes down.
What just happened?
Good trade. Huge trade.
Comes back out the wrong time, and that's round and game, I think.
That's
GG's.
Wow, Nemesis just clutched up in a big moment. Gen G had what they needed, and SLG, I thought he was maybe too aggressive when he went through the middle, but they lost their other gunfights on the map.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Breaking Shot was behind that B box. Maybe he got naded in that scenario, but he ends up going down, and it's unfortunate, because at that point you're talking about an opportunity to maybe bring that game back. But instead it's Nemesis now. 2 objective games, 2 victories. That's got to say something.
Yeah, Gen G looked much better in this second objective, though. Remember that first round of Oddball? You could say it's one of the better Oddball rounds we've seen all year long. Solitude, though, going to be our next rotation. With King of the Hill, you have to favor Nemesis on these objectives with how they've been playing. I think the key this time around are the camouflages. We've seen very different versions of Nemesis depending on whether they get that camo and whether they don't.
Well, now we go to Solitude, King of the Hill, ladies and gentlemen, and another objective on your screen. But like you said in that very first round, Gen G looked solid. Will they continue that first round dominance, though, here?
I'm really looking forward to see how King Nick plays in this situation and how he is able to really match up for his squad. He's got a 1.12 KD during the open tournaments.
Marathon Alpha has no more NDA.
And it's 5th best in the HCS. He does perform. Now the question
Nice.
is how far they can get into these brackets, because although his stats are great, we don't really ever see Gen G hitting those top 4, top 6 situations.
We talked about how much he challenges fights tools. Apparently,
That's actually awesome, dude.
fights and being successful most of the
If I
time.
do get an alpha key, I definitely want to stream it then.
Very solid out of King Nick. But this Nemesis roster really cleaned it up there towards the end. After that round 1, they looked good. They looked good in that live fire. I'm curious to see how Solitude goes. Again, there are so many statistics online, and I respect the statistics online. Obviously, like, stats, very important. When that's all we have to go by, I don't push them away at all. But I will say, the story changes on LAN so often.
No, it literally says right in the tweet they're dropping the NDA period, so
Obviously, this is the first LAN of the season, so
should be okay.
That's what we got.
Right, but I mean, I'm set Gen G, right? We saw King Nick doing a lot. Wutem.
So you'll definitely probably see footage from me if I
Insane. Now, these stats
get a
are actually
key.
not from 2025. They're going to be from last year on LAN.
Okay.
You can see how consistent he was for his team last year on LAN.
I like that. I like the keyboard, too. I don't know what that is, but I think it's a Wooting. Wutum, I don't know. Wooting, we're going to need to check in the mail. But,
no, nondescript keyboard. That
18 years old, dude.
That's all you need to know.
I absolutely love it. A 1.01. Obviously, the KAD is really solid as well. But the big thing for me is always that damage dealt per life. I think it's so important as a mouse and keyboard player. By the way, it seems a little bit weird that he has 343 in his damage dealt per life. Maybe there's something going on there. But regardless, I love watching. Oh, that's right. I don't know who that is anymore.
Circle company now, right?
I love watching Wooden play, though, and you know, I don't think we've got to see enough of him today. You know, obviously, I'm a little biased in that regard as well. I'd like to see him the entire time. But I think everyone on Nemesis having a really solid tournament. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We get to see him on the screen. Someone's listening to me, and he gets the first kill.
Woodham's gonna try to get to that high ground. Remember, he's so effective that whenever he's able to shoot down on players and breaking shots, just immediately just put them into the dirt. That's a flying no-scope that he hit to take down Wootum there. And with that, that's gonna be a camo that's burned in the favor of Gen G. But really, I think it's Nemesis that figures out on top at the end, right? They have shock rifle in a power position. They have plenty of this map covered.
SLG a bit aggressive here. It's going to end up going down in that scenario. The rest of Gen G there to clean up the pieces. It's Ryanoob with the kill. And an
4
assist.
dead.
It's 4 down Nemesis now. It's Gen G with hill time.
With that, it's Gen G, they are going to have them trapped over towards this lift. If they can be aggressive, they can really start to cycle them out. And getting this hill without much contention is a tough task, but so far they've been able to get about a third of it.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Almost halfway now. That's exactly what Gen G are loving in this scenario. What is this? Oh, Ryanoob, you're so nerdy. Like, you gotta be kidding me. He's just running at the guy.
He's got nerds in the name, man.
Oh, he's very mindful when he has stickies in his body, because the amount of how he changes his play from what we've seen through these maps is so interesting. Like charging forward to try to get
Ryanoob, you're so nerdy.
It's been next level.
It's interesting too because you know, we always knew Walshy from back in the Halo 3 days, the Insta-Splode King. I think Ryanoo's trying to set a legacy for himself as well as the Plasma King. I have never seen Plasmas utilized this well in a game of Halo before. You love to see it.
Yeah, it's that mindfulness of it that makes you feel like he's been practicing it.
Demure.
Coming into this. Demure is not the word I would use for it, but yeah, we can go that way. Though Gen G, they haven't actually gotten this first hill yet.
Yeah.
They're starting to go down. It's just Common that's alive. And he, with his position being known, Gen G's not going to have great access right away.
Yeah, I'm curious on this break right here. Obviously, it's only one break that's needed, and Gen G are looking for it. I like the patience here as well. King Nick extended over towards that lift side. You've got Common who gets a kill. That opens things up a little bit, but you need more.
Gen G's doing this on purpose, it feels like. Are they going to secure? I almost feels like it was an accident. They didn't want to
Nice.
They wasted a lot of time off this clock. That is a patented Ryanoob strat.
I was going to say.
See if it comes into play.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe you thought they were setting up for the next level. We always kind of keep those things in mind when it comes to Ryanoob. Like, he's always thinking of that next play, I should say, the future. But regardless, Gen G do clean it up. They do get that very first hill, but they do also go 3 dead.
That it's just King Nick and Breaking Shot that are just trying to stay alive for Gen G at the moment. It's shocking how all the engagements are happening towards the middle of the map
calling me.
now. Nemesis were the ones that got the favorable spawn, but no one was necessarily trying to get to the hill in that moment.
It's tough. There's the Slays. We'll see if they come to fruition here. It is already a trade in the kill feed. Lots of time for Cypher.
Oh, the triple collapse.
That push was very calculated by the side of Gen G. Look at how they meticulously break that in half. It's 2 down for Nemesis. Now Gen G find themselves in the hill once again.
3 players just ready to fight into this hill. Nemesis do have quick access, but Breaking Shot is playing so well with Common at the back. They are making this a tough answer.
Yeah, it's just beautiful out of Common, right? Staying alive here, the back and forth, the trades. There's 2, another one. Oh, not gonna be able to clean it up.
That's could be a bit of a mistake, not being able to get that kill. You're trusting him to get those 2 one-shots. Because he doesn't, it forces a player out of position to come clean it up, and it could have knock-on effects. Breaking Shot camo. Can he get in?
He's got to go. He's got to go now, but he's got 3 people in front of him. There's no way. You can't do anything. Nemesis tied up. Common, though, trying to do all he can to minimize the damage there, but damage has been done. Tied up at 1.
King Nick's just trying to get lost in the grass. He wants to stay in the back and try to take down players, but that is just not going to happen. Nemesis taking advantage of all lanes, and that's what I love about this advance. Look at how they're spread on the map. Players at Nest, at Blue, they hit all those at the same time, routed Gen G out of their position, and now have a very dominant setup in this next hill.
It's something we've seen out of Gen G so often, those pushes together. Now we're seeing it out of Nemesis, and it's 3 down once again.
Look at this expansion from Glory. They're going to try to get him back into that loose spawn. He's going to give him information about where this push comes from. SLG staying alive at top mid as well. They've really set themselves up well. It's a blender in the middle of the map.
I love that. Yeah, you saw that he didn't see the spawns onto yard. The spawns come out of the loop. He's done a great job.
Whoa.
Wait a minute, how did he get in here?
He must have gotten a lift spawn. They must have pushed out just a little bit too forward.
It's timing. Every time.
That's insane for Gen G. That break should not have happened. They certainly weren't expecting that pressure.
No, not at all. They were not expecting him to be in hill. They weren't expecting that lift spawn, but those things both happen, and now it's common. On the side of Blue, you see all the members from Nemesis on that lift side. Wootsum trying to overextend, but does he find the timing here? It is 2 dead, so maybe an opportunity for Wootsum to get on through. And look at that, immediately goes forward. Nemesis lose nobody, and they get 2 down, and they get the hill.
That's a big change from the beginning of this game. It was all Gen G in that first hill, and it has been anything but in these last 2. Nemesis have been so strong. It's the only time we've seen breaks is because Nemesis had something unexpected happen. When it's on paper, they've been playing just about perfect these last 2 hills.
Oh, this is the shock rifle and the camo for Glories. See what he's able to do here. Looking for one. Not going to be able to find anything on the head. He wants the headshot.
He's Wabbit hunting.
He's Wabbit hunting.
Stay, keep your head down. Do not get caught out. Glory's looking for something easy, but
lots of ammo. Lots of ammo to work with here. There's he took the toe. That works. There's the cleanup. There
Not
is
the toe.
Gen G.
Yeah, hey, you just need a little bit of damage. If it was good enough to take down Achilles, it can take down anyone else on the map. That heel shot worked perfect, and they've been able to set themselves up. Now, he hits the crazy running, spinning shots, and then, it's a little bit harder to hit the ones where you're just having to stand still in the hill. But you saw how Gen G, they're working to expand towards Blue, and Glory's going to give that information to everyone, saying, hey, they're clearly favoring one side right now, and I'll be curious to see how Nemesis handles that pressure.
The overextenders, the slow players on the bottom, they're slowing the pace of the game down. Breaking shot instead takes gold, and he'll go down, so will Common. Ryan Newman at 1v1. Oh, smartly backs off. It's 3 down for Nemesis, though, with only 2 minutes left. Not a lot of time to work with here, but Gen G are getting the kills.
And that was a big break for them because of the expansion they have on the map. Ryan New being at Nest, he's going to get that instant information about where they're coming, and most importantly, it prevents them from easily getting out into the middle of the map. Instead, they can really set up strong on their perimeters and force Nemesis into disadvantageous gunfights. And so far, it's been working well for Gen G. The kill feed is a wave of red.
Big Nick, very aggressive once again. The thrust used in an offensive way. Gets the trade out kill. Very important hill here, Tools. Only 1:46 left. It is Gen G that is in the position to tie this game up, but they need more kills
They need to
do
find
so.
Common. Common's hiding. He's in that yard, and they have everyone just about ready to get in as they go hunting. And once they've taken him down, now they know the rest of that pressure is not really going to have much teeth to it.
Oh, Glory!
Just in the war zone, but staying alive.
That's all you got to do. You got to stay alive.
Look, it is.
Oh, crazy nade.
Alive, but this time with the nade taking them down,
That nade was fucking disgusting.
No, Ryan Noob needs a rocket launcher right now on that spot.
Dude, imagine a grenade launcher
I
on this
know.
map. Ooh, I was literally just thinking that, but there we go. Nemesis, they battle out in that hill, but they were clearly one step ahead. They were being proactive with their gameplay, hunting players down, whereas Gen G, it feels like they're trying to tread water, try not to sink in these moments. And gotta think about all that time they took off in that first hill.
Yeah.
It's starting to come into factor. 1:15 of neutral time.
Ooh.
Dude, Glory with these nades is a little bit ridiculous. Kind of disgusting.
Not beautiful, and them going 3 down is also not what you
Look, they're getting out of the hill. They are not going to step in this thing. They are playing time for the rest of this game. Shock rifle's up, and look, they don't even want to go grab it because they have to go stop the timer in order to do so. Instead, they're going to have bandits up, weapons hot, and anyone that comes into their tread, it's going to be a dangerous situation.
Lots of pigs go out. He gets another kill there. Glories does. Holding that window the entire time, but I love the reposition here. Glories is playing phenomenal. You love to see his growth over the years. It's, of course, him playing his life, and that's all they're doing. They're playing their lives, delaying this time, delaying.
It's the delay and slay, delay and slay. That's all it is, right? They just, the biggest thing right now for Nemesis to keep in mind is the spacing on their map. They want as much of that as possible.
Oh.
Mr. Noob, he got
Unfortunate.
Mr. Noob, I like that.
Mr.
He's
Noob.
a father as well, by the way. Shout out to all the fathers out there, okay? Ryan Noob is doing work right now, showcasing what the fathers can do. We still got it. 3 down for Nemesis.
They're in the hill, but you got to think about what is going on in the macro sense. Not only do they need to get this hill, they need to get the next. That just ties the game, and they only have 19 seconds in which they can slay outside of that hill.
Guess where that next hill is, too.
Yeah, it's going bottom mid, but they were very effective last time they were there. And breaking shot, he's very effective at finding the heads. Come on, peek him. Let's do it. No, SLG says, we're going to give up this hill. We're going to play for the last. Very, very interesting play from Nemesis. They are putting all their eggs in one basket.
Oh, damn. God. Oh, and he got the stick. Oh, my God.
Right, that's 5 seconds off the clock just to hit this rotation. That was an insane instant split from King Nick.
He's learning from Rhino.
That's a tech that I might need to put into my bag. That was a cool little...
Kills back and forth, 10 seconds left. The SLG goes down. Rhino gets a trade. Lots of damage into Wounded.
7 seconds, dude. Oh, fuck. This is getting close. This is getting really, really close. Oh, my God. The bait and switch, dude. Oh. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, 2 dead? Oh! Oh, brutal, dude. That was looking a little rough for a second.
I can't believe it. Tools, you got to talk about it, right? King Nick does his job there in that situation, stays alive, but Aliak, like, that close, they almost got that hill to tie it up.
It really was. Anybody else jumping out of their seats when the sticky hit the foot though?
Yeah, it was like it was basically secured at that point anyway, but it was like insult to injury. It was like
yes. It's like if you thought you could, you can't. You can't. Nemesis 3 games in 3 games won by them, guaranteeing them they're winning this series. Gen G, their first loss
GG's.
of the day. Nemesis has been looking like that team, that EU team that everybody wants back, like that new quadrant, which I feel like, I mean, is that a good thing to be comparing them, like to put that pressure on Nemesis, like you gotta be like quadrant. They seem to be looking incredibly good though.
Yeah, so like that's the thing, right? EU's trying to capture where they were before. They had the best team in European history in year 2 of the game. The problem is they've lost talent. Legend, the best European player we've ever seen, left that region. It's a big void to fill, but we have seen new risers, up-and-comers that are starting to figure it out. Glory and Wutem, 2 players that have broken onto the scene in these last couple years and are starting to have a big impact for their squads.
Yeah, I love Udom. I love Glory's. Glory's has gotten so much better over the years, and someone else has gotten better. He's on your screen right now. It's Kruva.
We're hopping on over to the open bracket coverage. Team Ambition 1 versus Eclipse elimination round number 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is still a best 3 right here. So
Wait, this match is about to get wrapped up, bro.
How many rounds are we playing? How many games are we
Nice.
playing? I mean, Eclipse, they're playing this game really well, and they lead the series 1-0.
1-0, but remember, this is elimination. So
Oh, next series. Ugh. So many matches to watch. I love this. I love this.
Ladies and gentlemen, it feels so good to be back for another season of the HCS alongside Dan Gaskin. This series, Dan, promises to be a tasty one.
It really does. I mean, we got to see Shopify Rebellion already on our screens earlier today. A little bit shaky at times, but as you alluded to, they weathered the Cloud9 storm. And I think that's very exciting for them that they got over those initial jitters, and now they might look like that dominant force that we came to expect.
That's very interesting about this Rebellion roster, right? Because they weren't one of the first ones to form. Formal, he happened, he got to take the players that he wanted. SSG then reacted. Rebellion were sort of waiting to see what they could piece together. And they have found a roster now that have championship capacity. They're championship contenders, and they've already done that in the KSN Invitational.
Well, this is the series layout. We're going to see a different series layout for the first time today. Of course, we already had our first and second series, but we will get to see Assault on our screens on Aquarius the first time in the HCS, of course, officially at an event. Very excited for that. Followed up by Slayer Livefire, CTF Forbidden, Strongholds Recharge, and then Slayer Solitude. This is a fantastic series for Shopify Rebellion. You know I always say those kind of things, Shurs, but I really do feel like they have the advantage when I look at those 5.
Rebellion definitely coming into this series as the favorites.
How many points do I have in HCS, actually? Oh, they don't even have channel points.
9th seed Infamous heading into this. They are definitely the underdogs and need to cause the upset. Dan, as we head into Assault Bomb, what sort of chance do you think Infamous have here?
I don't think they've got much of a chance. We know that Shopify Rebellion are one of the better teams we've seen so far when it comes to Bomb. They didn't lose one at the Invitational. I know we only saw it a couple of times when it happened, but they have shown they are one of these teams that have excellent control. Similar to Oddball in some ways, being able to manipulate that map, bully the spawns, and just force other teams into a submission, and then you plant that bomb. I think Shopify Rebellion are going to be one of the teams to watch when it comes to any bomb mode here in this tournament.
And of course, Assault has only been introduced this season, so for a lot of teams, they've been putting in the work in the off-season to try and grind, figure out what is the meta on these maps, on these game modes, and Assault being one of those newer ones, some of the fresher teams having to figure out some things that maybe they hadn't had to for seasons 1, 2, and 3, and Assault does play a little bit different to everything else.
And of course, we might have viewers that have never seen Assault on their screens. Maybe you haven't played some of the older Halos, you don't know how bomb works. Well, essentially, there is going to be a neutral bomb, one in the middle of the map where it spawns, and both teams will fight over that bomb to then try and plant it in the opposition base. If you plant it, you get a point. Easy peasy. Sounds it, right? Not so easy when spawns are happening around you. Teams are going to be throwing grenades every single time you're trying to plant that bomb. And of course, then they will try and toss it out of the window in Aquarius. But it's a very heavy bomb, so it's not going to go that far.
And something I had to say as well about Aquarius Bomb and about Assault in general. Aquarius Bomb has become one of my favorites to play. I love this Aquarius flag, but Bomb brings just something a little bit different, and for teams that you're going to be looking to try and spawn the opposition in the enemy, in the fridge, and then get your plant on.
And I think that that's why I'm interested and excited to see Shopify Rebellion do it, because when I look at this roster and I look at how they've played leading up to this event and so far in their first series, they are a team who does bully. They are aggressive. They love taking 1v1s. They are so confident in their fights. And when you add in something like Assault, an oddball, for example, an objective that can be worked around and manipulated in that way, they become a very formidable force. A team that you should be terrified to go up against because they will always be in your face. They will not allow you to escape, and you have to have a game plan. However, we did see with Cloud9, when they got 4 dead, when they were able to kind of deal with that initial wave, they were able to push back. They had a chance, and maybe that's something that Infamous can take away. Because we've all been talking about Shopify Rebellion, of course, but we have Infamous on our screens. This is the 9th seed in this tournament. We have a chance to see whether they can maybe do something similar to what Cloud9 achieved, but go one step further.
Was Critical streaming Halo Infinite? You're late. Yeah, he's watching the tourney.
The results didn't really go their way. Do we say them on broadcast, or do we try and give people a little bit of hope and a little bit of chance? Because the scrim against Luminosity didn't go to plan.
They didn't win a map against Luminosity, didn't win a map against FaZe over the last couple of days in scrims, but scrims are for practice. It is a chance to try different things, a chance to try and experiment, and perhaps that was the case for Infamous. Even the last time these two teams scrimmed against each other, it was 14-1 in favor of Shopify Rebellion, and that one map is not being played in this series as well. So it is definitely tough to be on the side of Infamous.
They're starting.
But it's always that.
Yo, Evermore, what's good? Good to see you, dude.
When they are on the big stage.
Hope you're doing amazing, my friend.
We load in then. Rebellion looking to put their second win on the board and head towards an unbeaten record in the pools. And for Infamous, it's about trying to upset the apple cart. The first seeded team hoping to take them down. It's shields up, weapons hot, we're underway.
Boy, does it feel good
All right, man.
to hear you say that again. And as we've already alluded to, this is going to be an exciting one to see Shopify Rebellion, how they do on this map with Bomb. Already, it's some camouflage control and a couple of openers. And as I said, they're very aggressive, so this is not a good start for Infamous.
And on the desk, you heard Cycle and Last Shot getting a lot of plaudits, and rightfully so. But it has to be said, for Royal 2 and Frosty, Dan, when the team changes were being made, Optic did what they did, SSG did what they did. Royal 2 and Frosty's phone didn't ring from either of those teams. You've got to know that they are fired up and ready to win some championships just to prove a point that they still got it.
They definitely want to prove a point, but maybe they are going to struggle to prove one in this first opening set because Shopify
here's
went
lethal.
down for a second, but of course, that
Right, I forgot. Triggers down became infamous.
1v1s. Frosty shows it just there. His teammates are down, he's out, and Frosty says, I don't really care, I'm still going to take the fight. And he makes sure that bomb does not move anywhere.
Happy it's been good.
Down towards the P1 area, and it's whether anyone can actually get their hands on it before it resets here.
Royal 2 and Cycle combined to get a kill. Royal 2 turns his attention towards top middle and Ezo. Ezo drops towards the front face down to no shield. Royal 2 handles business, but gets traded out.
Good, man. I don't know why I'm so sleepy.
On the move here. Lethal could be and should be about to get himself a kill and does. Gets a kill, fires out. Threat Seeker as well, just to pick up a few hits, and Royal 2 now last man standing for his team, and Infamous starting to push that bomb forward. This is very dangerous for Rebellion.
And moving it on this car side, and do have a chance to maybe try and force the spawns a little bit, especially if they can catch Royal 2 off guard, which they do, and now they have the advantage to push into the base. How do Rebellion defend this one? Now they've lost 2.
About to be 3.
Down some damage, trying to stay alive. Down to no shields though. Collect the same in the enemy base. Continue to be a nuisance here. Descendant gets that kill onto Frosty, and now it's about trying to kill the respawners over towards that fridge. They have them exactly where they want, but Collect goes down, and he really could have done with staying alive.
But notice how Infamous have not been able to try and attempt to plant that bomb just yet. They are just slowly tossing it one step at a time to get closer. But because the spawns are so close on Aquarius, you have to take down everything before you start to arm that bomb. Otherwise, you are just going to be taken down by the spawners, and Rebellion do just that. They will be able to rescue the bomb, they will be able to get it out their base, and now they can start to plan their own attack.
Assault really can be a marathon, not a sprint. It's very difficult to do things quickly. You have to get forward dead, move in, slowly start to turn the screw. Rebellion did weather that storm for a moment. 2 down for Infamous. Descendant lethal in the respawn screen. Frosty last man standing for his team. He manages to get a pick and continues to drive forward. Inside bottom middle now. Throwing down some grenades. Ezo's in his fridge, or in his closet, excuse me, but as he doubles back now to try and pick up the tabs here, Ezo in a 1v1. Frosty will win.
Good win.
Push forward once more.
You don't really want to be taking the 1v1s against these boys. That's what they want. That's how they're going to beat you into a submission. Bomb does get reset though, and you can see kills in the kill feed going in favor of Infamous. But again, Frosty is just going to find himself in a spot here to take down anyone who decides to just marauder on their own a little bit. And there's the first victim.
Looking at the kills up the top of our screen. Lethal currently sitting with 5, 2, and 6, but it's going to be saying Collect 11, 3, and 5. A hot start for him, and that's exactly what they need if they're going to see success in this game. And Lethal has to play a little bit of defense here. The bomb's not in his territory for the moment, but you can see Rebellion are trying to piece something together here.
Well, how many times have we said throughout HCS history, you know, Collect was the difference maker in that series? And granted, sometimes it was series that maybe wasn't on the biggest of teams at those times, but now this is definitely a team that can be up there and competing with the big boys on their best of days. And right now they are going toe-to-toe with the #1 seed. No one been able to really get that bomb anywhere near the plant. I mean, Infamous were the team who got closest, but couldn't even get it armed at all, let alone actually plant that bomb. And it does beg the question, do you want to try and go for something a little bit different if everything right now has just been kind of forcing yourself into a wall of damage coming from the other team? Do you try and go for a sneaky approach? Someone gets it with the camouflage, for example, which is exactly what we're seeing now from Infamous.
Collect's gonna take his time. Has a thruster pack as well to get himself out of
I might be able to do something here. Uh-oh.
Frosty's just spotted him out, and that plasma shot will take down his shields. He has to delay this for a second because now they know exactly where he is. Has to delay, wait for his teammates to spawn back up. A lovely little skill jump that's been introduced recently. Starts to earn the bomb. Frosty's gonna try and put it
Oh, good trade. 2 dead. 2v2 right now. Oh, if he lived, that probably would have been a fucking plant, dude. Oh, Ezo might. Yeah, Ezo's going for it. Oh, he might be able to get it. He got it. Sheesh. Great play from Collect there. Just get it started.
And having the lead, you can opt to play this one a little bit differently. You can be a little bit defensive if you would like, but if they get the opportunity again, it all comes down to that camouflage. Collect got over into that corner, was able to then make the jump, and Rebellion, they were on the back foot because of it. 3 are dead though for Infamous, and now Rebellion will look to try and respond.
It has to be said, for large parts of this, Infamous deserved that plant. They've been in control thus far. They've been the ones really putting down the damage and getting the kills and really putting them in the Rebellion in the back foot. But over towards the closet area, Royal 2 face to face with Descendant, loses out on that gunfight for now. 3 dead once more for Rebellion, and Infamous looking really good here.
They are just going to be throwing that bomb, so they're going to know exactly where they are. And Frosty says, thank you for giving me that info. I'll take that fight. I'll make sure I slow this bomb down. And he survives. So again, Frosty, as the last player alive, is doing bits for Rebellion to make sure they don't go too behind here.
Back top middle. Got a little bit of damage from Royal 2, and that was enough to turn the tide in that fight. Cycle continues to jiggle peak. Camouflage is up. It looks though Infamous are in the prime position.
Rebellion's getting outslayed a little bit.
Looks like Ezo might have just gotten it. And it's been popped now. As his shields recharge and he pushes towards
Just a wee bit.
3 of his teammates are in the respawn.
Looking pretty even though.
Bomb has been reset at the worst possible time for him, as he will now have to backstab. Royal 2 sitting in fridge. They know this camouflage is around, and they're doubling back from him. Rebellion not allowing him to live. Instead of pushing forward, they're going to deal with the camouflage player and clear him out.
Yeah, they could smell him. They knew exactly where he was, and they ensured that he gets taken down. So there's not going to be any tomfoolery from behind. And now they can get control of this bomb and start to move it themselves. Now remember, this is similar to what happened in the first series of the day for Shopify Rebellion. They went 1-0 down in that flag game, but then they were able to wrestle their way back in. Frosty said in the interview they got rid of some of those jitters, but perhaps, you know, those first game jitters are still prevalent here.
First game jitters leaking into second game jitters now. 3 dead for a moment for Infamous. Descendant's going to fall. The bomb has been armed. They're all tied up now, out of nowhere. Rebellion get the bomb planted, and all that good work Infamous put in has been undone in a matter of moments.
Yeah, just like that, with a little bit of control when they had 3 dead, Rebellion were able to force that bomb in, and it was a simple plant in the end. And all that hard work Infamous have now put in, they have to do exactly the same to try and find themselves ahead again. And it may come down to the camouflage play. I liked it from Collect. I think that that's something they have to be considering, because their camouflage control has been good so far.
Killing spree for Cycle. Currently looking at 14, 3 and 9. The bomb's moving in once more. Frosty is taking damage. Royal 2 is going to have to try and provide some sort of cover fire here. Dropping down to help his teammate. Descendant will get the kill though. So now a little bit light on manpower is Royal 2, but he's going to try and aggress the spawns here. 2 players contend with him, and he's done a lot of damage, but nobody on his team there to capitalize.
Great patience though from Collect and Lethal, recognizing where that kill had happened and knowing a grenade was very likely going to be joining them as they came around that corner. So they just held back for the extra second and actually saved them from going behind it. Had they both walked forward, that was probably a bomb plan.
Just over 4 minutes and change in the clock now. And camouflage the last shot. And he's starting to be an influence. Starting to be a thorn in the side of Infamous.
The back smack.
From nowhere with an elbow to the spine.
If I was to tell you that these 2 teams, when they scrimmed, it was 14-1 in favor of Shopify Rebellion, would you believe it from what you are seeing right now? The answer, I know, would be no. This is so good from Infamous, and this is great character building, honestly. It's going to give them a lot of confidence, not just for the rest of the series, but for the tournament as a whole. They're going to be thinking, all right, well, if we can do this in Game 1, why can't we do it in Game 2, Game 3, Game 4, maybe Game 5?
Rebellion must be thinking, this is not part of the rules. You're playing above your station. That's not very fair. That's not what we expected. Infamous really getting that land buff.
I also do think that, you know, with Assault being new and with it being one of the most underplayed game types we have in the HCS at the moment, there is always going to be this opportunity for the teams that are maybe on the underdog side of things to be able to take down some of the bigger teams, because maybe they have put extra practice in.
It's that extra shot. Nice.
Frosty puts another one in the grave. Doubles back for the bomb now. Reset in 10 seconds. You can see Frosty's made a real interesting play here. He's gone to the plasma pistol on a number of occasions now. Killing spree locked in.
My ass cannot use this pistol to save my life.
Bank grenade spins up, hits the visor of Frosty and takes him out of the fight.
Yeah, Frosty is very much going for that plasma pistol often. I think he recognizes how strong it can be and how important it can be for their success in this game. Bomb is still in no man's land at the moment. You need a little bit of control before you can start moving it. Now, I have seen a strategy employed by a few teams where you start to push heavily on one side and then you try and sneak that bomb the other way. So one team will try and contest you, they take the fight, and then you just sneak that bomb behind enemy lines. But it is difficult to do so. You have to be very kind of successful with that attempt.
Now it's heading towards the 2-minute mark on the clock. You've got to start thinking that maybe the next plant will be the winner. Descending with the camouflage could possibly have the game in his hands here, because it's Rebellion on the back foot. It's them having to try and play defense. Frosty's gone down, but fortunately, 2 members of Infamous have fallen. It's very important.
It's already been 4 hours? What the fuck?
And remain and Influence. Lethal towards the closet, so they're going to be able to combine here, work together.
4 hours just gone by like it's nothing.
Surely a backpack. We're going to have to
Oh,
have to come out here. I'm calling that one a back smash.
that's unfortunate, dude.
But sadly, not going to finish.
That's
with
really
success, and
unfortunate.
It's going to allow now the bomb to start to be moved on the side of Shopify Rebellion. 1 minute 30 on the clock. If there is a plant here, you feel like it's just going to be game over. But last shot, maybe
Oh,
puts 2 on the board
huge
and
double.
does so. He's starting to put more kills
3 dead.
in his favor now. 15 for him.
As don't need to buy as much time. He's gonna die.
Here they come.
Oh, damn.
Rebellion starting to really apply that pressure now. Frosty with bomb in hands.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh! The ball's being touched. The bomb can't be tossed out. Royal 2 is going to continue the fight. Descending off the back foot gets the kill. And they were moments away from a plant.
Wow.
Taking the victory.
But that bomb did fall out of the base, did get tossed out, so Infamous will hold on. And now
Oh my god. Saved by the skin of their teeth, dude. If that got planted, they probably would have lost the game right there. 1 minute left.
Find success with their kills, which they will. Royal 2 gets the dub.
Holy shit.
It's a 1v1 map right now. Last shot comes undone by Ezo. Gonna try and push that bomb forward, but Frosty off the respawn puts an end to that very quickly. Looking at Frosty's stats as well, 24, 14, and 20. Playing exceptionally well here. It's got to be said, Infamous have really given as good as they've gotten here. There's still time for them to snatch a win.
I think Halo fans will be very happy to see how this game is going at the moment because it just sets us up for
And they got the camo.
and maybe for this tournament.
They have a good setup here.
The bomb is going to be moved. Only 10 seconds remaining though, so it is very likely we might be heading into some overtime here.
The issue for Infamous was that Rebellion started to spawn inside the base. So you have to clear them out and hope to put them towards the fridge instead. Infamous now have control of the opposition base, and they are starting to spawn over towards the fridge. This is the opportunity. They've dealt with last shot. They're starting to put bodies on them.
Uh-oh.
Unfortunately, they're starting to fall. 2 down on the side of Rebellion. 2
Oh,
for
he needs to
Infamous.
win this.
Enzo's fighting tooth and nail for everything, but he falls.
Yeah, they were able to toss that bomb out as well. Great defensive work from Rebellion. It was a massive opportunity for Infamous. They just couldn't get rid of that spawner. Again, you have to be very aware of those spawn locations and where they're going to be arriving from. Sometimes you can just tuck your head down and you can get a plant, but you can be mere milliseconds away from doing so before you get taken down on other occasions. Now Frosty's going to be able to move it. And you just
Overkill from last shot? Holy fuck.
He has taken down the entire Rebellion, the entire Infamous roster here, and now Rebellion going to be pushing forward.
Driving forward his last shot off the back of that overkill. Puts one more in the grave.
And another double, dude. Oh my god, dude. He's doing so much damage. Oh my god, 4 dead. Oh, I think that's the game, dude. I think that's the game. Holy shit, dude. Game-winning overkill, dude. Game-winning plays from last shot there, dude. Holy fucking shit.
It was a great effort, but in the end,
Well played.
who was struggling to begin with when it comes to those kills, pulls out an overkill into almost.
I kind of wanted to see Infamous win that one, dude.
But a big double to ensure that they have the lead here, and they
GG's.
take down Infamous in game 1.
I think Onset and Brav talked about it in Series 1. When you look at the series, it's finished 3-1. No one cares about how you get the job done, as long as you push forward. They've looked shaky at times here, have Rebellion.
That's a Diet Coke. I'm calling it.
They're just about squeaking through.
It's another thing that Frosty said in his interview. They weren't worried about game 1. They weren't worried that they
Diet
were
Coke
behind
he's
because
drinking.
They know they have the capability to get back into that game, and I think that is what is quite scary about this Shopify Rebellion roster throughout this tournament. Is even when you think they might be down, even when you might think they've been struggling, they always have that possibility to get back into it. Well, Assault Aquarius does go in their favor, and now how much does this hurt Infamous is going to be my biggest question. At least they are going to be moving to a Slayer, which I think, looking at the series layout, would have been their best opportunity at finding a win. If they can be that close on Assault Aquarius, then maybe that bodes well for them.
I mean, the incredible thing was, Infamous were moments away from getting that plant. If a couple of kills go their way, if they have a grenade that they can spin up and hit some of those fridge spawners, all of a sudden we're talking about a completely different story. But as such, the ink is now starting to dry on Aquarius. Assault 2-1 the score for Rebellion, and now we drive towards Live Fire Slayer. And this is really going to be Infamous's chance to put a dent in Rebellion's title ambitions.
I think it just comes down to execution, really, doesn't it? If you look back at that game, and the biggest things were just the final moments of getting that plant. Rebellion just seemed to have a bit more control when they actually were planting the bomb, whereas Infamous was a bit more forced when they were going into it. And that'll be something they'll learn as they move forward in the rest of the tournament as well. But you can see the stats on your screen there. I mean, Descendant putting up 30 kills, an excellent game from him. But I think everyone played their part. No one really struggled. I think there were times when there were dips from certain players or they started a little bit cold, but all 8 players seemed to be firing on all cylinders.
And you have to say as well, these reps are invaluable for Infamous. Of course, remember, Rebellion have the advantage of they've already played on LAN. They've played together in that Kazan Invitational. For Infamous, this is really their first time and their first throw of the dice.
Yeah, you just have to learn as you go and grow with every game, every series. And if you can find victories along the way, even better. But remember, it's pool play. You can have these games, you can have these series in pool play where you struggle a little bit and then suddenly you burst to life when you get into that championship bracket. So we'll have to see how Infamous handle this one. And that's another test. When you're a new team, how do you handle losses? It's very different. Losing a scrim game, you're like, yeah, it's just practice, doesn't matter. But when you lose a game that's that close, who's going to be there to kind of pick up the pieces here in this one?
I think they can draw a lot of good things from game number 1, but live fire Slayer down. We always speak about how the underdogs have a chance in the games, particularly when it's the Slayers. And is it going to be the same situation here again?
I mean, one takeaway that Infamous can have looking at Slayer Livefire is we did see Shopify Rebellion lose to Optic Gaming and that Invitational you were speaking of. It was a close game, but I think any Slayer that you're losing, there's always going to be things that need to be worked on. There is always going to be opportunities there, and we saw it earlier as well in the first series. We saw Shopify Rebellion lose a Slayer, and I think Infamous have to win this one if they want any chance in this series. I know that sounds very simple, and we always say it, but this one really is there for the picking.
What do you think? When you play in scrims and in tournaments and you lose a game type, it's far more valuable to lose that game type because you now know, okay, we've got something to work on, because they have just played Assault on Aquarius. They might think, okay, we're good, we won that game. But actually, as a matter of fact, they maybe weren't as comfortable as it could have been.
Yeah, comfort is a big thing as well. But one thing we learned from game 1 is, like, in the slaying department, very successful on the side of Infamous. I mean, Collect was doing so well. Descendant was having a great game as well. If you are hot, if you are playing in that way, then you want to go into a Slayer to follow up. So I think this could be a really interesting one, especially if you can get early control against Rebellion. Don't get into that trading fight. Don't get into that trading war of 1v1 after 1v1. Rebellion will win that game. Instead, just try and eliminate the key pieces to begin with, and then bully them back. Don't allow them to set the pace of the game.
Game 2 underway, then on board with last shot. The free-for-all god now becoming Fours god very quickly. Royal 2 and Cycle though, they're in the respawn screen watching the teammates on. Last shot
Clean.
The body was good enough. Looking to get tower control now. Really plant his feet and pop off with a few snipe shots. As he trains his eyes over towards the camouflage. And anybody on Infamous now are in great peril if they poke up more than a pixel.
That shot got the call, the Collect was weak, and he put his...
Oh, huge trade.
Picks out the double as well, but the sniper will be down on the floor. 3 are dead though on the side of Infamous, so the likelihood is someone's going to rescue it on the side of Rebellion. And yeah, it goes into Cycle's hands. Now, last season I was saying that this young man was the player to watch throughout the entirety. Every single time he was on your screens, he was doing something incredible, and now he has the opportunity with this squad to really put himself in the history books of the HCS, and we'll have to see how he progresses, but yeah, I really love this team. You know, you were mentioning it, how like it felt like it was the scraps that kind of got put together after what happened with the breakup of the World Championship winning side, but I really think this could be one of those rosters that everyone is talking about throughout the entire year.
3 dead on the side of Rebellion momentarily, 10-10 on the score now. Ezo's got the sniper rifle, currently sitting at 4-1 and 2, so had a pretty bright start here, all things considered. Lethal's got a kill now, and that will put Infamous into the lead, even if only for a moment. There's a bit of a skirmish happening over towards the camouflage side, and last shot put down some damage over towards Garage. Frosty will peek from the sandbags as well. Ezo's been threatened, been pressured a lot here. Cycles down to no shields. That snipe shot did connect to the body. Not enough to get the kill. Teammate on hand, and Descendant will get the pick. It's a 3v3 map now. Ezo still got control of tower, although he's trying to clear it out at the moment. Still getting pressured.
Team nade, I think.
Open 25 seconds. It's got Rebellion over there now, and perhaps they can think of just staying there for the moment. taking control of the map.
Just Infamous need to keep up this pace, keep up this pressure. Don't allow those one-shots to be getting away. Last shot, last player remaining. Find him, at least get eyes on him, at least get some sort of knowledge so you can take him out and you can start to plan around that. Don't let him escape and get a route behind, because that's what Rebellion will try and do. That last player will try and get damage, which will then allow the rest of the team off spawn to just suddenly pile into you. But now that's going to be a big kill onto Frosty, and maybe there'll be a camouflage, and yes, Lethal's going to grab it.
Shots down the Royal too.
Ah, they just surrounded, dude.
All 4 members of Rebellion just sitting there waiting for him, so no clear avenue that he could explore to get himself out of danger. Really tried to make the best of a bad situation, but you talked about trying to make sure you keep on top of things there, but all of a sudden 4 dead for Infamous, and they've really gotten their lead taken away from them.
Because they just couldn't find that last remaining player, and sadly then they got pinched by the 3 spawners and Last Shot, who was over towards green. And now they find themselves behind to Infamous. 3 dead yet again, Collect being the last remaining player, and Frosty has a sniper rifle. And I've seen this one before.
First shot didn't find a home, second will get the body, and the melee did come out.
That melee came out so fast, dude. It didn't even show. He just died. He died off a body.
Towards sandbags, so now sniper rifle still down top middle. Frosty's gonna go back for it now. Look at the push forward. Heads over towards scoreboard. That pistol doing enough damage to pop the shields. Last shot should be able to apply the finishing touches, and does.
Oh.
And now a 4-kill advantage for Rebellion. Sniper rifle to play with as well, with 4 bullets to work with. Lethal could be about to lose his face, but he thinks differently about going towards tower instead. Backs towards his teammate.
Yeah, very important route that Frosty took just to make sure he was covered by someone, but also if he was taken down, someone else would be able to pick up that sniper rifle, and if he had hit that, I might have just lost my mind. But still alive, finally gets shut down at the top of tower. A 4-kill lead still, so they were 3 kills down, a 7-kill swing in their favor. And now the real question is, can Infamous actually get back into this game? Can they find that same kind of success? Because Rebellion have just had so much control at this point that every single spawner from Infamous has walked into bullets from Rebellion, but there's the opener. There's the now extra player on the map, and now you've got to take advantage of it.
You've got the opener. Royal 2 has the equalizer, but unfortunately for him, those 2 shots do not connect over the cross of top middle. They were just warning shots across the bow. Now descending in a 1v1 against Last Shot, and he just continues to do that, Dan. He wins his ones.
It's not just him.
He gets the stick and dips. Nice.
And that's why it's so tough for Infamous. You don't want to take them in the 1v1, so you need to try and send 2 players. You need to play the buddy system a little bit. But then if that goes wrong, if too much damage is done by that individual, then you find yourself on the back foot. 5-kill advantage now for Rebellion. But at least there's a camouflage for Infamous to work with.
Descendant's been spotted out though. Last Shot knows exactly where he is. He will be called out. He's just going to wait over towards Dummy. He's hoping his teammates can provide some sort of distraction so he can provide a backstab or open the door and an opportunity here. Teammates have got to do damage. Last Shot just waiting from top middle, and he runs straight into the blender. Sure you can, they're going to trade it out.
They were just waiting. That's one thing I've noticed so far from Rebellion, both of these games, is they've been so aware of camouflages and just knew exactly where each player of Infamous was going to be pushing when they did have it. Infamous do close the gap to 3 though, and Frosty's under a little bit of pressure, so he has to retreat as well.
Heads up play from Frosty, recognizing he was down in numbers, seeing 2 players and thought, I do not like that fight. 1v1 with Lethal now. Lethal comes out on top, the fadeaway shot. Royal 2 though gets the kill. A 3-kill advantage now as we head towards the end game. Descendant's position towards top tower. Royal 2 heading up there now. It's going to be a scrap, it's going to be a skirmish. Royal 2 comes out on top.
Oh, they might be able... they're pulling away now. Oh, they're pulling away now.
To finish the job, and maybe Frosty says I can do it myself with a sniper rifle now. It's a 5-kill lead yet again. 4 now remain. Make it 3. And Rebellion, are they about to turn the corner here? Oh!
Lands the body.
Ouch.
1 more kill then to double their series advantage. Over top middle he goes. Finds the body. Forces that player down bottom. The kill comes elsewhere. And Rebellion do put themselves...
That was a close game. Infamous was looking pretty good there.
But they just allowed Rebellion to get arm's length away, and they held them there. Did not allow Infamous back into that game whatsoever. As soon as there was 1 kill on the board,
is that a vape on the desk? That's crazy.
And then Infamous got that 1 taste where they were within 2, and then Frosty gets a sniper rifle. It's those fine margins that can really be the difference maker though in these games. And again, I think Infamous should be really happy that they are having these close games with Shopify Rebellion, the #1 seed. But at the same time, if this series ends up as a 3-0, no one's really going to remember how close those games were.
I think you rightly touched upon it, right? Cause for optimism for Infamous for keeping the games as close as they were. Game 1, if Last Shot doesn't get that overkill, how different could the game have been? Game 2, Frosty takes over with the sniper rifle, just putting breathing room between him and the rest of the enemy. But now, CTF Forbidden on the horizon. Not our newest game type, but one of the newer ones. And of course, all these teams fresh, so have to try and figure out strategies, tactics, how to break and how to hold setups. And maybe this could be an opportunity for Infamous.
And of course, a very heavy sniping map, and I think when you've got Frosty, Last Shot, Royal 2 cycle on a team.
That's not the narrative I wanted you to push. I wanted you to go the other way.
Tough to try and go against Shopify Rebellion here, to be honest. I mean, when they scrimmed against each other on this map, CTF Forbidden, it was a 3-0 in favor of Shopify Rebellion. Yes, that was 2 weeks ago, but that's where you go off just for initial guesses. But I think from what I've seen on live fire and actually the sniper shots that were hit and how prevalent the sniper is on Forbidden, I think it's going to be Shopify Rebellion to take this one 3-0. If you allow Royal 2, you allow Frosty to start to pop off, it's going to be very difficult to defend your flag.
Rebellion then one game away from a clean sweep and potentially topping their pool until the open bracket comes in and tries to cause some sort of mischief. But for now, things are looking good, things are going their way. And for Infamous, they would have been expecting perhaps to lose this series, and maybe their interest and intention will turn to the second team in their pool. But with the way this has gone, up against Cloud9, that could be a really good series, Dan.
Yeah, I think that Infamous would have looked at the series and said, all right, Cloud9 is our main target. If we can walk away with anything against Shopify Rebellion, we'll be happy, even if that's just a map. They're going to be realistic. I think you have to be in Halo. You can't always come in expecting to beat everyone, especially in pool play. You can, of course, say, oh, we think we could win the tournament, but that wouldn't necessarily be from pool play. I think you have to accept your fate in a situation like this when you are a newer side. You need those reps, you need that practice against a squad like this on LAN. But CTF Forbidden, I mean, there's always the chance that maybe Shopify Rebellion don't have as much control. When they're 2-0 up, they might get a little bit dizzy with the situation and say, you know, we're going to breeze through this one and perhaps Infamous can take control. I think I'm stretching a little bit, but I just want to hope for maybe a game on their side.
I think it has to be said as well, Dan, particularly how their first series went and their second, it's crazy the difference one kill, one play can make in turning the score of a game and a series in general, because all of a sudden a couple of kills have gone against Rebellion in the first series and now. The whole complexion of their tournament looks totally different.
And that's the thing about Halo is you want the superstar, you want the X Factor on your team. And, you know, when Optic was made, everyone was like, well, you've just made a team of 4 X Factors, 4 superstars. But then you look at this Shopify Rebellion roster, you could say the same thing. Granted, Cycle, Last Shot maybe don't have the same kind of credentials as Optic Gaming do, but they have shown and demonstrated throughout so many games throughout the HCS, they have the ability to be game changers. You have 4 game changers on the side of Shopify Rebellion who can all pop off at any moment, and the other team is always going to be like, all right, well, we could get 3 down, but then where's Frosty? Oh, he's got a sniper rifle. We have to focus on it, and suddenly a double kill comes out. Suddenly Last Shot gets an overkill, and it's a different story.
Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. I don't know why the fuck I'm like yawning so much, dude.
With Rebellion on Forbidden,
Well, I guess I didn't get enough sleep or something, bro. Which, you know, actually, yeah, that makes sense. I didn't go to bed until almost 5 in the morning. I was too busy watching Solo Leveling, dude.
3-0, move on with our day and start to think about the next series here in Arlington. However, I think if you can take those snipers away from Shopify Rebellion, then that is going to be your best chance. Sounds simple, whether you're throwing it off the map, whether you would just keep it in your own possession, I think that's going to be your best opportunity.
And something we were talking with Clutch recently, and he was saying how he thinks at the moment, on current form, Frosty is the best player in the game, and he's really starting to show that in some of these games.
I mean, hard to argue with it as well. I think the way Frosty's been playing, everyone's looking at him saying that he has awakened a new beast within himself. Halo 5 Frosty, I've heard a few times. I mean, we've got Halo 5 maps coming into the equation now here in HCS as well in Infinite, so I think that is definitely the chance for Frosty to be at the top of his game once more. And you mentioned it during the first game of this series. They have a point to prove. I mean, Frosty Royal 2 probably left like, well, why weren't we trying to be poached? Why weren't we the ones that were being formed on this super team, for example? And I think that they've already started to answer those critics that may have said otherwise. And I'm very excited how this season's going to go. I mean, we watched what happened in the Invitational. Could you argue that, you know, did Rebellion technically win against Optic Gaming? Was it left realistically at a draw? I think we come into this event still with the unknown of who is the best team. Yes, Rebellion won the format that was
Bro, what the fuck is playing? God damn.
Who knows what would have happened?
That is the great thing about the KSAN Invitational, because maybe not a great thing for the players because they would have wanted to see who wins outright, no asterisks around it. But as a fan, you look at it and go, we didn't get a definitive conclusion to that tournament. It was left. One team won it in the upper bracket, and then they came back. There was no bracket reset. So now we have this moment where
Next game.
matched, and we don't know who's quite just ahead right
Potentially last game of the series.
Actually, I mean, even if by accident, but I think that Rebellion will want to prove at this tournament that, you know, it doesn't matter if there wasn't a bracket reset. We are still the best team. We would have got it done anyway if there was one. And the only way to find out will be Sunday here in Arlington.
Oh, it will be settled one way or another, but still to settle this series here and now. Capture the flag on Forbidden. 2 sniper rifles do come into play, and we've got some big game players on the map that can have an influence. You speak about Royal 2, he has an illustrious career, Dan, of hitting these shots, and I'll expect to see something from him. Maybe right off the rip. Is he going to be the one that's trusted to pick up the sniper rifle and make some plays?
I think he might be. I mean, whether you're the replay operator in-house or whether you're just somebody who likes to clip things on Twitch or YouTube, get ready, because this is one of those maps that does provide those big moments with the sniper rifles being available. You can see the quick push for the overshield as well, almost so quick that it caught them off guard. 3 dead on the side of Infamous.
Royal 2 has got to be asking, where did Collect come from? Such was the speed in which he covered that ground. Frosty's got his hands on the snipe and the flag, but Collect behind enemy lines, being a nuisance, body shot onto one. He's receiving a lot of pressure here though, has to try and hit last shot and does, but Collect may have single-handedly stopped that flag run.
Dude is doing so much damage in the base.
Managed to find the only pixel that was available to save him, but now Royal 2 has picked up the sniper that he would say is rightfully his, and I think that was a great early push from Collect, not only to stop the sniper rifle, but it also stopped the flag being pulled. Yes, it left the rest of his team vulnerable, but it worked out in the end.
Royal 2 then, now has his hands back on his precious. He's driving forward. Ezo down to no shields. Now, no longer a problem. That's how you say words. Thought I'd forgotten over time.
Was that an accent thing?
No, that was just me having a fat tongue. Just couldn't get the words out of my mouth. Lethal down to no shields. Just manages to stay alive for now, although not any longer because Frosty has taken him out. Last shot combines as well to get a kill in the zone. Royal 2 continues to put down damage here. Down to no shields, has to back away.
Good lives.
And Collect then. It's happy love to allow Royal 2 to stay down here in the bonfire for now, but does double back and get a double kill. So Collect so far putting in a lot of good work, a lot of hard yards.
Yeah, and a successful first couple of minutes for Infamous. Not only do they get rid of the first sniper rifle, but they also waste a couple of bullets, and it has not given a first flag capture for Rebellion as well. So if they can consistently find a way to shut down that sniper rifle, it will give them a fantastic chance as well. Ezo the last remaining player though, and now that will allow Rebellion to start to circle their prey here.
And you have to wonder just how important will this first flag capture be? Because if it goes the way of Rebellion, will Infamous start to feel like this series is beyond them? And at the moment, Rebellion are in a lot of enemy territory.
Oh, there goes the OS.
Royal 2 just couldn't get it into his chest, and Infamous survived for now.
Yeah, now Infamous will get the chance to take a little bit of map control here, take top middle, start to move towards the opposition flag. And I think they're trying to find last shot at the moment. He's been pinged a couple of times. Ezo's going to try and get there, but just when you think you found a member of Rebellion on their own, someone else just comes out of the woodwork.
It is a danger of trying to traverse so much ground. Because all of a sudden you leave yourself open to some angles and some damage. Last shot's got the flag and he's running it. Down the steps he goes. Cycle providing cover fire here. Collect down to no shields. Did do a lot of damage. Look, he wasn't the favorite to win the fight, but did do quite a lot of damage here. Last shot though has made it all the way up the back ramp through sewers. Is there anyone there to put the stop to it? The answer is no. 1-0 then. Rebellion take the lead.
Great setup from Rebellion for that flag as well. Just having Cycle in that position means he can win that 1v1 of the player pushing up ramp, but also does that extra damage on anyone who is chasing that flag where they feel like they have to commit or they are going to have to just back off and let that flag go because of the amount of damage that was coming from top middle. Now Royal 2's got the fresh sniper rifle and they have the lead. This could be the beginning of the end here for Infamous.
Untrained. Good enough for a body shot on the Descendant. Trying to predict the drop down, but Descendant's going to stay exactly where he is. Royal 2 then will watch once more. Kills going across the map, and Royal 2 is about as comfortable as one can be all the way back here with the sniper rifle. He's often been told that's his playstyle. He likes to anchor, and this is as far back as you could possibly be with the sniper rifle. I have heard stories of Wes Clutch betraying him for things like this.
I mean, he's ready to put his slippers on, get a dressing gown on the go, or a bathrobe for you Americans, and get a cup of tea. I think he's comfortable. This is exactly where he wants to be. Now he's just helped Frosty get the overshield as well, so this is going to be another push coming from Rebellion. Colette goes down, 2 are dead, and the push will come through, and a flag is going to be moved.
Frosty opting to apply some pressure and aggression onto the fresh spawners. 3 dead for Infamous again. Lethal's the first one and only one standing for a moment, trying to do damage to that flag carrier, but unfortunately for him, last shot's already got to back up the ramp again. It's deja vu, because yet another flag has been ran in, and just like that, it's 2 to the good now for Rebellion.
Almost like the exact same run, dude. That's crazy.
Was holding the position Cycle did previously, but with a sniper rifle, holds even more threat, which makes it even more difficult for Infamous to try and chase that flag, because as soon as you expose any body part, it's probably
7 minutes, still time to come back.
2-0 lead, 7 minutes to go, and Infamous really have to dig.
But Rebellion is not making this easy.
They're gonna do it. It's most certainly gonna be the hard way. The commando in the hands of Cycle, doing that damage as Lethal slid across. Enzo's made it up the main ramp. Cycle knows exactly where he is.
But notice how they don't really want to push yet. They don't want to get too aggressive until they have someone in that top ramp position. Frosty now finds himself there, so they begin to move up and towards the flag. As soon as they have someone top ramp, that's when they feel comfortable to start moving it, because it gives you options. Depending on where spawns are, depending on where control is, that's where you're going to be moving that flag.
It really is like the foundation point of a flag cap. You have to have a player situated there, applying pressure to the new spawners, because they can't take the ground. Their only avenue to get out is down through the sewer. 3 dead now for Infamous. And last shot in enemy territory. 4 dead now. The flag's going to get pulled. They have a spawner over towards the snipe tower, though. That's going to prove to be a little bit of a complication now for last shot. He has to try and take care of Collect. He doesn't do so, and Ezo eliminates him from the equation.
It's a fortunate split spawn for Infamous, but the flag is still in a position where it could be grabbed by Shopify Rebellion if they want to commit to it. But they may feel by committing to it, they give up too much map presence. They might just let this one go and play this one smartly, especially with the overshield coming up.
Cycle's good for 2. Has himself a fresh coat of paint now. Overshield locked in. Collect's going to fall as well.
Might try and run it through top.
Where you need to be at this very moment.
Oh no, they're just gonna go through.
Over towards the tower again.
Fair, he's got camo anyways.
Give a damn right now. Driving that flag forward, taking 0
That
damage
movement
all
is
the way
fucking
as
crazy, dude.
3 members of his team have fallen, so perhaps this one won't go in as comfortably as though it may look. Cycle drives forward.
That OS saved it, yeah. Wow. They got that flag almost for free there.
Looking pretty hot here in Arlington, and even though there was a great
GG's.
Infamous,
Good series.
in the first 2 matches, I think we start to see the brilliance as we got to the conclusion of that series. And I love that push from Cycle. He was holding top ramp, and I was going through my head saying, well, he got the top ramp position, he's going to send someone else in, but he said, you know what, screw it. I've got an overshield. I can literally run with this flag. Even if I get tagged, I'm at least getting around the corner. Sees his teammates go down, he says, well, I've still got a full overshield pretty much, and he will throw that one in to make it a 3-0 on CTF Forbidden, and of course, 3-0 in the series. So Shopify Rebellion will be at the top of their pool until we see one of the open teams join them, who will have to try and battle it out to maybe see if they could take that position.
Armored carrier, yeah, no, they had a really good setup there.
The troubles they had in game 1, game 2 and 3, a lot more comfortable for them. The 3-0 sweep against Infamous, which is probably what they would have expected coming into this, but they definitely grew in confidence as the series went on.
I think they would have been expecting to 3-0 Cloud9 and Infamous, so I think maybe that drop of a map against Cloud9 might have shaken them a little bit, but I think to be humbled early on in a tournament is very important as well, because then you don't get in your head of thinking, we could have the flawless tournament. We could have that tournament where we don't drop a game. No, just get it out early, focus on winning, instead of thinking about anything too extra, especially in the first major of the season.
Sometimes winning dirty is winning is good enough. Rebellion, game 1, they were really put to the test. Infamous threatened throughout. The overshield in the end, punching in that last flag, and it's really indicative of how good the teamwork was, particularly on CTF Forbidden. Dan, you spoke about how important the sniper rifles were, but their strategy and some of their setups were impervious.
I think what's very exciting is not only have we got Shopify Rebellion, and we're talking about, you know, Rebellion, you've got Optic, you've got SSG, you've got FaZe, but also the top 5 to 12 and the likes of Infamous, the likes of Cloud9, TSM, they are going to be some insane games throughout this tournament.
This tournament is only going to get better and better as we progress. And speaking of getting better and better, Blaze has got an interview with Last Shot. Take it away, fella.
All right, everybody, show some love to Shopify Rebellion. They stay perfect in their pools. I got Last Shot with me on the main stage, and Last Shot so far, a perfect day for you guys. How you feeling being able to come out with some dominant wins, even in some of these close objective game modes? You guys have been doing really well, kind of closing them out in a dominant fashion. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels good, man. Just get ready for tomorrow. Get some reps in for pool play. Going into the champ bracket tomorrow. Or, I mean, obviously pool play as well. Playing the O bracket team. Don't want to underestimate them, obviously, but getting ready for tomorrow.
There you go. I love that answer. Getting ready for tomorrow, looking towards the future, okay? Because one thing I know that'd be very important for you, that you'll love, is to be able to come out with a major win this event, all right? Come out, get your first. You know, how does it feel coming off that win at the K-Sign Invitational, knowing how good your team is on land, but also on the same, side, trying to stay cool, calm, and collected and composed this event?
I mean, yeah, we're just going to keep putting our head down, keep working towards our goal of winning the event, and that's what we're going to do.
Hey, okay, there you go. Keeping it simple right there. Now, lastly, you're playing with 2 world champions on your team. What is it like to have that duo of Frosty and Royalty on your team next to the slam power we know that you have?
I mean, it feels good. We have leadership on the team with Brad, and then obviously, the amount of reps they've put in over the years. So, I mean, it's a great dynamic and team we have.
It definitely is a great team that you guys have. Texas, show some more love to Shopify Rebellion. That's going to do it for me in the Last Shot on the stage. Lot, take us away.
All right, thank you so much, Blaze. I've got to say, comfort is a buzzword that we're using quite often when it comes to Shopify Rebellion. I did notice that Last Shot certainly is comfortable up there, considering he is wearing Crocs. He's donning the Crocs right now.
No way! I didn't even notice that.
Not in sports mode. I fear for their competitors. The second that Croc gets put in 6th gear, I fear so deeply for them because, I mean, if it gets better than that, Wes, I mean, the sky's the limit for
Not
this
the Crocs, bro.
Incredible scenes yet again. A really nice answer back, I think, from their C9 series, which I think a lot of people were hoping they'd kind of pull out the bag a more dominant win there, which I think says more a little bit about C9 here, but a really nice one to end their day here.
Yeah, I think it was nice to get a second opportunity to see them on main stage, on the broadcast, under the lights once again. And you could hear it from Frosty's interview earlier today when he's talking about getting the jitters out. Well, the jitters are still getting fluctuated out, but they're going to look better and better and better every single time we see them. And I think that was a strong case to be made for the second series. Was now that we're a bit warmed up, we're in the atmosphere, we're getting used to this. You're going to see more highlights.
Yo, Botref, what's up? Good to see you.
In the world play.
Hope you're well.
Certainly will indeed. Now, on the other side of the stage, I think something that we learned about Infamous is don't count them out. They are willing to go the distance. They are willing to fight for that win despite the odds in that kind of game in the series. How did you make about their debut here in this first major?
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was really good, especially going up against the #1 seed in a team like a Shopify Rebellion. That game #1 was so close. And
You're late to the watch party. It's alright. Still got a while. I think we still have like 3 or 4 hours of today, at least.
Doing his thing, going off in the KD department. I like the way Ezza was playing, even though not the best of KD, putting down shots, staying alive. But it's Shopify Rebellion.
Oh man.
They certainly are very, very good at that, just creating space for one.
It's crazy how 5 hours have already gone by though, dude. Like that's crazy.
About something you got excited on, something that you notice happen.
Just goes to show how like good these matches have been.
Last Shot, we know how good he is, but what you often don't realize is what he's doing behind the scenes for his team and how he elevates his
Luminosity
team.
versus SSG right now.
I will say that is, yeah, it's 2 minutes and 20 seconds off the clock. Very low score for that.
Playing some Reach 4v4s? How'd that go?
Yeah, I mean, very
Reach is always fun to
it's
play.
Origin for the first time on screen here. On LAN, I should say. My bad. I'm excited to see how this plays out. Couple shots go in. Eco from the space station trying to do a bit of damage. He goes down. But it's still a very close game, and it seems like a lot of these Slayers have been close like this.
Yeah, it's the Slayers are where you can find your opportunity, right? It is the moment in which there's a big equalizing effort between those teams that are in that top echelon.
Really, short queues.
Break through, right? That loose gameplay.
It's good to see that MCC still has a good population.
To catch players off guard, to play something that opens up a lot of mixy play, and that's where teams like Luminosity could benefit.
Good shot.
Yaxin with a snipe now. Luminosity, there's another kill from Yaxin. He'll stay alive here with Snipe as well.
I'm interested to see how SSG plays against some of the higher teams this time around. They played kind of rough at the Invitational.
Jackson's like really creeping up into this spot here. He's trying to find himself an opportunity to get these kills.
How is he still alive?
I don't know. The rest of his team went down. Yeah, just waste the ammo. I actually really like that. It's like, yeah, you just start wasting it. Honestly, he puts it in a really awkward spot. I think there's like 2 bullets and it's 1 and 1. So they have to pick up that gun and reload.
Oh, Space Station do get the rockets though. Snipe was ringing out right there. I think those are the 2 shots if I'm not mistaken. The rockets come out. Jackson goes down. And he wastes. He doesn't waste. Lucid gets the second. Beautiful couple of rockets there, and he places life at the same time. That's going to give SSG the lead they're looking for. And another kill from Lucid once again. He has been on fire in this series.
20 kills to go for Space Station. And passing that 30 kill mark, right? That puts you in the second half of the game. What do they always say? The old what's the old adverb? That's not the word. What do you call it?
Adage.
Adage. No, that's not it either.
No, it is. It is adage. The old adage, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I mean,
It's a pretty even game.
Pretty sure it's adage.
But as an adverb, I was like, that's not it.
The old saying goes. How the old saying goes.
There we go. There we go. 33 to 32. Luminosity have taken the lead.
Avusi's having an amazing game.
That double kill, and that's a massive swing for them. Space Station, they were starting to take launch, but they might have just had disaster on the pad.
No. Yeah, this is, again, when you're a team like Luminosity and you're this close in a Slayer, it's going to give you that sense of hope and that confidence. And that's exactly what you need, and they're riding that confidence right now pretty heavily. SSG up by 1 kill, though.
So it's been surprising how we've seen so much stoppage in play between these 2 teams. They really are giving a lot of respect to each other in these moments. And Jackson got a big kill. That's going to win them the snipe side, but it's Snakebite on the other side, getting the rockets, securing this for his team. And
good rocket.
Massive double kills. And that's a big play. They lost their control on the right side. They regain it because of that effort.
And that double was not easy either. He banks the second rocket off the wall to get the kill. This is crazy. The chow by Piggy, he goes down 40 to 39 now. SSG looking to extend this lead to feel a bit more comfortable, but right now, I mean, they're not feeling comfortable at all. This is nowhere near in their favor. They're winning such a big game 1. It's Snakebite staying alive inside the cave. It's a big 1v1 by him. Look at the peak shot. Oh my gosh, he still gets the trade.
Look at that. I mean, it has been trade for trade for trade. It is so tough for teams, for these 2 teams to get a lead, but with that, Luminosity gets 2, and it's a big one. For what we see from the 30 kill mark, we haven't really seen this separation.
Yeah, Stellar's having a bit of a rough
I'm smiling because I'm just thinking back to Worlds, man.
Not normally seen out of him.
Well, you're about to see things that aren't normal when Wordley gets ahead.
God, dude, I can't wait to go back, dude. It's around like the times of these lands now that I'm just like reminiscing. Really excited for this season, dude.
One well-placed headshot here.
Yeah, someone's got to come through and say something like. At this point, it's slow down.
They're doing that. They're not giving anyone an angle.
Early. It's 44. That's what I'm saying. I feel like Luminosity they have to slow this down fast. I think SSG are picking them apart. You can see it. It's happening. 44 to 47 now. Again, 46 to 48.
2 kill game.
Eco
Let's
gets
make
another.
It 1.
Eco gets another.
The trade. Oh, that's enough.
Wow, they did not want to trade in that scenario.
No, they definitely had a path forward.
That's crazy.
The Halo 5 map? Yeah, it's Kali.
We're going to go into game 2 of our qualifying match. And I am going to hand my headset off to Eli because I desperately need to take a small break here, unfortunately. So, hey, enjoy the silky voice of Eli the Ninja.
Eli's coming on with us, ladies and gentlemen. Matt, don't worry.
One of your least liked maps? Really? You don't like Kali? Kali is one of my favorites.
He has to take dad breaks sometimes.
He gets distracted. That's the real problem. It took us 20 minutes to walk here because he wants to say hi to everyone. Like, bro, come on.
Yeah.
We got to get back to work.
Friendly Mac.
He's literally talking to people right now.
Oh, well, you know what? That's why everyone loves him. It's all good. Me and you, we're workers.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? We just zone in.
I love Kali, man.
We say no. It's not the time. We're working.
It performs like shit in this game, but I love this map.
I gotta work.
That's right.
Anyways, Ether in ascending baseline. This was one that I think most people who looked at the bracket.
4 out of 10. That's crazy.
Feels bad for ascending baseline.
I still like you, I guess. I guess I'll tolerate you.
Ether, the best team in Mexico, maybe the best team that's ever come out of Mexico, period. I expect them to make a deep run.
They've been dominant. Tapping buttons has been at the forefront of that the entire time. I mean, this guy is...
You always do.
There's a reason he's picked up an NA, you know, all those years ago. But we'll see if Ascending Baseline can pull things together here. Uzi, Zuzi, and Hayda, the Uzi-Zuzi twins.
This is the reason I come back. I appreciate that, dude.
Cleans up another. Still, though, it's a 10-kill lead for Ether.
Okay, Hative chasing a bottom low. I feel like Hative has been a huge catalyst for this team's success and groove. They've been able to just work together a lot better ever since he joined the roster. So far, though, they're kind of in a
that means a lot, though.
Need to come back. And Hative doing okay, though. He's 7.
Oh, man. I need to, like, get up and walk around, dude. My ass hurts. Ugh.
I think it's definitely happens.
Reminder to get up every once in a while, chat.
Like Origin, you get caught in the cycle over and over and over again. The spawns are obviously dynamic. So it's easy to get caught on bad timings.
Oh, fuck.
Uzi, though, has some nice timing and some nice damage as well. On top of that,
You are never getting me on League.
Alive, but another assist comes through for him.
Acid, this guy I think is underrated. This guy is insane. Hopefully he can show off what he can do with this sniper.
Dude, I suck at MOBAs. I suck at them so bad.
So far, he doesn't have to do anything because his team is just killing everybody around him.
Yeah. He just freely holding top of cat. You love to see that, though. Again, players from the Latin America region coming in and still having a passion for the game, and still showing that they have the talent to compete with the best of them. It's going to be Acid, the man you talked about. Snipe to work with, covering the angle, waiting for his teammates. Still 3 bullets to use, and again, his teammates come through. They tried to.
You're up 100? Dope. Love that for you. Oh my.
Acid popping off.
Took a lot of shots to get there, but we got there. Finally finds the double kill, and 10-point lead is feeling pretty good on this map in particular. If one team has that high ground advantage, it's pretty difficult to play out of. So like to see some coordinated efforts out of Ascending Baseline to get out of these spawn traps, but so far it feels like Ether is intentionally spawning them at different parts of the map. They're just kind of cycling them and having them in the blender, yeah.
Yep.
I believe in you. Yo, Ran, thank you for the hydrate. I got some agua.
38 to 27. It's going to be tough. I think at that 40 kill mark is where things get really, really difficult. But they're not there yet. Dark Matter still has a chance to make some sort of an impact here. Double push on the snipe side. Great shots, but not good enough. He gets taken out, and now 11 kills is the lead.
Okay, Acid on low ground here. Just
I think we have, I think Optic plays next, if I'm not mistaken.
To worse, the long-range rocket connects. As I know how small that corner is, this is definitely going to take you down.
Yeah, Optic versus Gen G next. In like 20 minutes.
Yeah, at this point, it's
this is a best of 5, though.
Yeah, not possible to come back from this game, but you move on and go to the next. Obviously, it'll be a 2-0 lead for Ether, and we talked about them at the very beginning of our show. They're showcasing their talent here. Only 4 more kills is left here. They'll close this out pretty quickly. It's Lior on your screen now. And just slow playing on the top of cat. I love how they're not just like headbutting. I mean, they could though, right? Just headbutt and get the trades.
At this point, it's like you kind of just got to hold for it. We got a picture-in-picture here. Kraken sees popping off right now against Karma. It's actually tied 2-2. We're going to assume that Ether wins the other game as we switch over to this. All right. Natroxin.
Nani?
Gonna see what he can do on this side of things. And this is a do or die moment for Karma, because for them to not win this one means that they unfortunately will go to that lower bracket.
All right.
Mikowski joins us. Like I said, he likes to lollygag, talk to every person in the venue. By the way, if you show up to an event and you want to talk to Mikowski, just stop
ignore me.
For my sake, ignore him. But if you want to talk to him, he will talk to you. But eventually he made it. Here we go. Saves.
Oh,
with a chance here. This
Kraken
one,
W.
for Karma.
You heard someone scream "fuck" over the broadcast. There's probably somebody in open pool.
With a pop-off moment, I thought I just heard
I didn't even hear that. I'm not gonna lie.
I think that was just
chair. No, when he
That's
popped
funny.
off his chair literally hit the ground. Dude, that's a legit pop off. The chair fell.
the cushion
Fuck!
of the chair quite literally
Imagine.
just popped off, and so did they.
Fell to the ground. But here we go. This is okay. I'm glad we get to watch this because I told a few people my prediction that Luminosity could defeat Space Station in pools. A lot of people told me I was faded. I thought this pool would be crazy. I actually did also predict Complexity to beat them. But
It's an even game.
And I think if Ether make it out of the open bracket, this pool is going to go completely upside down. Nuclear. Let's see if LG can pull it off.
It's all about matches and matchups, right? Game types and map combinations. Sometimes that roll of the dice is in your favor. Other times you gotta play from an uphill position. But right now it's all dead set even. We're looking at, guys, a 1-1 in the series, a 1-1 in the match, and virtually tied on hill number 3 as we hop on board here with Yaxin trying to stay alive on the camo. Shots out into the cuts. Last member alive, Snakebite. I think recognizing that he is the last player alive for Space Station, elects to retreat, back up, regroup with his teammates, and go again.
Okay, nice body shot from Yaxin. Obviously doesn't end in a kill, but means that Lucid's gonna have to slow it down a bit. Looking for the no-scope, finds the body shot, gonna be cleaned up, and that's gonna be a great another hill for Luminosity. They take a 2-1 lead.
Yaxin in the rat tunnel. He's not looking to rat out. He's got the snipe, and he's playing aggressive with it. Almost as if he had a shotgun in his hand. QT activated for Luminosity as they take a 2-1 advantage in this King of the Hill. An important Diet Game 5 here. You take a stark advantage by winning this Game 3, making it a 2-1 series advantage. And right now, it's the upset kids on top.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a great chance to hold on to this lead, but
At least he burnt the snipe.
Cooking something up here. Avicii just holding down the tower. This is interesting positioning during this hill. This is gonna hopefully influence his teammates to spawn nearby here at the dummies, which is exactly what happens. But now they've got to decide how to push forward from here. Space Station occupying back green. Eco gonna be watching sandbags and Vigdor. Stellar finds a kill on Piggy. Back tower after getting taken down though. Might also go down himself. But so far Space Station have played this hill beautifully. They've controlled all the right parts of the map.
Space Station, after previously getting scored on, able to rotate to next and have 100% of the scoring between the two teams, but they need to make sure it's 100% on hill number 4 if they're to tie this up. Crucial battle occurring in the hill. It's going to result in a trade out, not only between those two players, but in totality as you've got 2 down on each side. Piggy defending his throne, aggressively pushing up towards Snakebite. Great frag toss.
Piggy, my goat.
It is, though, to take him down with the assist. However, 3 go down for Luminosity. It looks like Space Station.
It's actually crazy how even this game is.
This actually, it looks like
It's literally just back and forth.
He's not going for this hill, but I really like the discipline that he had there. Had he just dive bombed the hill, he dies at 100% frequency. Because he stays alive, he still has tower positioning for this next hill, which is absolutely crucial for the top center hill.
Avicii dodging the plasma pistol goo, dodging the fragmentation toss as well, down to 1 HP and gets cleaned up by Snakebite. Now 3, make it.
Oh, I thought he was gonna get that dome.
What looked to be a fantastic no-scope, but that does not connect. Space Station are going to take everything on the map to their name. They've got the snipe tower, and time in mid.
He has learned that's not the right way to go. Stellar top tower with sniper is scary for anybody on the other side. But so far, they're able to find a kill onto Eco and force the hill player out, at least for now. Stellar facing some pressure, but finds a headshot on...
Oh my god, he was about to take his head off.
He did line it up, just didn't pull the trigger. Wow.
Yeah. Man, Stellar. One of the best snipes in Halo history. Showing why there with the quick flick on the Piggy in mid, and now it's Mortally with it in his hands instead. A crucial spot on the map to own, Eli. More often than not, the team with the sniper and the snipe tower claims this top mid hill. Who's going to be able to hold on to that, though? And a great heads-up play there by Mortally. Knew he was dead to rights. Make sure that the resource of the sniper was not able to be used against him to make this a 3-2 lead for Space Station. Instead, we're notched up at 2, but Space Station have the edge in positioning in hill. Most importantly, Yaxin working through an underneath flank. Still in position with that snipe tower control. Finds 2. Can he take down the 3rd at top of the tower? And they might just steal it. 2 go down. This could be 3.
Oh, he needs to kill him. He needs to kill him. Oh, too late.
Yeah, it took too long for them to finish those kills. I mean, did a great job to waste their time during that hill, but that's a massive win. Good news for Luminosity, though. There's still 2.5 minutes on the clock, so this is possible.
Lucid with the camo. Thought he was a little too far away from that remote detonation. Doesn't earn the medal or the announcement or the yellow in the feed for it. Earns the assist nonetheless. Enough damage to do that. As Luminosity have the first 30% on a crucial do-or-die hill number 6. That was a massive slay, as it looks like Space Station will regain control. Got to take out Piggy. Doesn't have much space between where he set that QT and where he went with it. Because of that, he goes down, and Space Station continues scoring on this hill.
Luminosity have to find a great push here. This push doesn't work, they definitely lose this game. Avicii trying to take control on the mid bridge, takes heavy damage from Snakebite. Biggie was able to sneak onto the nest, but they need other positioning. Somebody needs to wrap around, perhaps to the sandbags. Mortally takes a really aggressive route through pillars. Does find 1 to open the door for Luminosity to push through. God! And they get 3 dead.
Eco, the last player alive, he's going to retreat here. Allow the squad spawns to occur over by the dummies. And now with all 4 up, now with Stellar up, he makes his move onto the nest bridge. He's got help over his right shoulder as he drops down and looks to play aggressively here. Snakebite gets that opening frag toss, but Stellar trades out, so it's a 3 versus 3. They could just contest the hill, but Space Station just seconds away from claiming this game in the lead of the series, and they will. Luminosity look like they might just have had it, but Space Station take it instead.
What a heartbreaking one.
How was my day? My day's literally just been this. I woke up and basically hopped on stream.
Did get the 4th. Yeah, we talked to Bravo behind the main stage, and he said that was the difference between Cloud9 and Space Station previously. Had Cloud9, instead of getting 3 down, there were 2 instances where they got 3 instead of all 4. Had that been the case, they would have.
So, been a pretty good day today. 5 hours in, feeling good, enjoying the hell out of these games. These games are amazing.
It really does. Sorry, that was against Shopify.
You're right.
That's okay. All right, Kyokic here. We're jumping back into
Good remote depth.
the open bracket. We're in a game 5 situation here. Karma leading over Kraken Seeds. Keep in mind, Kraken Seeds currently
Yeah, how about you, Ran? How's your day been?
the tournament, so this would be a massive upset.
4:15 Central Standard Time, but will the clock strike midnight early on the Cinderella run of Karma? As to go down in the cafe, Agency sliding through in the cuts, looking to stay alive, but the frag tosses have his head on a magnet.
Yeah, that's definitely don't want your head to be a magnet for frag grenades. that sounds like it.
Not what you want to be for Halloween.
Yeah, school's been keeping me busy too. Finally have a little bit of breathing room.
Frag grenades in your neighborhood. Here we go. We got Leaderness
No, I don't do audiobooks.
turn things around for his squad.
I do reading on occasion. Like, I've been reading through, like, the Halo novels. I would love to pick that back up again.
Leaderness is going to be a big part of this minuscule comeback.
Because I still have, like...
Tie things up and they earn
Oh, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, plus 6. I have 13 novels I still need to read through.
for help from his teammates, but despite playing what I thought was a smart decision there, goes down nonetheless. So 2 to saves. Agency now looking to fill in that space where his teammate previously.
I'll probably take, like, a good few with me to Cambodia.
Dips into the tires. 1 shot. They're looking to
I like to read on the plane.
I like this play from Agency, just waiting in the back of A, but unfortunately, I think he gets found and beat down Ice Kid with the Stalker rifle. By the way, this is the guy that talked about young, up-and-coming talent from Puerto Rico. Shout out to any Puerto Ricans in chat watching and supporting.
I like a paperback. I just like having the physical book, you know? Like, I feel like it's cool for collecting and then, like, you know... Yeah, it's just nice. I read manga. I'm not too much of a manga reader. I have read a few.
Tires. 2 players on the blue team in the cuts, and they activate the camo. Oh, Ice Kid has the Stalker as well. This could cause trouble.
This guy is deadly accurate with any precision weapon. Look at the way he stays alive here, too. Very well executed. Has the camo. Ice can play that.
A lot of the anime that I've watched, you know, has derived from the manga, so I never really felt the need to like read it. I would still love to collect all the Attack on Titan manga. That's something I want to do at some point as well. Ebook is convenient sometimes. Depends on like if you have it downloaded or not, you know.
Gonna hang out, listen to a little bit of classic Halo music, and make his way back to the tires.
Now these players have their environmental sounds turned off. I promise you that. They don't hear that machine. Anyways, Collective pushing up the B stairs here. He's 10 and 9 so far. Gets taken down though.
I'll probably download solo leveling and watch that on the plane as well.
Can't feel too good though. The job is not done yet. Karma though all trapped on this shotgun side lane. Let's see what Kraken sees do in this moment.
I don't know. I'm just gonna have a good time on the plane, bro. That's my goal.
Which sounds like a deadly chemical. Looks to infuse his way into the top of A. Shroud screen down for added invisibility, if you will. As Glitchy takes his positioning on the backside of
Good
A.
stick.
Did that trade out? Yes, it did.
Stick did connect, but still a 5-kill deficit. Karma needs to do more. Coyote needs to be careful with this push. Yeah, he's gonna get caught out. Double team, dies instantly. Every trade favoring the team in the lead. Kraken sees. Just need 8 more to close it out.
You have Naruto manga?
Oh.
And Kraken sees hold on to that #1 seed. They were the talk of the town on Twitter as it relates to the Passion Pit. And we're getting to see a little bit why. Highly contested. A challenging test environment.
I don't think inflation's the reason why that's happening.
Get 3 down, and now they're down just 3.
Only down by 3. This is actually huge for Karma. They've also got the camo. Probably know where Kraken are spawning. This map very easy to predict spawns. They know they're generally on the C side. Looks like there's a ping out on the B side as well. Kyoke in the dead center of the map, just trying to have a good line of sight.
I think Nintendo genuinely thinks that the products that they're releasing are worth the money. But unfortunately, as somebody who doesn't play a whole lot of Nintendo too much anymore, I will probably not be buying a Switch 2.
Been able to work their way back from 6, but just 2.
You'd be surprised, Ran.
Kraken sees the captain of the ship has claimed
Some people will pay upwards of $100 for a game, depending on the game.
Move on.
The trash talk has started. Stand up. There's people pointing at each other. Love to see it. Classic throwing me back to.
I guess time will tell if Mario Kart is actually worth the $80. In my opinion, I don't think it will be. My favorite Nintendo games, I love Zelda, I love Pokemon. I played a lot of Harvest Moon as a kid as well.
Okay, so jumping back on board here with the Space Station Luminosity series.
Harvest Moon / Story of Seasons.
As Space Station have taken a small lead here in game number 3. Wasn't it Luminosity that... No, Space Station won the last one.
Well, it was Luminosity who won an oddball against Complexity earlier, so you know this is one of their stronger game types, at least here today on LAN. So despite
Yeah, I played a little bit of Mario.
I'm not counting them out just yet. Still plenty of time left in regulation, but Stellar has the closest position to the oddball. Sensing the pressure coming from PD, elects to reset it.
Stellar now facing heavy pressure.
New Super Mario Bros. Mario Galaxy is my favorite. Mario Galaxy 2 probably.
Obviously does take down Snakebite, but gets taken down shortly thereafter. And this is a guy I've been...
I really wish they would make another Mario Galaxy game.
It's no secret that he had a pretty rough start to the season in the online sequence, but he's always been kind of like that, right? He kind of lays low in the off-season for the onlines, doesn't put as much effort on LAN. Kind of becomes a different beast.
Yeah, it's like in sports, a team that...
I don't know about all that, Rand, considering Halo and God of War are on PC.
Just feel really drawn out. Like, come on, man, can we just get to the playoffs?
I wouldn't say never.
Already? I think that's a little bit what Eco has in his mind. He's got 2
You never know.
lined up, some shaky shots onto 1, but he's able to clean up.
People thought we were never going to get a remake for 1,000 Year Door, and they remade it.
All right. Go rotating through here. At this point, Space Station are pretty comfortable to just...
I would love to play more Paper Mario. I would love to play more Paper Mario.
Fine with time getting burned off the clock. 30-second lead, but only a minute 30 left in regulation.
Metroid Prime 4, 16 years after Metroid Prime 3. Exactly. Yeah. So I wouldn't say never.
Minute lead for Space Station.
You never know.
A minute's gone off the clock, and they still have that half a minute lead. But after taking down all 4 for Luminosity, the Oddball is going to go back into the hands of one of the greatest objective players of all time as Snakebite accrues more of it. 75 seconds and counting. This could be the final push to break through for Luminosity.
Okay. Yeah, Luminosity really have to win this game to have any chance for my prediction to be correct. So selfishly,
you're a little biased towards
biased,
LG.
I never really played Metroid.
I feel like this is a game mode that's harder for an upset to happen just because it's such a long game mode, right? So they're going to be playing this for a long time. Streets is very fast-paced, very easy to predict spawns. If you're just generally the better team, typically coming out on top.
Unfortunately, during my time, Metroid wasn't like too active. Unfortunately.
Flexing their advantage and their experience here.
Aggressively methodical, you could call it. And that's what it looks like we're seeing from SSG. It was the aggressiveness, Eli, that you mentioned was kind of lacking for this group of 4. And
Metro boomin', make it boom. True. DNC, you missed
Has the camo buff, but he gets spotted out rather easily
fuck
by
is it?
Jackson. Young Eyes, Jackson.
Shopify versus Triggers Down / Infamous. That was a really good series.
233 advantage for Space Station. I think you're right, Eli. We're going to see these guys play for time.
Yeah, 20 seconds ago.
You missed Lethal, man. How'd it go? They lost, but it was honestly a really close series. Like, they got 3-0'd, but like each game was pretty like close. Which is really good for them considering how like they really struggled during like scrims.
Space Station up 1-0 in the game and 2-1 in this series. Luminosity got a reverse sweep their way in this.
So to do as well as they did, against the #1 seed, like it's really impressive.
Want to see him play super aggressive with confidence. He's got the gunning to keep up with these guys. He's got to play smart, play his life, not fall into traps, but he can certainly be a difference maker.
Difference maker indeed. So far off the start, though, nobody able to gain enough map control to gather hold of that oddball as Abassi works.
I also ordered some advanced.
Sneaking his way, Stellar.
I got 4 tubs.
It's too good. The teamwork is as well. Snakebite actually earns that slay. Eco will go down. Snakebite earns a double, maybe a triple.
No, I agree. To say the Switch has bad graphics is crazy.
Grab control of that oddball. They're gonna go for the camera.
I got Dream Team Punch, Guava Berry, Sir Demetrius's Sour Melon, and then I got one more. What the hell was it?
And after a dominant opening performance of this round, Space Station have a grand total of 4 seconds.
Oh yeah, Mango Dragon Fruit.
40 slays in 4 seconds seems to be the story here.
I'm not buying the Switch 2.
Luminosity do gather the oddball back, and you're right, Eli. It's not about getting kills.
I barely even touched the Switch I have now. I can't really justify getting a Switch 2. I wasn't even gonna buy a Series X, and I just ended up winning one. So I think the only way I'm gonna get a new Switch is if they make some really good games that I know I'm gonna play, or if I just win another console. So the odds of me winning another console are not very high, but you know I'm not gonna ever say never.
Which one of these teams grab it? They're leaving the oddball in C for now, just to see if they'll end up regretting that. Orly does get the camo.
A ghost in the night, making his way through the hallways, looking to haunt the residents of the streets. As he hasn't been able to gather any damage, much less any intel. I don't think he's even been able to spot anybody. Recon.
Optic versus Genji is about to play soon.
Nearby, he starts to make a flank towards it. Cleans up on the headshot. Snakebite goes down. This will be a tough one to win against Lucid.
Wait, they're already playing. Fuck. Wait. They're ahead of schedule. Fuck.
Who left all those boxes there? My God, guess what? You got to clean up your own house before you push out.
I'm trolling. They're trolling. They said 5:30, man.
Pre-nade the new fast jump. That nade sits at his feet. In the end, we've seen many a player complain about miscellaneous things on the ground, and that certainly is going to be one of those.
All right, man. Y'all also have the ability to watch the mainstream and tell me these things, man. We work together. God. Tisk tisk. I blame Mega. Fuck that guy. Honestly.
With a thrust as well now, and he's going to milk this time. Just wait.
Dude, I love that emote, man. I love it so much. Jesus.
Overextend and hyperextend towards that bomb because the quietness on the map is kind of giving them the indication that something isn't right. Yeah. It should not be this quiet in this game type, which has been 100 miles an hour all the way through. Slows down to a crawl, but here comes the push.
Legend now pushing in. Then off to see him lose his one. He's got a G-slide and a thrust. I mean, you've seen fighter pilots and the Gs that they have to be subjected to sometimes, but if you're on the receiving end of a 1v1 with Legend with those kind of equipment in the back,
Don't do it, King Nick. Good shot. Optics got some fans, dude. You hear that?
And you can tell they're now just playing game maintenance and game management. Bomb will reset yet again. It looks like 120 left as 4 were dead.
Just 1 or 2 more rounds of slays here for Optic. If they can win those fights and win those team fights, they should find themselves 1 up in this series. Bomb is moving though, and there's players dead from Optic. Legend's hunting. Legend finds his prey.
Bro, Legend's got some loud fans, dude. Yes!
Such good movement. We've seen him time and time again hit all those G-slides with the bomb, and now just going to drop it and slay here. 50 seconds left on the clock.
Hey, Genrai, good to see you, man. How you doing?
That's what Genji recognized. They wrap back towards their base, but that bomb is still being kept frustratingly out of their line of sight.
And Guildarts, how you doing, bro?
With 30 seconds left,
Welcome in, gentlemen. Welcome in, gentlemen. Welcome in. Bound's got an outfit, man. He's got an outfit. What's Jubs doing on Optic? I know, that's pretty crazy. French Jubs. The fuck is Bound wearing? A hoodie. Yo, if I ever get the chance to talk to Legend, I'm gonna ask him if he likes Coke or Pepsi. And then I'm also gonna request that Legend gets a pick with Jubs. I'm gonna make that a fucking mission for Worlds, dude. Get Jubs and Legend next to each other. That's my goal.
Perfect game management. Amazing slaying. Moving the bomb when they needed to. Also, you saw a lot of solo efforts there. Last player alive, Legend with the camo. Moments like that bought them an extra, what? Probably took easily 70, 80 seconds off the clock in different moments like that. It's perfect from Optic Gaming, and even though we saw Genji get on the board.
Oh my Renegade.
26
and 18 is impressive.
With 19
assists alongside him.
We gotta see the damage.
That's crazy stats.
It's gonna be meaty.
It's gonna be meaty. That's crazy.
27 and 17 for Bound. A little plus 10 for him.
Check pet picks. How about no? Why would I ever want to listen to you?
Second most damage in the lobby.
Exactly. I mean, just take a look at.
Oh!
Legend still within fighting distance as well.
Oh my God!
Around 100 points of damage.
Look at him!
Remarkable the distribution of damage on that team.
One thing that was a standout statistic there for me was actually damage taken. You see how low.
Oh my God, he's so precious, dude.
That shows how good he is as a player in his life.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, you saw him all game.
Yeah, he's so cute.
So selective on the fights that he takes and the angles. And guess what? When he shows up, he wins the fight. Otherwise, you're not even going to see him on the map.
I mean, there's a couple of moments there for Genji that they'll look back on and be like,
He pooped in the carrier on the way home. Classic Boo, man.
we don't know, of course. Denied a bomb plant opportunity.
Tisk,
but
tisk.
They did get that bomb on the board, but pretty clean by doing so. And they forced Optic to
Boo let the boom boom.
that game was tied up. But ever since Optic got that second bomb armed and they got that point on the board, the control was very impressive from them.
It really was. I think if people were kind of wondering, okay, we've already heard from Formal.
How old is he?
That this isn't one of their better game types, and they had work to do over the past 2 weeks. If you saw this, you're probably thinking, okay, I know it's Gen G. I know they're not one of the, one of our top
3 months. Oh, he's just a little baby.
In terms of textbook gameplay, that from Bound, I mean, that is like, how do you play against that?
He's just a little baby.
Pop shotting you, and then the second you turn around, he's going to thrust out of the way. Beautifully done. It's a 2-1 Aquarius win, though I will say, in terms of game management, it felt even more controlled from Optic Gaming. That will bring us now to a Game 2 Slayer live fire.
So Slayers, we always talk about being the opportunity for a lower seed to steal something away, but as we look at LeBound and we look at the duo, this is a duo that's been together for quite some time now. You're looking at the KDs from the 2024 season, and there's a season MVP on the right-hand side there, and there is nothing disappointing about those statistics. You can see why Formal was straight into those early conversations when he picked up who he wanted to pick up.
Absolutely, and you even heard a lot of the drama of how difficult it was to assemble these exact players.
Jubs and Red are talking about the Cubs game, and I'm just like, Halo's better, you shitters.
But due to the way that SSG made their team moves, of course, that roster was instead assembled, wins a world championship, and then to make sure that they don't let
Tisk,
anyone
tisk.
best that roster, they assemble what is now being rumored as a God Squad, but we're going to need to see wins on the board.
I'm just like, HCS better. Smile.
But as you say, in the slaying department, not surprising to see how well they did last year. They're going to look to bring that
Bound,
same slaying
bound,
prowess into
bound,
this year as well.
bound.
As we heard, Optic Slayers, if you look back 6 weeks ago, not their strongest.
Baseball, sleepy. That's what I'm saying, bro.
The game type overall, and given the
That's what I'm saying.
Slayers in every series needs to be a priority for them. This is going to be their first Slayer debut.
Oh, hey, Jinrai. Jinrai.
It's going to be the battleground. 50 kills is the name of the game. Sniper rifle, of course, going to be influential. And I've got my eyes on Renegade here on live fire. Love the way that he takes so many creative angles when he has that weapon in his hands, and certainly can turn 1 kill into 3 very, very quickly.
Isn't he magnificent? Isn't he beautiful?
Saw the K-Cen event in the build-up to the kickoff here in Arlington was, if Optic go down, it's about keeping it close, not letting those deaths start to snowball. We'll see what they can do here in game number 2.
All right, underway. Is it an opportunity for Gen G, who had their moments of brilliance in game number 1? Is it a chance for them to get back in
Oh, God. Jinrai, thank you for the 20th month of your sub, dude. Enjoy your fucking gasp emote, bro. And O, and all the other amazing emotes that are offered. Jesus.
Woo!
Green!
Just stole away with that. Remember, Gen G certainly did. It's breaking shot, actually, who gets away with it. Legend's flying in, and Legend won't even get to hit the QT.
Wow.
Because there's 2 players he had to deal with.
They even avoid that trade for a second. This is a big moment for Breaking Shot with this camo, as they have a momentary lead here, and they can extend this further if he plays this correctly.
Gotta find Renegade, though. Gotta find Renegade in this situation. Renegade has not been taken down. Even though they were picking up kills, they were picking up space. Renegade's still alive. With this sniper rifle.
Oh, Breaking Shot's doing some work, dude.
He lives to fight another day. Legend keeps him alive a little bit longer. King Nick finally takes Legend down. But Formal, again, take down King Nick, and Renegade's still surviving.
Good
even
nade.
though kills are being picked up with this snipe.
So Renegade does here. They kept the game within 3, but Gen G does play that camo well in the end. They maintain the lead. However, not enough. Still just a 2-kill lead for them.
So throughout the carnage, it felt like Renegade was just playing keep away. Knowing how valuable this weapon was.
Every time somebody gets a kill.
You mentioned it was a narrow lead, but 1 bullet from Renegade ties the game up.
4 dead.
Bro, the green wall's nuts, bro.
The game turns, like you said, Renegade.
The green wall's nuts.
Not worried about going down by 3 to the camo. Instead, on the next rotation, they hold snipe, and they have a perfect 4 dead to now take a 1-kill lead.
This flank is gone as well. Ooh, it's a good trade coming out from King Nick, though. It's only 2 kills. With the power weapon in their hands for Renegade and Optic Gaming. 1-kill advantage on their side at the moment, as King Nick is just going to back up to try and support a teammate, but Formal slides out immediately to find his 4th of the game. 4 and 3 for Formal at the start of this one.
What a swing there on these last few kills. Back-to-back, essentially 4 deads for Optic to just take a lead. Oh, boy,
Oh, good stick.
Well, he gets to stick off the wall with the repulse. making it look way too easy. Thought it might have been a challenge in the window. Instead, it's a 5-kill lead for Optic Gaming.
It's not very often you can say this, but I feel like Ryan Noob just got out-nerded. Situation with a Repulse Sticky coming in from Formal.
Dude, that just reminds me of earlier. Ryan Noob, you're so nerdy.
Gets that camo. And off the back of that play and everything that's happened on the map in the last 30 seconds, there is the most distinctive lead we have seen in this game for Optic. 17-11 they lead.
Once again, good trigger discipline here from Formal. Tries to get the kill on Nest. Can't just yet, so not going to get greedy. Going to just wait till it comes to him. Breaking Shot's going nuts trying to figure out where Formal might be over by Nest.
Breaking Shot's still alive, even though it might not be for much longer as Legend's going to fly in. But one thing I love about that play from Formal there is he realized he was isolated, right? Doesn't want to try and put himself in a position where he can get traded out in that fight with Camo. Knows the value, so just backs up, waits for a play to be made, and he can react to it. Off the back,
Wow, he just got nuked.
Continue to keep that lead, 21-16. Breaking Shot now on our screens with a chance to pull it back with his snipe in his hands.
See what they can do here. 5-kill lead, so not over just yet. An important no-scope. Maybe he can even hit a second one on the Great Big Door. Not going to be easy, though. And with 2 dead for each side. And now a 5-kill lead for Optic Gaming. Let's get to a listening with Optic.
Bottom at 20.
Nice by himself.
30 dice. Dice for now. Dice and a elbow or something. Dice.
I'm hitting elbow.
Elbow weak. It could be A plant. It could be coming A plant from white wall. Okay, top there. I'd be behind you, Sad. Be careful.
Will I make a gas bot chain too? No. I'm actually just gonna get rid of Nightbots. For now. Big. Dead. Dead! I can't wait for that championship Sunday, bro. Dead!
Two dead. Camo's in 20, guys. Camo 20.
Go tower, John. I think you're spawning.
Then cuts. One spin green. That's spin green. Someone in the very weak. Should die. Okay, back green again. 2 dead. 3. Go in. To A plant. He's A plant. That's last guy.
He went top mid. Might be like door.
Camo's up.
I'm watching your plant.
Good calls from Lunchbox here. Like, you'll hear it in the listen-in, but it's so easy to, like, miss over. Lunchbox is making, like, good comms, like, yo, that's last guy alive, yo, Camo's coming up, or it's up. Just little things. Yeah.
Really nice job to get damage from Big Door all the way to Nest.
W Lunchbox.
Damage back green, then they rotate out. It could have been dicey there, but instead they maintain an 8-kill lead.
2 flags back green. Renegade gets a little bit of a surprise, but recognizes that help is on the way, and indeed that help is now arriving, and somehow he comes out of it with a kill.
He wants the extra challenge.
And Gen G find themselves 3 dead. It's 41-32. Optic on the home stretch.
Renegade's like, this is a bit too easy. I'm going to nade myself before I fly out of this angle. Just to give myself a little bit more of a challenge. All skulls on for Renegade. 41-33 on the home stretch.
Sniper rifle up as well. Common and Brian who find 2 to keep it a little bit interesting, but much like the story at the start of this game, it's repeating itself at the end. Sniper rifle in the hands of Renegade. Ryan Noob does not give him an easy opportunity to hit a shot.
Loved what I heard from Optic. Even when things got close, there was no panic in the comms. They're just playing their game, and I think that's what you expect to see with a roster of this caliber. Breaking Shot will QT out, not much interest in learning about the rest of that. And just like that, Renegade's hitting body shots, but has not connected. It's 37-41, has to play the snipe. And what was an 8-kill lead at 38-30 is now a 4-kill game, 42-38. An enormous rally back from Gen G in the late game.
It really is. A couple of big kills being picked up though by Optic. It's 3 dead for Gen G. But important that Renegade threw that snipe off the map. If Gen G get that in their hands, this game and the pace of this game falls into their favor.
Well, they can't play for trades anymore, dude.
But now it's just about trades for Optic Gaming. Rhino finds one. King Nick escapes. Or no, he doesn't, because Bound is there to clean up that damage, and Former now looking to close this out.
Former getting back to tower as fast as he can. Trying to help these angles, and look at this. They're trying to collapse to rotate here from Gen G to get out of the way of Camo and Cuts. Instead, they're going to try to play this from house, but just like that, it's 48 on the board, 2 to go for Optic.
Common and breaking shot get 2 though. And they're making them sweat for this one, Gen.G. They're really making them work for it. Camo cupping up as well. Optic gonna just play for the trades around this.
Optic likely just gonna bait, as you say. Not even worry about snagging it. They can probably just milk the damage here. 48-44. They get pushed back though.
Hold up just a minute.
Here's the flank. Big from Formal.
Formal makes the play.
Huge play.
And with that, it will close out for Optic Gaming. They're 2 good up in this series.
Gen.G tries to take advantage of that damage on dummies and cuts without any presence.
The green beard.
Flank open for Formal to go bags. And as you saw, there was no one even watching.
No, he's the sign.
Great awareness. Unsurprisingly,
I want to know what that sign says, bro.
your screen will pick up the last 2 kills and ensure that Optic goes up with a 2-0 lead after a 50-45 live fire Slayer. And I would say overall, Optic Gaming playing the Slayer they wanted to, right? Playing, getting up early. We did see them lose a few leads, however, making sure to never lose control of the game.
Yeah, just really did a good job of, again, just not making sure that those deaths started to snowball. Make sure that they stayed alive, played their lives if they were last or one of the last 2 alive. Making sure you get out with trades is so important in those situations.
Baylor is such an ugly helmet, bro.
Not just for keeping the score close, but allowing your teammates to get back on the map without having too much pressure onto them. And as we look at the series layout now in Pool B, in this best of 5, is CTF Forbidden as our game at number 3 and Optic looking to close out.
And with the momentum off those 2, you expect them to come into this game number 3 just as hot. I think Gen.G gonna look back at that and think, man, we were able to bring back a game that was an 8-kill deficit. There's more we left on the table. This shot from Renegade, by the way, just flying in. And this entire spree, actually, from Renegade was a great way to start the game from them. And let's not forget, Gen.G was leading early, but it was essentially right around this mark here. We're out to
Out-nerded, bruh.
Slowing and putting a lot of kills on the board.
A couple of highlights coming in from Gen.G players, but you can see whenever you're on a Gen.G point of view, you can feel the pressure that they're under on the map, right? They don't feel like they have a lot of space on the map. They're not the ones who have control a lot of the times in the fights they're taking. This is the flank from Formal. This is such a good experience to play from Formal in that situation. He knows that Gen.G, backs against the wall, don't have many deaths to play with, so we're going to be all in wherever they are. Make that little play, take that extra second, play off damage. The route was free, he recognized it, cleans up the damage, and easy double kill.
Just wanted to check out this clip real quick. God, Twitter compression, man.
Overextend and hyperextend towards that bomb because the quietness on the map is kind of giving them the indication that something isn't right.
Yeah, it should not be this quiet in this game type, which has been 100 miles an hour all the way through. Slows down to a crawl, but here comes the push.
Legend now pushing in.
Oh, I just saw this.
He's got a G-slide and a thrust. I mean, you see fighter pilots and the Gs that they have to be subjected to sometimes, but if you're on the receiving end of a 1v1 with Legend with those kind of equipment in the back pocket, it really can look
Damn.
similar. Another win for Legend. And Gen.G know that.
God damn.
I think they're just as desperate as anyone to see a win. They want
Gildart, you're late. God, But yeah, that's pretty cool.
Put yourself through as a player who is synonymous with winning. Synonymous with being in grand finals and winning them as well. That record, that looks a little bit less than it did after what happened last year, but starting off with a 3-0 here on the main stage against
Doom the Dark Ages is getting a trailer at WrestleMania. What the fuck? Does Marathon look any good? I think it looks interesting. I'm definitely down to try it. You just got home. Don't care. You're late. Why doesn't this information just pop into your mind? Like, what the fuck, dude? What are you doing?
On this main stage, if they didn't get this exact configuration of players, and this is their chance to prove why they did it here in their own arena.
Can you imagine if one day there's just technology like that where like you can just get educated like that on any kind of like world events?
And they've kept it somewhat respectable in these games, but the difference makers have certainly been highlighted on the side of Optic Gaming. It's Rhino who gets away with that first overshot though.
3 dead, he's already getting absolutely pummeled with shots. And now gonna get flooded. Wins the
That's not how the Tesla chip works, bro.
There's more flood coming. Gonna do his best to stay alive for his spawning teammates, but not gonna be easy.
Imagine Rock is the new Demon Slayer, bro.
Interesting to see what he can do. Looks like he's coming under a little bit of pressure in himself. He knows that there's a player above him. But if I know Legend,
Which you do.
Uh-oh. Legend! Oh, no.
Patience shown there by breaking shots and not show. Rewards him with that kill, but here's Formal. And there's the first headshot from his POV we'll see this weekend.
Formal through the Ivy, beautiful shot there. As you said, breaking shot just making himself look like a block of ancient stone. Doing well. That's Ivy.
Ow.
That is Ivy indeed.
Ow.
Still doing damage here.
Right in the cheeks.
Formal with a 4-0 opening, looking for the killing spree.
Ow.
He lines it up, he knocks him down, and Ryan gets bodied as well. Formal, imperious. Standing tall, top center with his sniper rifle. Not good signs for Gen G.
Can you smell what? Thank you for the giant not like this.
As that flag is underway. So much pressure then on this roster as a result. The damage he's output in the last 90 seconds of game.
He's burning the food. He's burning the food.
Looks like that flag will be able to go home, and by the looks of things, will be more players challenging Formal. Finally going to be taken down, but not without doing enough damage for Legend to run that first flag home. Overshield is up top middle in now. 1 second, I was going to say.
Oh, that nade! Oh my god, that nade was so close.
It's a big trade that does come in from Bound, however, it's still 2 dead. They need to get this kill on Formal. That flag can have very large hitbox when you're trying to shoot around it. Breaking shot is going to start this run. Knows he has to maybe turn around and fight Formal here, but Formal being a nuisance. So annoying!
He's still alive!
Unbelievable.
That survivability from Formal is why that flag isn't moving. You highlighted perfectly. Breaking shot knew he had to deal with Formal. So he has to start a step. He has to turn around, and Formal's just like, okay, kill me. Okay, kill me.
Formal just stays there.
Are you gonna kill me?
A common fell.
Is the one that actually flies up main ramp off the respawn. Beautifully done. That flag will go back home, and just when you think you have the flag away and you've done the hard work, they say no. Bound tries to come in, might even win this one against King Nick. Third person here.
Oh, he got the stick.
In the end, it will be traded out. 2 dead for each side.
Little gift left by Bound there with that sticky grenade. I'm sure it wouldn't have been received quite as well from the Gen G member, but Legend now with a sniper rifle in his hand, not for the first time in this game. Optic playing a little bit of defense at the moment. I think they want to keep eyes on that Gen G sniper as well. They don't want to let that one get picked up uncontested.
Kind of crazy.
Being very careful to stay alive.
That'd be wild.
Right
I can't lie.
Probably has a little bit of a ring around the rosy with a breaking shot to win. That was just wild from a first-person point
Crazy
of view.
stick.
3 dead for Gen G. King Nick was your last player alive. He had a slow start, but now he's actually positive. I believe he was 0-4, maybe even 0-5 at one point. Now 7-6, so he has rallied back to apply the pressure.
That was an extraordinary zoom coming in from Legend.
That was a peek inside Legend's brain.
That really was. Renegade trying to hold off the double rat tunnel push actually coming in from Gen G here. It's an unorthodox strategy, but
good
unorthodox when you're looking at teams the likes of Ryan Newborn is something that we come to expect. But Optic were ready for it.
Dude, I'm sorry. Bound's POV is just funny, dude. No, oh my god. It just looks like he came out of his like bedroom, dude, just to hop on the main stage. Like
puzzle together and for it to be a Wednesday and the weather to be perfect if you're going to be running a flag. So simply getting the trade.
like that's a look, bruh. That's a look.
Formal with a sniper in his hands. Last time we saw it on our screens, he was hitting heads, he was hitting bodies, he was hitting anything that was dressed in red. And as a cheeky little flagpole comes in now from Legend, Formal's going to have to hit some more. A couple of players have fallen from Optic. Manages to somehow turn it around on Common.
You can't give him that many chances.
I was going to say, you can't let him get away with that.
Ow!
You can't give him 3 separate shots and opportunities to disengage, then re-engage. He's statistically, this man's going to hit those, and honestly, even with worse odds, he'd hit them. So you cannot give Formal chances like
Late night Dino Nuggies? It's 6 o'clock, bro. It's not that late. Goofy, yeah.
But it took a small army and several dynamos.
Yeah, the payload had to be completely used up to take down Formal there. Shot grenades, frag grenades.
Here we go, though.
But it's working.
2 dead.
2 dead, though. Optic Gaming might be able to make a last-second stand here. There's somebody being a nuisance in the back of the base, and if I'm not mistaken, his name is Legend. King Nick is now under all sorts of pressure, and what was looking like a Gen G opportunity to cap might be Optic looking for a counter cap themselves.
King Nick has done so well to somehow stay alive on the Mohawk. Just playing his angle so well. He had to guess a lot of that. A lot of that work was blind, but now he knows he needs to flush out this last kill on Legend. Is able to do so, but here comes Bound trying to fly in for the re.
Bound is making late night.
It's a big 1v1
Yeah, you're right.
It's 3 dead here for Gen G, and he gets that return. It's a big play, and that flag is moving as well. It's actually been sent home, excuse me, on the Optic side. So both flags back at home, and it's Optic with the last second stand. But you got to look at the feel for King Nick a little bit.
Forgot my childhood.
Yeah, he bought a lot
Imagine.
of time for the squad. You have to wonder, should he maybe have tried to hug flag side?
Hold up, I need to download more memory.
It's easy for us in the caster booth to ask those questions. I think, as you said, he did all that he really could do to allow
Download more brain cells.
apply pressure, but in the end, Optic's pressure on the main ramp side, of course, was perfect, and we will stay here at 1-0. So Gen G showing that they can not just get the flag off the stand, but get it back. They've now got 5:30 left to get something else going. King Nick picks up 2 in the feed.
If I'm not mistaken, Breaking Shot actually got the last overshield, but he was dealt with pretty handily by Optic Gaming. So that over's not going to be too influential in the next few moments of gameplay. It's going to be more about the brute force and the plays that are coming in from Legend, who is behind enemy lines, winning his ones, and now trying to...
Oh, he just got out. Nice.
But for some reason, Ryan Noob's down in the rat tunnel.
Renegade tries to stay alive, but a classic battle, Ryan Noob versus Renegade. And this time, Ryan Noob will grab that snipe. Also has 1 thrust that's going to help him get out of dodge. Here comes the pressure. It was 2 dead for Optic Gaming.
Nice shot from Ryan Noob.
Ouch.
Nice from Ryan Noob as well. Doesn't let the damage go unrewarded. Gen G now with a good setup on the map here. Good pressure. Optic Gaming respawning right in the back of their flag in the dark hallways. Thrust isn't good enough to get him out of that situation. There's still pressure here inside the base. Bound with that kill might have just stoked the fires for a few seconds here and calmed down those flames. And Optic can
I love Bound's cam so much. Bound always has like the goofiest cams. You're either seeing his forehead or he's doing something like this.
Just over 4 minutes left in this game. Optic still only the 1 flag on the board, which gives Gen G a lot of hope. But with 1 push, all the pieces falling in the way that they would want to, there's a chance to tie this game up. Overshield the next point again for both teams to fight for. Optic look like they have top middle control. Bounce trying to find a couple of angles. Not quite the route he would have wanted to take. But sometimes it works out. It works out for you. But King Nick with a big win. A double kill for him.
Lots of melees coming in there. It's going to be 4
Good
dead
shot.
for the second, 3 dead for each side. It's a 1v1. Both flags actually being pulled. Very rare opportunity there to see both flags being pulled simultaneously by the only 2 players alive on the map. So a little bit of a standoff here and kind of non-traditional battles to fight each of those players.
I missed the phone POV.
This is a messy fight, but Renegade will win it. He had a little bit of an advantage with that thrust that made the battle a little more difficult to predict for a breaking shot, but the win was the one that Renegade picked up. Flags are away from base at the moment, but not too far.
Oh, they got a touch. Nice.
He's looking to pressure Gen G off the respawn. He's doing a great job of doing so.
Formal not afraid. Look at this with no shields, just challenging to top mid and still dealing a whole lot. Even picks up the kill.
That's Formal's doing huge work right now, dude. They're finally able to run. He might actually be able to get the snipe. Even if he doesn't, like, he's such a good distraction right now. That should be a free cap. Wow. Good plays out of Formal there, dude.
It's Renegade who runs it home, but you have to say it was all Formal, just pinning the back of the base.
You talk about things that you can't let him do. It's a play like that. He was no shield when he started challenging breaking shot from the Mohawk, and then he goes up to the hut to finish the kill essentially single-handedly from our point of view. And it's plays like that that will just blow games wide open.
Well, Gen G looking to respond here, and it's King Nick who's in the formal position that we saw a few moments ago, but the issue here for Optic is its defensive stand for them this time around. Ryan's got a sniper rifle. King Nick is still pressurizing respawners, and now he's going to turn his attention to that flag. It's 2 dead for Optic, and Gen G, if they can get around this corner, and 3 dead now for Optic. Wow. Renegade last alive. Gen G should be able to put this one home and make this.
They got 2 minutes. Still very doable.
Right back down once again. This flag should go based on the timing of the spawners. It will indeed. We're 2-1 here. Less than 2 minutes left, and here comes breaking shot.
And they got the OS. This is a good setup here.
The overshield, and Optic haven't got up the map whatsoever. They're still trapped in the back of their base. Only one has fallen at the moment as they try to be obnoxious, and instead breaking shot says, "You can stay there. I'm going to run this flag."
Oh, the double cap?
Flag going to come in low. We have another battle to fight top mid without a doubt. Here comes the overextension.
Oh, 2 dead. 3 dead. He's gonna have to slay and stay alive here.
How does he play this?
Oh no, he's gonna get pushed. Yeah, they're gonna probably close that out.
Worry about the cap probably afterwards because they have that lead. And this could be the moment, if Optic can clear out their base, that they can take home this series.
Not over just yet. There are 3 overextensions coming in here. Formal's now pinned by those and the top mid angle. This is not over yet here. 1 minute on the clock.
Whatever way this team fight goes, could be Optic winning the game, winning the series, or it could be Genji countercapping and sending us to overtime. 2 dead for Optic. They do get that return.
A huge stick, dude. That's a huge stick.
But it looks like Optic have managed to just about clear out their base for now. They're still clearing out the final members, but Optic, I think all the decisions they had to make there to win this game, they made correctly.
They did indeed. Now, with only 36 seconds left, it would have to be an unbelievable timing here on the push. It's coming in from the Lily side and the Hut side. We'll see if they can get the picks they need. They can still get a flagpole here.
Breaking shot gets taken down, though. Formal stands tall in those 1v1s, which he was so vocal about. It's 4 dead for Genji. It's Optic.
It's not dubbed, like, at all.
I don't think anyone from Genji will be able to get across the map in time to get that flag moving. Optic Gaming should take this one home 3-0 in the series with a 2-1 win here on Capture the Flag Forbidden.
It's not, though.
The clock will strike 0. The green wall loves it in the building. And that means you've got Optic Gaming with a 3-0 series win in their debut in 2025, not just at this event in their own building, but also for the season as well. And Optic Gaming fans, they waited all day in this arena to see this series, and they're very happy with the end result. I believe it is once again a story of game management from Optic Gaming. It's just a 2-1 win, but they did it with elegance and style.
I think the big thing for me was just the end of that game where the Genji pressure came in, 2 flags away from home. Every mistake that was made by Optic Gaming wasn't about capping flags, it was about winning games.
Yep.
And I think they did a really good job of just deciphering what the most important thing was on the map to do at that point. And by doing so, they close it out. But like you say, you look at the series score, it looks close, but there was an element of control for Optic in all of it.
I think anyone who maybe is only catching the tail end of this series, first of all, shame on you, you missed a good one.
How dare you?
But seeing 2 2-1s and a 50-45, you're probably thinking, Genji really pushed them against the wall. I think in terms of the way that Optic played every single game, it was actually the opposite. I don't think Optic was at any point across these 3 games shaking in their boots, worried about the gameplay. I think each time we heard listen-ins, they sounded calm, they sounded good. In the end, we're taking a look at some of these numbers. 23 and 21. Legend there with 15 and 15. Interesting stat line for him, but all that matters at the end of the day is the 3-0. And Optic Gaming will have a very strong opening performance of the 2025 season.
Of course, up next for Optic, a little bit later on, it's going to be Nemesis, who took down Genji 3-1. So, if you're looking at the scores, that could be a good series to keep your eyes on a little bit later. For Genji, certainly some good signs in that series, good moments for them, but I think it's understandable. Optic just never really felt troubled when in any of those games they were at risk of losing.
I think, it's all the decisions down the line, right? If you look at the domino effect of everything they were doing, they always set themselves up for good positioning, not just in terms of the gameplay, but the scoreboard, right? They got early leads in all of these games, which gave them kill cushions, flag cushions, opportunities to make sure that even if they go 3 dead, they can bounce back from it. And we saw Genji, let's not forget, get on the board here. They also had an opportunity for the double cap, but Optic defended that so well.
Yeah, like you say, game management, right? You let that first flag go. Think about the score. We've got 2 flags, they can have 1. Let's defend our base, let's fight back out. We know they have an overshield, let's use our numbers, the 3v4 that we have while that flag's being run to try and deal with the overshield and keep our base safe. And that's exactly what Optic Gaming do. That's your series layout, that's how things went. 2-1, Assault on Aquarius, 50-45, Live Fire Slayer, and a 2-1 win on Forbidden CTF.
Got Blaze here on the stage with one of our Optic Gaming players, and I think it is one of the new additions that we'll hear from in just a moment after a great series from him. Without a doubt, it's going to be Blaze with Bound. Let's throw it over.
Thank you so much, Brive and Onset Texas. Show some love to the hometown team. We got Optic Gaming coming out with a big win.
It's my goat.
We got Big Bound with me on the main stage. Bound, you start the day off hot fire. You get a 3-0. How do you feel off that initial start for you guys?
I mean, first up in front of the green wall, walk out, it's your crazy chants out the fans. Very exciting. Very exciting. Had to get the jitters out. That was a great series, and I'm excited to play on main stage more.
There you go. And we still got another main stage match coming up for you guys. But, you know, that kind of leads me to my next question, because you come out here today, you get an amazing ring. We do the ring ceremony. You get the cheers. But now you officially play in front of the green wall. What is that like? Because I know you've been waiting to do that for a while.
Man, I think we missed the ring ceremony because the stream was broken, bro. Unfortunate.
It's a great feeling, though. Great feeling. I love just hearing the green wall. Green.
Green!
All right? You're not the villain anymore. You are the hero here in Texas. There you go. Now, here at this event, you know, even though you guys are the hometown favorites, you're looking good up here, easy 3-0. Not everybody is predicting you guys to win. Now, how does that feel? Does that light a fire up under you?
Definitely motivating. Definitely motivating. I mean, I'm just going to stay humble about it, and hopefully we can just prove our game.
I love that from you. Stay humble. We know what Bound can do on this main stage, Texas. Give some more cheers to Optic Gaming. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Dude, they're just all so hyped. I love that.
I think Bounce just got a taste of the magic of the green wall and what that can do for you as a player. I mean, they really are the fifth man up there with you. They are cheering you on through the good, through the bad, through the ugly, and certainly through the wins. And a dub that was on our main stage. What a series out of this Optic Gaming roster. You can't ask for anything more for their land debut, in Arlington. I mean, I know that they have the K-Sound event. I know it was a LAN, so to speak, but of course you don't get the same level of competition. You have to really battle your way through pool play, and it's a long endeavor coming into an actual major. But Optic looking lights out to start things off. Goofy, how do you feel like the Green Wall did?
Optic played really well that series. I think there's not a question about the skill on the roster. For me, it's more so how cohesive are they? How much of a unit are they? How fluid are they? Right. And that series, they looked really fluid. They looked like a unit. And that's the Optic Gaming we all want to see this weekend. You know, the hometown heroes. We're here in Arlington, Texas. This is Optic's event. And if they keep playing like this...
Fuck, man. I hope I get a code for Marathon, man. I actually really do want to play it.
Spotlight on Renegade in that series. How do you feel like he played?
I thought Renegade was actually great, but for me, who really stood out to me was really formal, I think, and not so much
Alpha starts in 5 days.
But for me, it's the plays that don't show up on the stat sheet. His discipline, his putting down damage, but not chasing kills, trusting his teammates around him to get those cleanups. Actually, in fact, I'm looking at the stat sheet. He had the most damage. He just puts down that damage, doesn't have to chase. He's like, you know what? You guys clean it up. I'm going to sit here and hold the anchor position.
Yeah, and I think it's really important. I think when you're looking at the type of roster that this is, a very aggressive roster, superstars all round, you know, every single one doesn't miss a beat. It's really important sometimes to have someone who is that anchor, who is there when things get tricky and is not going to overchow or push a little bit too hard, who is a little bit of stability for the team. And Formal certainly does that very, very well. I think something for me, Goofy, that I'm really looking at for Optic Gaming is about their pacing. And I think we know in history a blend is fantastic. And we've actually seen that with Shopify as well. But how do you feel like they're faring? Because typically, from what we've seen in the off-season and honestly the K-Sun event, they've been pretty fast and often trip up because of how fast they are. You know, it's the aggressive nature of the Slayers on their team. But how do you think they're faring right now in terms of pace?
I think so far, so good for Optic. I couldn't agree more. I think the biggest thing for them is their pacing, right? Especially at the highest of levels when you're competing against the best in the world. The margin of error is so thin, right? So it's about pacing. It's about pressing your advantages. That's what I think Shopify Rebellion does arguably the best in the whole world is pressing their advantages, right? So we need to see Optic do that this weekend if they want to come out with the championship.
You know, I looked at that series, and I love the speed that Optic were playing with, but I also will say, you know, Gen G right now aren't in the best position coming off of fresh off a loss to Team Nemesis, and right now their best hopes of staying in this tournament is through the lower bracket, where I want to know what that looks like against a FaZe, against an SS.
All right, let's check out some of the open pools.
Forehead takes them both down, and they win by a single second. These guys didn't travel across the planet. They didn't come this far to only come this far.
The game of the day belongs to Mind Freak. And my God, you didn't come this far to come this far.
They might have just came this far.
I think so. I would be that hyped after what we just saw.
I think you just did.
From Mind Freak. I'm losing my mind, Eli. You got to reel me in like a fishy.
What are these comms, yo?
Interestingly, over here at you now, Hunter. we're like zoo animals on the other side of the glass right now. But Origin Slayer coming up next. Let's see what the boys have learned from their time here in the States practicing against the world's best. I feel like that's